If I don't get a $3 million house, you guys you've all enabled fascists. Sorry. And you're harming a POC, and you're white, and you're a fascist. It's gonna be like this. He's gonna be like, today, I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this playground, a seemingly nice-looking playground, into a terror playground, into terror infrastructure, a playground of terror, playground of death. Come, look. You see this slide? This is no ordinary slide. It goes down to an extensive terror tunnel network. Look. Whee! Look! These are AK-47s, landmines, RPGs. This is not to be used by children. Do not play with these at home. These are not toys. Come back up. This is not a regular hippity hop. Push it aside. A rocket launcher. We are operating here to clear out the areas for these playgrounds of death from Hezbollah. Okay, that's good. It's gonna be that.
Day 2. This one we went with Corey to the West Bank. What did you learn?
Of Israeli law. Fuck Ben. Okay, there we go. Benny Moore's lied. Fucking cunt. Anyway, there we go.
Yep.
You have it with leaves and tatties, turnips and potatoes.
Nice.
Sorry, when I want ice cream, I want white.
Want anything else? You would want.
Yeah. Scumbag. That bag of scum.
Why are you laying here? Look at the phone. Talk to them.
I was looking at the phone. Travel update. Travel blog. I'm being flown out to Dubai. Oh, we're playing tiny little chess. That's so cute.
Oh my god. I didn't know you were that into it.
Fuck. Okay, you have to start my clock. Oh, this is the fucking...
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Don't do a bullet game with a real clock. It's so dumb. Anyway, let's see.
Okay.
Hurry up. What the fuck? What the okay, wow. What's he doing? He's going for a fox, mate.
A fucks mate?
Fool's mate.
I can't even see this board. This is really good.
Oh no, he's going for it. He's going for the kill shot. What the fuck? This is so funny, man. You have to do your clock, man.
Did you just fuck me?
No, you're fucking yourself by forgetting to hit your clock.
You didn't
Wow.
do your clock!
Okay, go. Alright, whatever. Alright.
Rules are being broken here.
Yeah, fuck it, man.
What are you even doing?
I'm getting desperate is what I'm getting. Oh. See, look, the problem here is that his king is in check and he's just moving anyway, trying to get me on the timer. Chaotic.
That is...
But you're in check, I don't even fucking... Okay. Did he move his pawn 3 spaces? No way. Oh well. Is what it is. And it's still fine, but with South American stuff or like Bach and all that, it's all just so like random, you know, there's no logic to any of these chords. They're just like, you can tell they were just vibing it, and that's how, like, there is a key signature, but even then they deviate from it so much. Like there's lots of chromatic stuff, and whereas even if you're playing like jazz, you've got different patterns. Yeah, like jazz is even easier than like remembering, because jazz you make up a lot of it, and also just because you got like there's still a few like scales and patterns that you remember. But with the South American stuff, it's just very, very odd. Like every shape in a tune can be like a new shape that you've never played before. It said Trump. Right, shit. What's everyone doing here? What can I do for you? Okay. We have quite a few things to go over today. One of them's maybe going to take a little while. Ooh. Because there are a lot of details. Lots of them. What happened to Lego Fortnite? What, in the Discord? What about it? Why, what's wrong with it? What? You're there. You spoke there like 2 minutes ago. Oh, because Bambi left. We can probably get into that at some point. I need to figure out what I want to do there. It's gone. I don't see it gone. It's still there. What the fuck? Oh, the actual Lego like actual Lego Fortnite, not the Discord channel. Okay, never mind. I thought you meant the Discord channel. What? Right, where? This is fucked up, man. I don't know what to. It's funny when you see Twitter users in the wild, when they actually when they step out of their environment. I'm not going to find it because these people tweet so fucking often. Let me see if Pisco has it. Oh yeah, here. I didn't know what to make of this. I never really agreed to be like an impartial moderator, so I'm okay with going a little bit fucking with being a bit biased, but because it reflects on me, I think, as a streamer, because people don't really expect you to do the whole impartial moderator thing anyway, generally. Let's see. What is that? He tweets this a day after the debate with him and Pisco. Thousands of Pakistani men engaged in horrific, organized child abuse in Britain. One of the ringleaders shouted in court, "We are the superior race, not these white bitches." Mehdi Hassan says, "This happens in every country in the world, though, so no worries." Oh, no. I don't know what you call this level of, this kind of engagement. Like, it's like he just went straight back to it. Heated UK grooming gangs debate with Pisco and Learnerbox. Why is Pisco more passionately outraged by Elon tweets than the mass rape of children? Full link below.
Conversation is
Actually,
about...
dude, you're more outraged by Elon's tweets than the child rape that happened. That's a fact.
How dare you say that? What are you talking about?
Where's your outrage? Where's your outrage? Literally, you're going out here going, "Oh, Elon, fucking kill him. He's so evil." And then where's your outrage? Where's your passion when it comes to the fucking Rotherham child rape game?
This is the issue, right? And I want to be able to say this, and I want to be able for you to hear it, right? When I asked, like, what was it about Keir Starmer, the big mistakes related to this, you're like, oh, at the start of I didn't like what he said at the beginning of his press conference. It sounds like, dude, let me finish what the fuck I'm going to say.
I said he should implement all the recommendations, and he didn't have a plan to do that.
So what you actually want, right? What you want is for me to repeat back these big emotions, these big long throat clearers like you had at the start of this fucking conversation where it wouldn't fucking end. But these big throat clearers, dude, about how
all your passion is about how even
finish. What you care most about is actually the virtue signal. And what I'm telling you is
Ooh, not
that
the virtue
virtue
signal.
signaling about rape. Yeah, you should be outraged about fucking child rape, man. Yes, of course.
No,
you think it's virtue signaling to be upset
we're
about
not
child
here
rape?
debating. We're not.
The
We're not
piano's
here
so
debating.
loud.
We're not here
It's too
debating
loud.
about whether or not it's good or bad to rape, or whether rape should outrage you. We're here debating about the motivations of the
You're
people
objectively
involved in
not
these
outraged.
discussions.
You're objectively not outraged. All your outrage is targeted at Elon and saying, "Oh, he's doing this for the bad reason." Where's your passion about the fact that there's 1,400 children who were fucking raped?
So the point of this discussion is about the motivations of the actors involved in the discussion, including yourself. And this whole thing is about your tweet and about the nature of the discourse.
No, it
and
wasn't.
why
I
it's
thought
toxic.
this was a discussion about the child grooming. I didn't know that this was supposed to be
Yeah,
a
so-
fucking 2-hour. I didn't know that this was supposed to be a 2-hour male struggle session about how Drew was mean to fucking Mehdi Hassan. Who fucking cares?
No, this conversation.
Oh shit, man. Oh, so you're doing this after your pathetic performance? Okay, we'll clip when you said Pakistan was in the Middle East, when you glazed Elon 1,000 times, and your 20-minute intro was just talking about yourself, which is what you're actually passionate about. It can't have been 20 minutes, okay? It was long. It was a long intro. It's just very... I don't think Drew is very used to the debate space. Oh, God. Hello.
Oh, sorry. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Great. Sorry, yeah, I was just watching you, so it was jarring.
Oh, it would be.
And then again, yeah. I was just wondering because like I've been following like your, I guess I've been following some of your stuff on all of this, right? On the whole child rape scandal and what's going on, and I'm just wondering, do you think that? I don't know. I'm like, and so I saw all the stats about there are only, what was it like? Like Pakistanis only make up 2% of child rape. No, sorry. I'm like, those who are in prison for like child rape in the UK.
It's
right?
those who are defendants. So it's like people who have been brought to court. Yeah, but yeah, they're
Okay.
like they're actually slightly maybe underrepresented in the overall sexual abuse stats. Yeah,
And that sort of lines up on my end too, which. Because honestly, yeah, like when you like look at the crime stats, there are certain crimes that sort of like tend to be very common, and so I'm like from like what I've read though, the British Muslim community doesn't have a higher crime rate, even like super white nationalist accounts that are objective, like Aporia will say that they don't have a higher crime rate. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just curious then, and so then why there's so many of them like represented in the child grooming gang stats that get put out? Is that just like because only Pakistanis get only basically only like Pakistanis who do child abuse end up being called grooming gangs? Like, is it like a definition thing, kind of like with honor killing, for example, or like not so much?
Pretty much. So like for some reason, and even some of the studies will do this, is they'll take groups of white men. Sorry, I'm echoing again. It's quite loud.
I will try to. It's not working. Okay, wait. So was this any better or still no? Or still
Hello,
no
1
good?
2 1 2 1 2. That
Hi.
seems better. It's still there, but it's a little bit better. Okay, that's
Okay.
fine. Yeah, so it seems to be that grooming gang, because it's not a legal term, and because the categorizing of any group child abuse has just been very badly collected over the last 10 years. There are some studies that suggest that group child abuse is slightly is more prevalent amongst Asians than by white people proportionately, but again, like every study that does this will say like, yes, this data is also incomplete. It's not representative proportionately. Most of the time, the cops didn't even write down the ethnicity of the perpetrator. Their definitions are all different. So yeah, there might be some overrepresentation of that particular crime, but it doesn't speak to the broader picture.
Fair enough. All right, cool. Yeah, no, I just wanted to sort of ask about like that disparity because I know you've been sort of talking about this stuff and it's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I will correct one thing though. For overall crime stats that you mentioned, there is some overrepresentation of migrant groups for overall crime, but that's probably like what you'd expect anywhere because they're generally younger, they're generally a bit poorer. Like, so I think arrest rates for ethnicity, I think the most represented are Black Caribbean, and then under that you've got Black African, then you've got Pakistani, then you've got white, but they're quite close. I think for Pakistanis it's 11 per 1,000 arrested, and for whites it's 9.4. So it's pretty close.
That is a pretty moderate difference, yeah. Like that makes
Arabs
sense. Like, yeah, like,
are very low, actually. Arabs are like 4.8 in the UK for arrests. Arabs are quite peaceful in the UK, it seems.
there's a reason why they fixate on the Pakistanis because yeah, and there's a reason why they're not mentioning that Arabs have lower. It's the same thing in Germany actually. It's very interesting. Certain Arab groups will have very high rape rates in Germany, and then other Arab groups will have much lower rates. So, for example, Syrians in Germany have very low rape rates, but basically Algeria is very high, and that's just very confusing. One of the biggest disparities in Sweden, for example, is between, I think, like Iraqi Swedes and Algerian Swedes. It's a disparity of 16 times. You are 16 times more likely to be arrested for a rape offense if you're an Iraqi Swede. No, sorry, if you're an Algerian Swede than if you're an Iraqi. So, like, I don't know, right? Like, and I always found that sort of interesting, right? Because, like, if it's something to do with being Arab, then it would be manifest across all groups. It wouldn't be a huge difference between, an Iraqi and an Algerian.
It would be especially so if there's something special about being Muslim, right? Because Arabs are, I think most British Arabs are Muslim. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, like I think that's worth digging into because I don't know. Like, it's probably true that a lot of the Arabs that ended up in Europe, like, probably not most, but a significant portion are just Christian. Like, I don't know, like that's just worth thinking about, right? Because, for example, of the Syrian refugees, of the 5 million who left, 2 million were Christians, given that most Christian. Yeah, so I don't know, like I just think that it's worth also digging into who exactly the refugee population is, because people assume they're mostly Muslim, but it might not be the case.
It's true. I know in the UK. In the UK, it's mostly Sunni Muslim. They're probably overrepresented for Christians. Like there's probably more Christian percentages in the UK than you would have in most Arab countries. But yeah, no, it's still mostly Muslim Arabs in the UK. Sunnis.
Fair enough. All right. Okay. Yeah. Cool. And so then, I'd say yeah, like that's basically it. Where do you think this whole scandal is going to go, though? Do you think it's going to have like an electoral impact, or do you think it's just something that's very online?
It's very, not only is it very online, these stories they come up all the time. There's to the point now that there doesn't even need to be a new grooming case. There doesn't need to be a new gang that's caught or anything like this time. It just needs to be that some report that was commissioned like 6 years ago comes out and people are like, oh look, they finally found they were covering up, we told you so, as if like, no, we knew about this for like since like 2011. No one's exposing anything now. It's just they just frame it that way because it's like just a better way than saying we just picked the story up again because we felt like it, because we got bored.
And it's not just that, like like there's, I don't know, and so I think there are roughly like 60,000 rape or assault cases in the UK per year, and we're talking about 1,400 rapes that happened over 20 years, which is around 60 rapes per year. So it's around 0.1% of rapes.
Yeah.
So like okay, yeah, which should have been reported. I'm with you, but like this is a tiny fraction. This doesn't indicate like the narrative that there was like a huge surge of migrant rapes that are just not getting reported. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's just like it's like a fucking, it's an endless just like a circular dialogue, right? It's like, they're overrepresented. It's like, well, they're actually not. Oh, but that's because it's being covered up. Well, how do you know about it? Oh, because of these ones that were covered up. Oh, what about these ones that were covered up? It's like, oh, what about it? Yeah, it's just like there's no real logic behind it, because even if it were true, let's say there's one particular type of street grooming where the victims are girls, they don't count it as boys as grooming gangs for whatever reason. If that were the case, then it's like, okay, what do we do about that? We have different migrant groups that have different crime representation. Online pedophile rings are almost always white. It's like, what do we do? Do we deport them? Do we stop immigration from there? Or do we just, again, treat it like a criminal justice problem? We just maybe like be more wary of that particular community for that particular crime, or just, just treat it like anything else. So even if everything they say is correct, you still end up in the same place.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm on the same page with you. All right. Well, I'll like leave you be. I just sort of wanted to get your thoughts on it because I think it's interesting and it's I don't know. Yeah, it's like I always find like the crime debate to be very strange because I think because I don't know. Yeah, like I think there are some things that are worth addressing, but at the same time, it's obvious that the crime debate isn't about the crime debate. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about Muslims. Do you have a minute, actually?
Yeah, sure.
What do you think about your new president?
Oh, I'm recently optimistic about that. Actually, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, like I think that Dawn number two could actually be solid. I don't know. Like he tried to get Hezbollah out of the military. He had some success with that. That's what I'm familiar with. I don't know. And his speech was pretty good. I haven't heard a speech like that in a while in Lebanon. That just wasn't. I don't know. Yeah, it was about sort of like preserving the nation, but also was critical of Hezbollah. This is rare. It was positive. I don't know. It's a question of I think who the prime minister is going to be because the president's power is kind of limited, and if he ends up picking Miati again, then that will be bad. Because basically, yeah, like Miati is a consensus guy. He's not interested in making waves. Who I think he should pick is this guy called Ashraf Rifi, who is I don't know. Yeah, like he's basically like described Hezbollah as like a Nazi organization.
Whoa.
Basically, then you have a government that is very oppositional to Hezbollah. That is just very oppositional to them. Whose sole mission is like destroying them. And like that could send a message. That could work. That could unlock a lot of aid. It could help us out. It could probably sort out a lot of our problems. And then the military have to go ahead and take the weapons. And to do that, I think the government has to be like one arm on this. It has to be there basically has to be like a lack of fear. So I don't know, yeah, like that's how I see it. I don't know if that's a good answer, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I read that they were able to take control of at least a few towns in the south now, the Lebanese army. So, just for the political system, like, does it work that?
I just mentioned something prior to you saying this. Look, like, I don't know. Yeah, like I'm from the south, as I said. So, like, look, like, and so like the military has always had a presence there, and there's even some soldiers in Dahi when you're driving around. The issue is that okay, so what if they're there? If Hezbollah's also there and they're not doing anything to stop them, then so like it's like that's always been the issue that like the military went down to the border in 06. They have a base in Naura. Like like there are like Lebanese soldiers guarding the border. It's just that they just sit around faffing about as basically like Hezbollah digs tunnels and does all their shit and builds their bases. Like so that's been the issue, right? It's that the state's power is so fundamentally weak in these places in South Lebanon and that it needs to be strengthened. It needs money, it needs investment. And I don't know how you beat that issue because that's where the real problem is. Because for example, Hezbollah has been handing out $14,000 in a country that is dollar starved to anyone whose house got destroyed. That rebuilds the relationship. And the government needs to come in and say, no, we're going to rebuild your house. And you might as well feel a little bit of shame for it being destroyed rather than you being entirely supported by an extra state entity, right? But it's like the entire origin of this movement was that the Shia were largely left out of Lebanon. And if they get left out of their own reconstruction and Hezbollah has to fix it, then I don't know. It's the same story. Then they should support a group that gives them rights. Like I'd say like that's the core of the issue. So then like the state needs to come in.
Yeah, are they trying to do the rebuilding again or?
Oh, yeah.
With what money?
They
just
are
Iranian money again?
Yeah. They're handing out checks. It's the same thing. And I think the funnier thing is that there's many people in Lebanon who are complaining, oddly enough, about how like the government is funding some reconstruction in the south with its very limited budget. It's like, well, yeah, that's what it should do. It's part of the country. Like, unless if you want to, give it away to a Shia state in South Lebanon, then by all means, I don't know, but like, yeah. What was your? But like, yeah, like I would just say that them simply going down to these towns doesn't really matter, right? Like they've always been there. Like Hezbollah has always been able to tolerate a military presence next to it, and they always play nice with the military too. Like they're like, well, both of us are for the security of the state, right?
Yeah.
But the question is, can the military, if they see Hezbollah acting, take away their weapons? This is the core question. Everything else is just window dressing. Can they, if they see a weapons shipment that lands in our port, can they just take it away? Can they say, no, we're taking this? If so, then we have something. If not, then we don't, and they'll just get new weapons very soon.
Okay.
I don't know, like that's how I see it, right? Can they shut down the, Hezbollah banking facilities that have no banking license whatsoever?
Yeah.
Yeah, like these are the real questions, and that's why, like, I think you need a government that is very oppositional to pull it off. Otherwise, no good. Yeah, that's
It's
how I
also
sort
the
of see
money,
it.
right? Like it's billions. I know America they moved $100 million away from Egypt towards the Lebanese army, but not
That's good,
enough for
but that's
rebuilding.
not going to fix it. But that's not going to fix it. Like I don't know. Yeah, like what's important is the reconstruction. What's important is the money. Now, I think it was clear that people voted for Aoun after the Saudis took them aside and said that they would flood Lebanon with money if Aoun won. I hope this is true. It's a question of who the prime minister gets picked now. But if they get invested in Lebanon again, it's a good thing. Also, all of the expats will come in and invest, but it's like the weapons question needs to be handled as well. It's like a two-pronged question, and simply having the military there, like I think this is an Israeli complaint that is valid, where like the U.S. is obsessed with this idea of, oh look, like we armed the military, and it's like, yeah, they're gonna sit around, stand on the border, faff about, and do nothing.
Yeah.
And it's like they have to take the weapons away from them, and they can't do that. Now I think maybe now there's a lot more of an appetite for them to do that. I think there's been a huge change, but still, right? Like it requires courage, and it requires biting the bullet a little bit, and it requires overwhelming force, and you get that by giving our military a shit ton of money, not a little bit, not 100 million here and there. And also, I don't know, like look, like all of these soldiers are being paid what, like $100 a month, $200 a month. Like it's like they're still being paid in our failed currency. So like the reality is that, I don't know, it's like you have to rebuild the institution that was the military, that kind of was functional in 2018 and 2017 and just isn't now. I don't know, yeah, like that's like the sort of the issue, I think, if that makes sense. And you had like a second question. Sorry, go ahead.
It was about the political system. So my understanding is that Hezbollah didn't vote in the first round, but they did vote in the second one, saying that this is like the symbol of our power. But I'm guessing, how does it work? Like, I think in previous elections, was it not that Hezbollah were just walking out completely and not allowing someone to become elected unless it was their guy? Or
Yeah. Well, look, it's important to think about that Hezbollah only has 13 seats, right? So like they could walk out, and theoretically, it would have no impact on the presidential race or any sort of politics. The issue is that still, I don't think that Aoun's MPs, Aoun, and so we're talking about, like Michel Aoun now, we're talking about the Free Patriotic Movement, which is the sort of more pro-Hezbollah Christian party, right? And the more anti-Western one. Like, so like that party didn't vote for Aoun, and they have 17 seats, right? So like that would more than offset. Yeah, so basically what they do is that they'll just like deny quorum, right? They'll say like we don't have enough people, so then they'll just walk out. And they didn't this time. Now I don't know if they voted for them actually. Like I don't know, like everyone said that they switched their votes, but we don't know who voted. Like it's a silent ballot system, right? Like we don't know who voted for like Bernie Sanders. I actually would really like to know who fucking wrote that in.
Yeah.
But but it's not surprising to me that they did that, because like it's like, look, like this group needs to be perceived as winning all the time, right? Like I don't know, yeah, like a lot of the Shia people who I know were like sending graphics of like the new president with the Lebanese flag, and then they were also sending graphics of like Hezbollah like right below, right? And like I think the point is that like they want to be perceived as for this, even though they were very oppositional to Aoun when they thought he was a risk to them. And he still is a threat to them, by the way. It's just that they want to be perceived as above it all. So them voting no and being overpowered is a losing image, right? It means you got defeated. But if you voted for him, then look, like we're talking about it now. It's a smart strategy.
Yeah, it's like saving
Right?
face, but I guess it also just kind of reveals that they are saving face, right?
And they are saving face, yeah. But it was very obvious. Like, yeah, like think about what he said in his speech. I recommend you. Have you heard it, by the way, or not so much? It was, and so like I'm waiting for them to translate it. But if you can get it like translated or something via AI, it was a very interesting speech for a few reasons. The first thing was that he said very clearly that like any sort of militias have to be disarmed. That Like we should eliminate any sort of smuggling, and then everyone clapped except for the Hezbollah MPs. So like that's an example of like, yeah, okay, vote for him, dipshits, but like he's not with you on this, and he's never been with you. That I think is the first thing, and that's very different from like a normal presidential speech where they start by saying, you know, our goals are unity, stability, and resistance, and that's always been the third goal. And so he took resistance out, and he like replaced it with like, you know, like something with the army. So it's very obvious what he's talking about. I would say the most interesting thing is that he said, which has always been the position of the Lebanese government, by the way, but the speech included support for a two-state solution in line with the Arab Peace Initiative on broadly 67 borders, with a right of return to only Palestine.
He actually said to only Palestine?
Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah. There's a reason why nobody fucking reported. It's in the text. I have the recording. You can listen to it.
That's basically,
Like,
I mean,
it's
that's the
around-
Israeli proposal, right? From 2000. That's what that is.
Yeah, no, but no one cares because yeah, like I don't know, like yeah, like it was and like look, like it's a bold choice to say that in his speech. He said we are not going to naturalize Palestinians in Lebanon
Yeah.
because we want to preserve the right of return to a Palestinian state as outlined in the Arab Peace Accords, which were signed in Beirut in 2002 under the two-state solution. He said that, and then afterwards he said, we also want to assert the power of the military within the camps, which is unprecedented, which is really good. Yeah, because currently, like the camps are basically a hotbed for everyone who is bad. So and I hope that he makes good on that promise, and the military in the camps, because far too many people are dying in there for no good reason.
Are the camps currently run by like militias, or is it family feuds, or what?
In theory, Fatah. In reality, only one of them is run by Fatah. The rest of them are run by kind of no, honestly. So basically, yeah, like Hamas operates in the shadows in each of these camps. Fatah has nominal control, but it varies. Like, you know, there are areas in these camps that are controlled by fucking ISIS. There are areas in these camps that are controlled. One of the camps, which is called Miyu, was controlled by Ansar Allah for a hot minute. And so, yeah, like their leader instituted full, you know, basically, you know, like full conservative Islamic law. So you have to wear a full body veil. It was very strange. I went in there once, and it was very odd because it was like going to Raqqa in this during the Islamic State, and it's like, and it's surrounded by a pretty moderate Sunni city. Yeah, and so then so then he got removed via like military force and via us giving Fatah weapons for them to take them out. But like, yeah, like, it's just been this endless thing of like we're trying to prop up Fatah in the camp, and it's not working because every single group functions in there. And every single fucking terrorist group known to man operates in these camps, except for one small one in Beirut that is too small for anyone to operate in it. But yeah, and so then what should work is just that the military is in there because it's part of the country, and then people don't have to die every 5 minutes for no reason. Yeah.
So the military part is unprecedented. Is it unprecedented for? Has there ever been a Lebanese president who's actually offered to settle Palestinian refugees in Lebanon?
No, and there would never be a Lebanese president because no Christian would ever accept this.
Okay. Has any prime minister, has any big figure ever tried to call for that? Because no, Hezbollah always opposed it.
Saad Hariri wanted to do it because he's Sunni. Obviously, it makes sense for him to want to do it.
Who did?
Saad Hariri, and so the son of Rafiq Hariri. Yeah, he wanted to do it. I'd say most Sunnis are fine with naturalization for obvious reasons. Hezbollah strongly opposes it, and Christians strongly oppose it. And like the most like and it's funny because like the most pro-Western Christian parties are for a full right of return. For obvious reasons. But I don't know, like there were some naturalizations in like the 90s of Shia and Christian Palestinians. That's how my family got naturalized. And then there's a wave in the 50s as well. So yeah, and then there were some Sunnis who were rich enough to pay for it essentially. But what's left is just around 250,000 people, right, who are not naturalized and who probably will not be for a long, long time. But yeah, I don't know. But this is also not something that the community wants, right? Like this is something that the state would have to force on the community. Because like I've spoken to Palestinians. If you ask them, would you like a Lebanese like citizenship in exchange for losing the right of return, they're like, no,
Mhm.
no. Like I've heard this from enough people now that I think like it would have to be something that would have to be essentially forced on the community. It's like they just be handed ID cards, and if they break them, they would be handed them again. Yeah,
Yeah, it's a
but
shame because obviously the situation they live in right now is pretty dire. Like, yeah.
yeah, no, but it's also like look, like it's what the Lebanese government wants. It's what Christians and Shias want. Sunnis are apathetic; they don't really care.
Hmm.
There's a lot of historic frustration with the community, and then also they don't want it, so it's like a lose-lose situation, right? Like no one is demanding this, right? Like if there were a politician who ran for the naturalization of Palestinians, he would get 0 votes.
Yeah.
Like it would be the most unpopular proposal ever, like to like naturalize Palestinians in Lebanon, right? Like it's objectively, like so. I think honestly that asserting the military in there is a start, right? Because for too long, like we sort of had we've sort of hid behind this argument that well, it's not really like Lebanese territory. It's controlled by Fatah. They run the schools. It's like a mini Palestine in the camp. So
Yeah.
there's even a wall around one of them. So and the military stands guard outside, and you need like papers to get out and get in. In the case of some camps, especially ones in South Lebanon, and other ones in Beirut, there's no papers in or out. But yeah, so like yeah, like I don't know what you call this, but it's something that we've hid behind, and I think if the military is in there, then it becomes firmly like this is Lebanese territory, and then I think these people will ask questions like, why is this military, all over me when I don't get to vote for it or do anything, and I hope those questions get asked, and I don't know, I think it would be a positive thing. Because yeah, I don't know. Like I was thinking of like because for example, yeah, like Syria just appointed a Palestinian Syrian to be a minister in the government, and it's
Okay.
like, and like that didn't destroy the fabric of the state or like like annihilate Palestinian identity or something. It's just it's something you can easily do, and it's something we could do, and it wouldn't be that hard, and it would be fine. I don't know, but anyway, yeah. And so I think
Hopefully.
yeah, like that should explain it. But yeah, that's basically it. I was just stunned that he mentioned the two-state solution in his speech. Like it was fascinating to me. I explicitly air peace accords, whatever. Yeah,
Yeah, if you have a link to that speech, that'd be interesting.
I will. Yeah, and it's in Arabic, so I'll send it over. But yeah, I don't know. I could send you the 30, and so then I could send you the 30-second blurb. It didn't get reported. Actually, it's weird. Actually, it's weird. It did not get reported at all. Like there were many people who mentioned like the camps aspect, like the putting the military in the camps, but the two-state solution nobody mentioned. Even like oddly enough, even like our TV channels cut before and after.
Oh, the cat. Yeah, because I got sent that by someone else. The camp story.
Yeah,
It's the
no,
only
and
way
that
I
was
knew about
right.
it.
Yeah, and that's what he said right, like right before that he said the two-state solution as outlined. But like even like then okay, and I understand why Western sources didn't report it because it doesn't fit the narrative that Lebanon wants to destroy Israel.
Hmm.
But it's strange that like Lebanese news sources didn't report it because maybe also like well that doesn't help like the image of this government among maybe Shias as like a complete as completely controlled by the Americans if he's going to mention two I don't know I don't know why they did it but it's interesting. Yeah. I'll find you the recording and I'll send it over. All right, okay. And so I think that's it for me. I apologize for joining on as usual, but it's like I hope this helped demystify things a little bit.
No, it's
Any
okay.
other
It's good.
questions?
It's good when you come in to talk. You just need to. Okay, next time you come in there, you need to get push to talk settings figured out because I think everyone really likes what you have to say, but the fucking echo is making people go bananas.
All right, okay. Cheers, bye.
All right, take care, man. Bye bye. He's a good caller. He's got bad audio though. Shit. Whew. It's interesting because when INSS, the Israeli intel duders, when they speak about this, they say that Owen addressed the Palestinian issue, expressing support for right of return whilst also endorsing a two-state solution. They don't mention that if he actually, it's so weird. If he says the Arab peace initiative, but then he says right of return just to Palestine, that's really strange because that's him basically choosing his interpretation of the peace initiative. I'd be interested to see what the direct translation is of that, or how it can. Why did you let the doesn't align with the Western media narrative comment slide? What about the guy supporting Israel's right to exist implicitly with the? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know. I didn't think it was a massive thing to get pissy with. Woo. I think when I'm having cordial conversations, I don't feel like I need to push back on every single thing. Like, let's go. All right. Waiting room's filling up. It's okay. I'm going back to XQC.
Fighters have been injured during this little episode.
Wait, hold on. Chat. What if they, instead of putting retardant and hoping, why don't they just bomb the outer line? Like a line of bombs. Say, fuck it. We're trying a bunch of bombs. And when the fire gets there, it's just soil.
What do bombs do, XQC? Bomb the edge of the forest to stop the fire spreading the fire. No!
Cooked.
So you take a line over here like this, right? You take a straight line, and you just fucking.
Are we doing fuel?
Why don't
Bro!
Like what? Water bombs?
Bomb! A line of fucking bombs!
Why is your nose so big, XQC?
Chat, actually explain to why my strat of bombing would be bad. Bro, the United States, bro, they bomb everything. Why not just bomb a couple of fucking bushes and trees?
I think what you could do, and I believe they tried to do this in fucking Chernobyl, is you could drop fucking sand across all of it, couldn't you? Chat.
Fighters have
If you were kicked sand on a campfire in the beach and just watch that fire fucking get absolutely obliterated, like, hello, weaponizing architecture.
Okay, you won't believe what they're doing in regards to the fires. So in California, this has been going on since the Obama era. The conservative media in our country has been blaming this nearly extinct fish being protected for all the fires. I don't know so context. There's this like a lot of water in California goes to growing like stupid cash crops like almonds and shit. And so like now the thing is that there's a bunch of fish that live in the river. And so like there's a lot of people who want the salmon protected because what happens is that the big ass fans for the pumps that like irrigate the water will occasionally disrupt the salmon. And so like there's been protections over the years. Now, here's the thing. There's this other fish that is kind of important to the ecosystem. It was like a food source for some of the bigger fish, and it was also like it also helped like prevent some like environmental problems. The problem is that it looks very kind of generic. And so what happened is that when a federal protection was enacted for this specific fish, which is called the Delta smelt, it the like fucking Fox News started saying Obama was harming farmers in order to protect this fish because there's this like weird water district that has a bunch of lobbying power. So yeah, there's just been this like weird, obscure, like conservative fuckery about fish. Oh, like, oh, they're shutting off the pumps for the fish. This is why California is burning. It's because of this fucking Delta smelt. And there's like, it's been doing this forever. And it's just really insane because he didn't actually do that. Like, the protection started under Bush. Like, blaming the smelt was just like the biggest ignoring everything about why it was protected in the first place. And now they're expanding it to the fucking salmon. Because I know fucking Jesse, whatever his name was literally blaming like the indigenous people of California for it. Like he was claiming quote unquote Indians and fish were causing the fires. That's not my words, that's his.
Holy shit.
And yeah, no, it's pretty wild. California is just a major like blame point for conservatives here because they used to control it, but now they don't. Even though the population turns into fucking like Himmler whenever the topic of homeless people comes up, it's like generally still pretty democratic, like 60%, and it's got a large amount of people. So there's sort of resentment against California because they see it as like the fucking tower of fucking Babel for liberalism or whatever. And so it's just like you'll see like, oh well, California failed to do blah blah blah. This is why XYZ. And that's where the whole fish thing comes from too. Like it's just really easy to blame California for shit. And the fish is like there was literally an ad for a council member, like literally taking the fish out of water and then fucking firing shotguns at it. Like it's that wild. But like here's the thing. Those pumping protections, when they were lifted, and by the time the Delta smelt was basically extinct, nothing changed. Like the whole point was to just distract people for no reason. So yeah, I don't know. It's just like, yeah, the fucking conservatives are gonna blame the fucking fish again, and they're blaming Native Americans for it because they had protections in place for the salmon because obvious reasons. Also because there's like a lot of other industries that want the salmon alive, like whale watching, fishing, like all sorts of tourist industries in that region want it protected, but big ass fucking farmers in the South don't want it. But they don't really know what they want either. It's just so wild how like this one fucking fish has become like the symbol of conservative rage against this one state because they lost control of it. Part two, and I was going to talk about this earlier. I don't know. I'll leave it for later. I don't think it's relevant since we switched topics. I just wanted to talk about the fucking fish.
Apparently, Sweden bombed a forest fire 6 years ago.
What? Okay.
It come from a military depot, like a military shooting range or whatever, and it seems that they bombed some part of a forest, laser guided, apparently. Okay. And it left this big gap to stop it from spreading. Okay.
You know Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
He blamed fucking Jewish space lasers on some of the wildfires from a few years ago.
Oh yeah, I recall that, yeah.
To build high-speed rail. I'm not kidding. By the way, that high-speed rail thing is like another fat like talking point of, oh, this is why it doesn't work because California spent years trying to get it through commission. And which, by the way, included Elon making up vacuum trains, which he admitted was just to get California to drop the project. But like, it is quite literally like California high-speed rail is going to get built anyway. Like, regardless of how long it's taken, regardless of if it seems like HS2, if that's a good comparison. I don't know if it is. It's like I haven't really paid attention.
Takes a while, yeah.
Yeah, like it's gonna get built anyway. Like they're still going through with it. It just the media, I guess, trashed on it because it was an easy subject. Because people in this country don't really know high-speed rail. They don't really know trains in general, since a lot of them got killed and Amtrak's kind of spotty in terms of service. Like I use it pretty frequently because I live in a college town and I have to use it because I don't have a car. But it's pretty spotty. It's late all the time because the freight railroads control most of these rail lines. They get priority. They don't upgrade anything. But like California high-speed rail is another weird talking point, and that's why Marjorie Taylor Greene was able to accuse fucking Jewish space lasers to build it. Like, I don't know, people in this country are kind of wild. I don't really know why. Like, it's always like the people, all these like crazy representatives are always coming from districts that are either like really wealthy or really poor. Like people try to like come up with economic reasons to like weird, stupid conspiracy theories here. It's not. Like, Trump supporters are either really rich or really poor. There's no like class indication for supporting Trump. It really is just stupid shit. People being tricked into believing stupid shit. So, like, I've experienced it firsthand. Like, if you go to like northern, like, if you go to like I live in Michigan. If you go to like the middle part of the state, which is like the poorest part, like probably the most declined, even compared to Detroit, like Flint, Saginaw, all those cities are pretty decayed. You'll notice like there's a lot of Trump supporters up there, and they're trying to shift that region really hard, especially in like Saginaw County. But if you go to like where I used to live in Oakland County, which is like the very rich kind of suburban, upper middle class, even upper class part of the state, like even in the northern half, which is where most of the rich people live, it is still very conservative. Like there's a lot of Trump supporters there. So it is like Trumpism really is like just straight up a non-class thing, in my opinion. Like both rich and poor people support Trump in this country, which is why I find it annoying when people who don't live inside the country will try to argue like, oh, it's literally just like, oh, it's just the rich people. They're like secretly funding, like they're secretly propping up Trump so they can like keep capitalism or whatever because they're scared of social. Like, it's just like I feel like people refuse to understand that this is a country that unironically, like, you cannot tell me that a country where like at least 10% of the population thinks Haitians eat dogs is going to care about their fucking like material conditions to not vote for a guy who says stupid shit daily. You know, it's just like, I don't know. It's just growing up with my fucking, like, I guess being involved with politics since I was a young age with my parents kind of put me into this situation. Knowing all the dumb shit that's been said, like, throughout. Like, I still have professors at my university who have, like, Rick Snyder to jail signs up in their windows. Like, I don't know, I'm just kind of rambling here, but I guess, like, people really don't understand how stupid yet powerful conservatives are in this country, and I don't think it's because of fucking like Marxist theory. I just think people are fucking stupid and they get fucked over, and they want someone to they want anyone really to help them out. And I guess it's just conservatives are better because they like control a lot of the media landscape in this country, like talk radio and shit. Like all the stuff Trump says was what Rush Limbaugh was saying like 30 years ago. So, you know, it's been a long cycle. And I actually go to Eastern Michigan University. I don't go to the big ones. I was gonna go to MSU, but they didn't accept my application. So but I go to Eastern. Basically same quality, just a smaller college.
Right.
Anyway, I'm gonna go now. I got homework to complete. Have fun with the stream.
Take care,
fun
boss.
with XQC being stupid. See ya.
All right, bye-bye. Well, XQC just defeated us all, okay, with the Swedish option. Bah! Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Fucking close tab. After Ethan Klein responded to her hit piece, YouTuber Mika's Rhetoric claims she's contemplating quitting YouTube. God, this was just the most awful, low effort, brain dead fucking hit piece. This is like the 4th generation of the breadtube centipede. Oh God. Okay, so here's what I'm doing. I'm going to put out two more videos for January. I signed the sponsor contracts like 2 months ago, so I want to fulfill them. After that, I genuinely do not know what I'm going to do. She's going to keep posting. That's what she'll do. She'll just keep posting, just keep milking it. Guarantee. She's not going to stop. She's got the attention. Now she likes it. I've always said that if YouTube affects my IRL, I'm stepping away. The recent events have always come close to that. As well, my socials are staying private, and I'm not accepting followers because I genuinely don't care for clout and wanted to yap online and pay my student loans. Why do they have a picture of her? Okay.
I think she's intentionally mischaracterizing things to make us look as bad as possible.
Really?
It's kind of dangerous. She knows so much about us. She can use that against us.
Yeah.
It's like a she can Troll is good.
Not your
Yeah,
fault.
yeah.
Clips out of context.
Okay.
Luckily, her videos fucking suck, so I doubt
too
it will
bad she's
ever
so stupid.
break
Okay, I don't know.
100,000.
Did my ADHD just make me miss it? Did she ever explain what the shit is that Ian's doing?
No, she said he doesn't say shit.
Oh, he doesn't say. Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. I
He's
thought you
doing
said he's
shit.
always up to some shit.
I know.
I've upheld Jewish voices. That video was so funny, man. Coming from a dude who hasn't really followed much H3 stuff in quite a while, I still find it fascinating that this stuff still happens every year when they go on vacation. She knew exactly what she was doing. You have to, it's literally common sense. And like Ethan said, she seems to know a lot about the lore, the Snark Reddit, and all that crap. She had to know that her loyal fans and Snarkers were going to do everything they could to make all of this a much bigger deal than it was to try to take them down. She literally cited multiple examples of past YouTubers who tried to do the same. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Bah! I love how the anti-H3 crowd has basically decided that any small creator should face zero consequences for making an hour of slop that should have been edited down to about 20 minutes. That fucking video made Jake Doolittle look like a masterclass in hit pieces. Oh no. Bullying, go off king. I hear they run a Nazi program. True. Ooh. I wonder if I cared to look for the like-dislike ratio. Oh no, it's probably not even that bad. It's probably like 25% dislikes or something, whatever. Big deal. Average, some people didn't like, people who don't like you got wind of it. Nonsense. Isn't that the guy who literally... Ethan Klein calls out the cringe virtue signaling from Caroline Kwan and Hassan Abi during LA fires. Oh. This is because Ethan did that fucking thing about how... This is what Ethan did. It's outside our window. It's close, but we're safe. The window's blowing it away. Hassan hoping my computer gets taken out by the fire. Okay.
I just have to say something. I don't comment on Ethan, okay? But I saw his post where there were fires that were close by his house, and he mentioned like he was still thinking of Hassan. And it honestly made me sad. Like, I'm not trying to do the whole, okay, as somebody who has now had to evacuate, like I'm not trying to like, I don't want to center myself in everything that's happened because there are people who have experienced worse. But truly, as someone who has seen smoke and flames practically in my backyard, the idea of thinking about somebody, the idea of thinking about anything.
Why do people always do this? Like, I don't want to do this thing, but I'm going to do this thing. Like, why?
Other than a plan of safety is not fathomable. I just have to say something.
Why are you responding to Ethan then? Okay. You're kind of doing the same. Okay, whatever. Did she forget Hassan live streamed her evacuation? Get a grip, you dumb fucking gremlin. It's a joke. You think because of one sentence on my Insta, it means I'm not thinking of my family? You're not special. We all have smoke and flames in our backyard. Welcome to LA. You should go back to not commenting on me. Actually, don't comment on anything ever. Damn. Is this like the return of the old Ethan Klein? I feel like he calmed down a lot when he went more left wing, but I guess he's come back. Isn't she doing the exact same thing she's accusing me of? Oh, okay, I just said that. Why are you thinking about me at a time like this? With a fire and a genocide happening. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, not a genocide joke. Oh, shit.
How are you guys?
That's bad. Imagine being mad at me while your friend live streamed the most stressful, traumatizing event of your life without even asking permission or telling you ahead of time. Brackets during a genocide. Holy shit.
How are you guys feeling? Traumatized a little bit?
Yeah.
Oh damn, it's got that nice smoky
damn, that's crazy, chat. What the fuck?
Nice smoky scent outside.
Are you streaming?
I am, yeah.
You're absolutely insane.
I'm an insane person. Anyway.
They didn't know he was streaming. Okay. Wow. What a mess. You traumatized, bro? Say it for the camera.
Virtually nothing different between any of you guys and someone like myself, except for like I'm willing to bet that my beginning point is more affluent, more privileged. You know what I mean? That's it. Definitely. Like I fucked up. I fucked up when I was a kid. I fucked up when I was a young adult. I mean, I got arrested. You know what I mean?
He's why the fuck? I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to indoctrinate the working class and radicalize them because he wants to do the whole like. Actually, we're all proletarian at the end of the day. You know, it's us against the bourgeoisie. But obviously, it's just what the fuck, man.
Like, but the difference is, well, I mean, I was broke when I got arrested, so that's not the best example. But like, but still, like, there's virtually nothing different.
He was asking like, why do we care? Like, how we got involved. I'm like, that's a long story, but
I try to explain to people all the time that are listening that they are closer to where you are, and I am closer to where you are than we are to a guy like Elon Musk or a billionaire. Or
This is not true. I hate this. It's such a ridiculous talking point. Again, and everyone understands this. Like, I know Hassan understands this as well. The concept of marginal utility. He thinks that, I guess, just because he's got fucking, like, maybe his net worth is closer in numerical terms to someone like these guys than a fucking billionaire. But the difference is that just because a millionaire and a billionaire have wider gaps in wealth than, say, like a millionaire and someone who's on like £15,000 a year working in care or some shit. Like, actually, I'm pretty sure it's care worker salary UK. It's probably gone up now. 19,000. I'm thinking like 10 years ago. Man, 19,000 a year for a care worker. Holy shit. The difference is when you're not earning that, when you're earning so little versus a millionaire versus a billionaire, there are so many things that disappear once you get into a comfortable lifestyle, like once you get into a comfortable income. Because once you get into a comfortable income where you've got like savings that can get you through living fairly normally for a year, like no problem, and beyond, then you're like, you don't have to ever worry about your bills. You don't ever have to worry about your rent. You don't have to worry about, say, if you want to move and the amount of stress you have to go through financially and putting money aside to do that. Like, there's so many things that you just never, ever, ever have to care about once you pass a certain income threshold. Not to mention your pension fund and your healthcare and all the other shit that they worry about in the United States. So, sorry, Hassan, just because like numerically Elon Musk might be farther away from you than an incarcerated fireman or even like a minimum wage worker in the United States. No, your lifestyle and your interactions with money are far more like Elon's than they are like like these people's. What a fucking cope. It's such a, oh, well, technically, it's such a dumb fucking thing. And we all know this. Like, we all understand how marginal utility works. It's probably one of the best reasons or the most convincing arguments we have for taxing rich people. But hey.
Like a multi-millionaire, you know, owns multiple condos, properties. Like, obviously, sometimes
look at them, just like, yeah, well, yeah, true, so true, brother.
People don't have a good starting position in life. You know what I mean? And they get lost in the system. Like, no one is like truly evil. I mean, okay, there's some motherfuckers.
He was asking like, why do?
God, it's so cringe. So close to doing a good thing without a clippable moment, but his narcissism came through clutch once again. The thing is, in his head, it's not even about him when he says that. He's not saying that to try and like narcissistically humble himself or whatever the fuck. He's saying that because he wants to promote his fucking political ideology. He wants to use it as an opportunity to, oh, I'm down, like me with the working people, with like the fucking, or the incarcerated people and shit like that. Like, yeah, I'm going to use this opportunity to sell Marxism to them, like in everyman language. Fucking hell, it's so stupid. Everyday layman's language. Ugh. Whew. Are you familiar with marginal propensity to consume? Those workers probably consume every dollar they make, whereas Hassan probably saves 90% of his income. Yeah, from the way that he acts, he seems like, I mean, he's very opulent, Hassan, but given the amount he makes, he probably does just hoard most of it, yeah. Okay. Looks like this fucking incredible, incoherent fucking walloper has brought me and H3 up again. Okay, cool. If you guys don't remember, this guy attacked me on fucking Twitter one time, called me a fake Lebanese, whatever the fuck. We got into an argument. He said that I was wrong about Hezbollah. I asked him to say why. He didn't elaborate. He just said, oh, it's complicated. Like, the origins of them are complicated. Like, yeah, they are. Sorry. Like, yeah, that's exactly what I said. And then just proceeded to go on fucking personal attacks and be a fucking moron. Said it's nuanced, but he also is like the nuanced part is that he thinks basically Hezbollah are bad. They do bad things domestically, but they also fight Israel. So that's based, you know, as if that went well, right? Because that went really fucking well, didn't it? Because the entire country didn't just have to pay for Hezbollah's fucking brain dead posturing in the last 4 or 5 months. Okay, let's see.
A very weird email. I can't remember after what episode it was, but I'm just going to read it to you guys. The title was "You are a deeply dishonest person." This is by Derek
Yes.
Cart. We're gonna hide his email address, Elijah, but his name is Derek Cart, and the content of the email says, "Hope you develop a moral compass someday."
Shit.
Why, thank you, Derek.
I'm
Thanks.
sorry, is it like an event to these guys that they get a bad email, that they get an angry email? Should I make dedicated sections of my stream to every time I get a shitty email or a message? Not least of all when people like this have a go at me, right?
For the great email.
It's so ominous.
Very ominous, right?
Like, no punctuation.
Nothing. Hope you develop a moral compass. You're a horrible person. Thank you.
I love it. I love that.
You're a
it's
you are
great.
a deeply. I think it's made H3 related or something.
Bring
I'm
back
guessing.
bullying.
You are a deeply dishonest person.
But he could have left the comment, but decided to email you personally.
I know the email makes it extra weird.
Yeah.
I told you guys I'm just gonna quickly touch on H3, and I'm bored talking about it, folks. Like, what else is there left to
Obviously.
say? I made a whole episode just talking about why I stopped watching H3. Then we commented when he kind of reacted to a video that I was in with the Arabs, and then some more of his crash out. At this point, what else is there to say? Half of the internet is making Ethan Klein videos,
And we're sick of it.
And we're sick of it. Our Lebanese audience is kind of sick of it. And I'm going to be like spending less time talking about Ethan on this podcast. And I'm learning how to live stream, folks. I'm learning how to use OBS. Elijah came over yesterday and taught me how to use the software. So whenever Ethan does drop his content nuke, which he's still teasing, I'm going to try to react to it separately, make my own long video where it doesn't have to interfere with the podcast. People can watch it separately, etc. But I just wanted to touch on a few of the things that happened on yesterday's episode, their comeback episode. Ethan once again mentioned his content nuke, and he's been working on it so hard that apparently he's hiring a masseuse to massage his neck while he works on it. I thought this was a joke when he first said it, but he mentioned it like 3 more times during the episode. So it's kind of insane that he's serious about this.
I was sitting in my desk chair for so long, my neck has been killing me. I got a masseuse recommendation. They're going to come massage my neck as I edit tomorrow during my free time.
Wait, really?
That's right.
I never understood people who try to act like they're so above these things that they have clearly chosen to talk about. Like they want, you can talk about anything you want. You've got all the time in the world. Like, why would you say that? Oh, I'm so bored of talking about this guy. I'm gonna do it anyway, though. Like, here we go. Let's get in for a whole dedicated section of my fucking stream. Huh.
I had an idea. They're gonna.
So he's working on a video to basically like take down Hassan, and he said that he's working on a second part, on a part 2 of that video, where he's going to go after all of the orbiters that have been taking advantage of this drama and covering the drama. So he might theoretically talk about us in that part 2, which please, Ethan Klein, talk about us, because here's what he's doing. He's going after people who kind of can't defend themselves. So yesterday he spent like 50 minutes on his podcast going after this girl called Mika's Rhetoric. We follow each other on Twitter, actually. Here's her Twitter. Her name is Mika. Her YouTube channel is Mika's Rhetoric. She has 53,000 subscribers on YouTube. And she just recently made a video where she was talking about Ethan. It was called A Nuanced Conversation on H3 and Public Perception. It got 100K views. And Ethan just went all out
Can't defend herself. I don't know if that's supposed to be... He's probably talking about her community size, but it sounds like he's talking about her like cognitive abilities. People who can't defend themselves. That's, bro, if someone attacks you on the internet and they can't defend themselves, and what's the... You know what? It's so ironic. Yeah, if you can't defend yourself, don't attack other people. Does that sound familiar? That sounds really familiar, doesn't it? I'm waiting for chat to understand it. If you can't defend yourself, don't attack people. If you don't have the means. If you can't even get your communications in order without accidentally buying fucking exploding pagers and walkie-talkies from the Mossad.
On her yesterday, he made fun of her like physical appearance. Like, look, I'll be honest, Mika seems like a very nice person. The video, the parts that I saw weren't maybe the like best thought out, or it wasn't organized in a great way, but like she didn't say anything offensive or anything that bad. But Ethan chose to go after her because I think he considers her an easy target. He doesn't she clearly seemed like afraid of him already on Twitter. She was saying that like she had anxiety and she was worried about Ethan going after her. So of course that's the target that he's going to go after. He's not going to talk about me or react to my video on his show because I made some good points that he's not going to be able to argue. He's not going to react to Bat and Panada on his show because he knows that he can't really respond to what we're going to do. So what does he do?
Okay. So people, okay. We're about to get some salient points about the conflict then. Is that what we're going to get? Nice one.
He goes after easier targets that he can bully and scare and intimidate. Here's just one example of him calling her like a mouth breather and making fun of her physical appearance. And the whole crew joined in on the fun, unfortunately, including AB and Lena. And AB, I'm disappointed in you again, my man. So let's watch this.
I'm gonna film myself gape mouth typing on my keyboard like a fucking buffoon.
He's reacted to Bana Panada and this guy. He's reacted to both of them. Yeah.
The nuance, Ethan.
Fucking mouth breathing into the mic. What the hell,
shit.
dude?
When did they do this? I don't remember this.
I'm gonna look up this clip right now. It's like, dude, oh my god, it's so easy to get views when you're just shitting on me.
I mean, that's extremely mean. And speaking of which, as you guys noticed, this video is filtered. There's a filter on it because Ethan Klein has actually tried to sue the subreddit H3 Snark for using H3 clips, and he's blaming the subreddit for siphoning views from his YouTube channel. And Ethan is like the king of fair use. All he does is talk about how
this guy, he brought on Bad Empanada for an interview once, that's why. This guy who acts all fucking high and mighty about people who criticize Israel but also say that Hamas or Hezbollah are bad as well. The guy who acts high and mighty about that but is okay with a literal fucking Hamas October 7th simp on his stream. Yeah. That's basically who this guy is. Yeah.
Sued other creators that have tried to take down his videos for fair use, etc. So he's a fair use champion. Well, not if you're criticizing Ethan. If you're criticizing Ethan Klein, he doesn't want you using his videos because he thinks that you're stealing views. Here is part of the lawsuit that his lawyer, that someone from Snark was able to actually get. Finally, the infringing post containing the infringing clip results in market harm to the original work. Each view of the infringing clip siphons views from the original work. This results in less ad revenue derived from the original work. Further, if the conduct were to become widespread, like other Reddit posts containing clips from the work without any further commentary, criticism, or further insight, this would further exacerbate my client's lost revenue. So they're starting to complain that because of Reddit communities and people that are criticizing Ethan and sharing clips online, that this is taking views away from their podcast and leading to them losing revenue. It's extremely pathetic. It's extremely sad. This is what Ethan does all the time. They constantly react to other people's content and criticize them online. But now that other people are doing it to them, they want to take down their content. So it's very pathetic. And there's
I believe the difference is people are using unedited clips. They're just posting other clips. Yeah.
There's one more part that I want to bring up where they talked about Lebanon and Ethan saying that Israel has no interest in occupying Lebanon. And AB basically backing him up. So let's watch that.
Should not be coming at the cost of Palestinians.
Okay.
Shouldn't be coming at the cost of Lebanese people.
Facts.
Does it come at the cost of Lebanese people?
Listen, I'm too lost in this conversation to just jump in.
Israel has been displacing Lebanese people. There's a war going on with Hezbollah, terrorist organization.
Well, I'm sure some people in southern Lebanon got
Yeah, no, they did.
Oh, that's true. But they're not being like colonized.
Yeah.
They're not trying to like keep Lebanese land.
And when this video
yeah, so this guy's about to show us the substantial proof that Israel has an interest in annexing Lebanese land. That's what we're going to see, right? That's what we're going to see here. We're going to contend with the fact that the pullout in 2000, the unilateral pullout, by the way, which allowed Hezbollah to take over in the south. That's like he's going to show us why that was actually a ruse, so they can go back in later.
We're not trying to keep Lebanese land. So
Ethan,
so Israel has already occupied Lebanon. They've occupied Beirut. They've occupied South Lebanon. They are very interested in taking.
What do they do afterwards? They left, you fucking moron.
Over South Lebanon, which we've shared articles on this podcast before, where Israelis actually consider.
He's going to show articles of like a group of settlers that represents less than like 1% of the population who seems to have some interest in going in and building fucking real estate in South Lebanon. Okay, is he even gonna? He could try to make the Sheba Farms argument, and we can respond to that if he does. And there was that little protest, wasn't there? There was that little protest where a group of like 15 settlers were saying, yeah, we're coming home to take South Lebanon. How many settlements did they build in South Lebanon in that 18-year occupation? 0, wasn't it? It was none. They didn't actually build any. Yeah.
Lebanon, part of Israel. They're doing the whole playbook again. You know, it was in the Bible. It was in the Torah. It was our promised land, etc.
Yeah, that's definitely representative of any substantial portion of the Israeli population. God, these guys are so fucking retarded. They don't know anything. They don't know anything about. You'd think for having such a prominent enemy, you would learn 1 or 2 things about them. But because you found a few clips of people saying that it's in the Torah, they should take South Lebanon, like Nile to the Euphrates. Apparently, you didn't stop to think, does this actually represent like any substantial portion of the population or the government or the military?
So no, they actually have a lot of interest in occupying South Lebanon. They already destroyed almost every single Lebanese village in South Lebanon, forcing people to evacuate, and it's basically become unlivable. Lebanon, up until the Litani River, is now basically unlivable, and they don't want it to be occupied by anyone because they want to avoid having any Hezbollah resurgence in the area. And no, again,
they signed an agreement allowing UNIFIL and the Lebanese army to go there. That's who they want there. They want the Lebanese army and UNIFIL to go there. I guess he didn't read the ceasefire terms. Okay, cool.
Correct, Ethan. Hezbollah is not a terrorist organization. They are freedom fighters that only exist to defend Lebanon from Israeli occupation. Hezbollah only came into existence after Israel came into...
Oh, he's so stupid. The thing is, it's like, he'll act it's so fucking annoying as well, because he gets to represent himself, and I've seen fucking idiot bread tubers in this guy's replies as well, calling him like a representative of the Lebanese voice and shit like that. Did this guy realize that after Israel left South Lebanon, Hezbollah were on the back foot massively politically because they didn't have any pretext to keep on fighting. And then Hezbollah would just say, oh no, we're going to get like a couple of Lebanese prisoners back, or we're going to get the Sheba Farms back, or whatever the fuck they are, right? As if most Lebanese people give a fuck about the Sheba Farms before Hezbollah made it a thing. Then he keeps on... It's such a strange thing. Like, obviously, if you attack another country, they're going to respond, and that response might entail them coming into your country. But that's why Israel kept on going into Lebanon. And that's why they kept on flying over, because Hezbollah didn't stop. And it's not as if... Would he be up to debate you? My guess is no, but we can ask. We can always ask.
Lebanon and occupied Lebanon in 1978 and 1982, but you're too dumb and ignorant to talk about that because you don't want to talk about that. So, anyways, let's just listen to AB again.
Did they occupy in 78 and 82 because they wanted to annex land? That's not what they did, though. They didn't annex land. They were there for 18 years and they didn't annex land. Well, they went in to get the PLO. That's why they went in the 70s and the 80s. Imagine this guy calling someone ignorant. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. It's like also this is Nasrallah's playbook. This is what he does. He gets to stand there in the south with the Lebanese army alongside them, and they don't do anything to stop, or with UNIFIL, and they don't stop them from building up their tunnels and their networks and attacking Israel and shit like that. And then they get to say, yeah, we're here to do the defense. We're doing the defense of Lebanon. It's like, bro, you did the fucking attack that led to you having to defend Lebanon. Nasrallah admitted this in 2006. He admitted that, yeah, like if I'd known Israel was going to respond in that way, I would not have kidnapped those soldiers. Nasrallah literally admitted this. And you don't admit that unless you are implicitly acknowledging that you kidnapping those soldiers is what resulted in the response.
Fortunately, defending Ethan and sort of backing him up.
I mean, comparing that to what happened to Palestinians is crazy.
You want to hear something? I found out about my dad's village that because of the British mandate, it became part of Greater Palestine, and then now it's part of Israel, I believe. And I think the Lebanese government, whatever, made some sort of mandate where those people who left that area were given back their Lebanese status. So my dad's village went from like Lebanon to Palestine to Israel.
Back
and now
to
they're
Lebanon?
just
Or
placed.
both?
Yeah.
Shuffled around on the board. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. I mean, it's a crazy situation there.
Yeah.
For sure. And you have no clue what you're talking about.
I find it, I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
I was just saying, I find it funny, like in Dearborn, visiting even like friends and family who are like asking, how are things, how's everything at work, and everyone, and not because you're my boss or whatever, but they're just more understanding than everyone online.
Really?
Like, that is nice.
Yeah, no, like
That's
they're
really
like,
nice.
they're like, I vote, because they've seen clips, recently. They're saying, is he not pro-Palestine anymore? Is he not this? And like explaining everything to them, and they're like, wait, he still says like free Palestine. I'm like, yeah. They're like, and people, they don't understand that as a Jewish person, even that you're gonna get so much shit on your side.
So like, here's AB giving Ethan a pass and being like, I went to Dearborn and I told everyone that you're cool, etc. Anyways, I don't want to go after the crew anymore. It's not fair. I think most of them are like hostages there, like Olivia, AB, Lena. Let them earn their
hostages. God, it's such a strange relationship that these guys have. Because I believe AB is a somewhat fan of this guy. Like they've had like positive interactions on Twitter at least. Wait, they're adults. They're there because they've made a choice. Is he just like cucking out to them now? I don't know why, but it's either that or it's very patronizing.
Their paychecks. It's not their place to stop Ethan at this point. You know what I mean? They're under the boot of their Zionist CEO and boss, and if they want to keep their jobs. But anyways, that's it for H3 for this week.
Yes, I love this. I love this guy is like, he's the ultimate like Arabs have no agency fucking advocate, isn't he? Anything that AB does that he doesn't like is because of it's the Zionists' fault, right? It's because of fucking Zionist Ethan. Bro, this guy's a fucking Arab hater. I'm sorry. He's a fucking Arab hater. You don't say this unless you think AB is a fucking child who can't advocate for himself.
He said he's going to release his content nuke on Hassan in like a week or two. I'll try to do a separate video reacting to the whole thing. So less H3 on the podcast, more regular stuff. And Ethan. And so just here are some of the comments that H3 fans left on Mika's video. Just to show you the vitriol and just how toxic the H3 community is. And that was a community that I was a part of. Someone says, making yourself a victim before you even start the video is incredible.
This community was like this the entire time, buddy. What are some of these comments? Guess you're a teacher. Oh, Jesus, you're a teacher. Yikes. You should retract and apologize. Is this really, this is the best you could find? This is the best you could pull together to show evidence of toxicity? Mouth breather, mouth breather. Sorry, is it like toxic to call someone a mouth breather now? There's one here. Wait, where? Let me find one of these. There must be one. There must be one actually toxic comment here. Yeah, this one here. There we go. We got one. The double big chin forehead combo. That's a toxic comment. Get on Ozempic. 2. 3. Have you tried removing your jack? He's disliked every comment, hasn't he? He's in the trenches. I think maybe it looks like 4 of these. It looks like 4 of these are actually toxic. The rest is just people being mean. And this is after this person has had... Who's reacted to this person? I have. We banned a few people for body shaming. She's had Nick DeOrio, Chud Logic. How do you think... So you've got 4 people out of this dumb fuck collage that you've made. 4 of them are actually doing things like body shaming, which is bad and they shouldn't. But we don't know if that's coming from the H3 community because she's been reacted to by everyone. She's been reacted to by a lot of people. So, what? Damn. That's the toxicity. By the way, when people like this call out toxicity, they don't give a fuck about anyone being toxic or mean to anyone. That's why they were fine with being part of the H3 community when they were doing this kind of shit and they were shitting on other people. Like how long? It wasn't even that long ago when Ethan Klein made that joke about Ben Shapiro being the first one in the camps. They don't give a fuck about toxicity. When they say toxicity, they just mean people being mean to our side. People being mean to someone we support. And they call it toxicity. Because they're crybullies, you know.
Incredible. Good job, girly. Professional victim. Congrats. You and Aubrey Smalls are super sad people. Someone says you should definitely quit the internet. Bro looks like schoolboy 19 if he transitioned. Lol. The double chin, big forehead combo is crazy, bro. Mouth breather. Honey, makeup is supposed to hide flaws and emphasize positives. I don't know who taught you how to do it, but they did you immense disservice. I do apologize if you are colorblind, but otherwise...
You're going to mention that H3 was by far not the only person who commented on this video? Maybe? If I had to guess, if I had to attribute those kinds of comments to a particular community, comments like that would have more likely come from the Chud Logic and Nick DeOrio community. But, yeah.
Goddamn. So people just making fun of her physical appearance, etc. That's the...
Never happens on our side, does it?
She's adorable, by the way.
Yeah, that's the H3 community. Ethan, go after me. React to my video. I made an hour and 20-minute video talking about you 2 months ago. Why didn't you talk? Why did you not talk about that one? And you talked about Mika's video instead. I wonder why. Doesn't want to give me the clout. Hey, I don't blame you, bro. Anyways, we're done with H3.
It's so fun. Like, Hezbollah are the defenders of Lebanon. Where's the video? Where's the fucking banger? Because after 2000, when Israel withdrew, obviously every other group from the Civil War had disarmed. They disarmed in response to the end of the Civil War, apart from Hezbollah. And Hezbollah managed to keep their arms because they were saying, yeah, we're fighting off the Israeli occupier. That was in the 90s in response to the Taif Accords. And then after 2000, obviously their pretext to keep their weapons got massively, massively reduced. And then even worse, after 2005, when the Syrians were on their way out. And in response to the rest of the country effectively wanting Hezbollah to disarm, fucking Nasrallah started threatening people.
Among Lebanese and a trusted ally of Iran.
وسنعتبر أي يد تمتد إلى سلاحنا يدا إسرائيلية سنقطعها.
Bro, it's like that's not really how the defender of a nation works in response to other people in the nation who want them to disarm. And this guy lives in Lebanon. What a fucking dumb cunt. Like, he's just propagandizing for Hezbollah. Like, why?
For now, look to the channel for some live streams, folks. I'm going to be live streaming. Let me know if you guys are excited. I'm horrified, but hopefully we won't fuck it up. Moving on to one of our main topics this week, Joy Tasidis.
Apparently I'm mentioned here for like 10 minutes as well. Let's go. Talk about how bored you are of talking about this stuff before going on for 10 minutes.
So Lonerbox, we talked about Lonerbox a few weeks ago when he was invited on the H3 podcast. I got into a little Twitter spat with him. That I can't remember if we covered it on the podcast because it was a little bit boring, but he turns out he made a whole video about us. It's 41 minutes long. He said it's called These People Don't Care. Leftists upset that Loner for failing I guess, purity test. It got like 30,000 views.
Does he think I dedicated 41 minutes to him? Okay.
This was posted like a couple of weeks ago. At this
Look at what's this fucking obsession with clickbait? I'm sorry I'm not famous to get you more views, buddy. But what? This video has 11,000 views. I can never imagine going after someone for their fucking view count. It doesn't make any sense. I'm in the thumbnail of this video as well. Okay.
point. And I hadn't really noticed, and I put out a tweet saying, "Lol, how did I just notice that Boner Box used me as clickbait 4 days ago? I'm sorry, I'm not famous enough to get you more views, buddy." Anyways, he called us dipshits, or at least he called me a dipshit on his YouTube channel. Let's see.
he called you.
Let's see what he had to say about us.
Not a dipshit, anything but that.
Friend of the show and friend of Ethan Klein's, more importantly, Loner Box. Let's see what he had to say about our humble little podcast.
Oh, he made a fucking podcast episode about me, this fucking dipshit. Soy. What's he doing here? Oh, he's got the whole gang over. What the fuck?
The gang
okay,
is
so
over.
these guys are... Oh, the echo is so jarring. Holy shit. This is some podcast by a guy that's been fighting with me on Twitter. And apparently he wants to challenge some of my claims on Gaza. We'll see.
Say my name, boy!
Just pissed me off. This guy's really pissing me off.
That's really annoying. And this clip right here, Ethan kind of just shows you how scared he is of Palestinians mixing with Israelis, because he thinks that Palestinians are just going to run around murdering Israelis. Oh.
I hate this allegation. It's like, I'm sorry, bro. Why the echoing? Okay. There's a lot of reaction layers right now. Okay. The echoing is really fucking me off. Oh god, it's just in their video. It's part of the content. Do you think Jews, it's so stupid. I can understand when people say, oh, like South Africans who are white are worried about equality, like what, anti-white racism, because that's like a really deeply embedded fear in society that there's like that not only is South Africa riddled with anti-white racism, but also the entire region around them. And as soon as they get equal rights, they're just all going to die. That's obviously stupid, but we're not talking about like we're talking about Jews, okay? And again, most of these Jews are not even white. So we're talking about Jews who are mostly refugees. Again, these are Israel. People forget this. Israel's a nation of refugees.
But what does that, like, what? He's not commenting on what I said. I said that Israelis think that if you let Palestinians go, they're just going to
go and
stab
murder
them and
everyone.
go crazy. What does it have to do with whether they're white?
Well, yeah, maybe get to the point. The point is that anti-Semitism is a more legitimate concern than anti-white racism. Does he not get that? That's why I said you don't compare it to South Africa. We're not talking about white people. We're talking about Jews. Okay, let's see. Maybe he'll click. Maybe he'll keep playing the video. Or maybe he just didn't prepare this well enough. I feel like that's quite clear. It's quite clear because when you look at the rest of the Middle East and you wonder why there used to be very large Jewish populations in places like Baghdad or like Lebanon or Yemen or Iraq and Libya and Morocco, and why there's not really those populations there anymore, and you think about what happened in the last 100 years to them and why they all left. Is it going to click for this guy? Come on.
Israelis, like Arab Jews, what does it matter? The Palestinians aren't interested in just murdering random Israeli citizens.
Not just the Holocaust survivors or the people who fled the pogroms of Russia. It's the people who fled the Middle East and North Africa. That's the majority of Israeli Jews. All these countries, Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, Libya, Morocco, Yemen, these all had sizable Jewish populations. They don't anymore.
Why don't we have sizable Jewish populations anymore? Have you ever asked yourself that question, bro? Is it because...
Oh, you're going to tell us why? Are you going to tell us why? Please tell us why. Come on. Tell us why, on the one hand, Jews should have nothing to fear from being a minority in an Arab majority country, but then also why they all left. Please tell us.
Because we're just racists and anti-Semites? Or is it because of a little project called Israel, bro, and Zionism?
Because right. Thank you so much, you fucking inbred moron, for explaining what anti-Semitism is in the most succinct way possible. Yeah, they got chased out, effectively, of Middle Eastern countries because of the actions of other Jews from a completely different part of the world. Yeah, that's called anti-Semitism, you fucking idiot. That's anti-Semitism, yeah. If you're living in fucking Iraq and you get angry because of what European Jews did in Palestine and you take it out on Jews in the fucking Middle East who have nothing to do with Zionism, that's called anti-Semitism, you fucking idiot. Jesus. Thank you. All right, you just made my argument for me, huh? Not bad. Because they were pushed out by pogroms, by anti-Semitism, by the Arab and Muslim world. So this guy is like, how it's so naive to just suggest that the Palestinians are going to be the first group in the last 100 years in the Middle East and North Africa that is going to treat their Jewish minority well. Even though when you consider it's Palestinians, like they're the group that probably has more of an excuse to be anti-Semitic than any other group. And you think,
bro, there's going to be growing pains. Of course, when Palestinians and Israelis are going to merge and live together, yeah, it's not going to be, there's going to be violence, there's going to be attacks from both sides. It's going to be a hard transition in the beginning, but eventually, yeah, I think they're going to, people just want to live, bro. Palestinians just want to.
Based on what? Based on what? Is this what happened in other countries where their Jewish populations did absolutely nothing? Is that okay? It's so naive. Look at them all just sitting, fucking.
Raise their.
Look at them. Look at them all just sitting there, fucking guppy face, just doing nothing. They've got no response, and this guy just has to try and worm his way around as if he doesn't know exactly what's being said and what's being implied. Even though when you consider it's Palestinians, like
pains. Of course, when Palestinians and Israelis are going to merge and live together, yeah, it's not going to be, there's going to be violence, there's going to be attacks from both sides. It's going to be a hard transition in the beginning, but eventually, yeah, I think they're going to, people just want to live, bro. Palestinians just want to
that's really good. Yeah, we should just take that risk, shouldn't we? They should just take that risk. Yeah, I think this guy thinks they'll be fine. This guy who also just basically said that the reason Middle Eastern Jews got kicked out of their countries was because of Zionism. So the guy who basically just admitted that if you're Jewish, you will suffer the consequences even of actions that are done by other Jews who have nothing to do with you.
Raise their kids, send them to school, have a job, make money. They don't want to live in the gutter, basically under bombardment and under drone strikes and everything. So I don't really know where he gets this stuff from, bro, but he's kind of so far gone. I don't even feel like debating this anymore. It's like so tiring. It's just fun having him talk shit about us and giving us some publicity. They're all terrified of Palestinians. They think that as soon as a Palestinian is going to come face to face with an Israeli, they're going to fucking attack him and bite his face off, which they have every right to if they wanted to because of what the shit you fucking done to them, but they're not going to do that.
Okay, so we just endorsed the murder of civilians. About 6 million of them, actually. Like so half the world's Jews. Bit over 6 million. Okay, we just endorsed the murder of 6 million Jews on youtube.com. Hey, let's go.
Obviously, anyone who heard me say this knows I don't mean that Palestinians should go killing Israelis. I'm like,
no, you just said they have every right to do it. Why is this guy so fucking goofy, man? Why the doublespeak? Is he like, what's he trying to, what do you think he's achieving with this? Can you imagine if I was like, oh yeah, Israelis, once they occupy fucking South Lebanon, they're not going to murder every Lebanese person they find. Oh, but they have every right to do it if they wanted to. Really, that wouldn't be endorsement. The fucking what? Wait, we all heard you say it. You clipped yourself saying it. Like, you don't care. You don't, like, these guys don't care about the truth. It's just our side against theirs. Holy shit. It's funny, I'm just watching this dude, like, solve his own cognitive dissonance in real time. They have every right to do it, but also, I don't want them to do it. What? That's kind of a problem, though, isn't it? Like, if you're saying that, you're basically telling the Jewish world as well that if Jews lived as a minority in the Middle East, like this is kind of like an opinion that quite a lot of people in that region have. That yeah, we might not advocate for it. We might not say you should do this, but we're going to say they have every right to if they do. It's like that's not really that encouraging, is it? That's not really that encouraging as a message.
If they wanted to, they might feel justified after the genocide that they're currently facing. And then right after, I followed up by saying they're not going to want to do that, and neither should they, Loner Box. I'm not out here calling for the murder of Israelis.
Is that what he said? Hang on.
You dumb fuck. What a bad faith fucking argument, but that's all he does. All he does is bad faith.
I'm bad faith? Didn't this guy say that I like support sniping kids? Oh, okay. I understand. Because if I recall, I don't believe I ever said that it was justified for someone to snipe to murder a kid. I don't think I ever said that it would be justified if people wanted to do that. I just condemn that wholeheartedly. You shouldn't murder kids. But okay.
arguments and straw man arguments and shit like that because he's got nothing to stand on.
The Zionist agenda really got to him. Like, he got it down really well.
Yeah, bro, go take shower.
Like spewing propaganda.
He's a half Lebanese guy who has been to Israel. He spent time in Israel. He spent time with like one of their propaganda people. Him and Destiny went on a fucking tour. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, this guy is an insult to Lebanese people. Sorry, and I don't even hate you, Lonerbox. Honestly, like, I don't even think you're like that much of a bad guy. You're just very misinformed and you've hung out with like the wrong people. And you should spend more time in Lebanon, bro.
Okay, misinformed. Let's go. Because I've asked this guy multiple times to tell me what exactly I'm misinformed about. He just doesn't want to. He just doesn't want to let me know, apparently. He's keeping his cards very close to his chest. Just, Jews will be safe as a minority in the Middle East. Because I think they will be, and I just feel like it. Even though I think it would be justified if they weren't safe at all. Okay.
Spend more time with some Arabs. Get closer to your roots, my man, because you're so far gone, my man.
Okay. This guy's got like a reasonable following on his podcast. Not bad, you know? Not bad. Seen worse.
Thank you.
This guy has just been in my replies, basically justifying Hezbollah attacking Arab communities and Druze and other Jewish communities, civilian, in the north of Israel.
And that's how he spins it. When I talk about Hezbollah attacking North Israel, he only talks about the Arabs that live there and like, oh, Hezbollah is attacking Arabs and like, bro.
I mentioned Druze and Jews as well. Did you not hear? Are you fucking deaf, bro? Like, come on. Civilian in the north of Israel. Arab communities and Druze and other Jewish communities, civilian in the north of Israel. So I mentioned Jews. Yeah, that's Arab, Jewish, and Druze.
And that's how he spins it. When I talk about Hezbollah attacking North Israel, he only talks about the Arabs that live there and like, oh, Hezbollah is attacking Arabs and like, bro, this fucking, oh my God.
That's true though. That's a fact. Because, and listen, my friend, okay, I know that you're one of these people who thinks that like just because you live in Lebanon, I think he still lives in Lebanon, that you're like by default an expert on the topic, you know, because that's why I go to MAGA supporters when I want to know the real deal about America, right? That's what you do. You're this person who just thinks that you've got this fucking, and probably enough fucking white simp shitheads in your audience to just like scratch your back and tell you that you're like an authentic fucking representative voice of the region, that you just think that you know all these things by default. It's a fucking fact that Hezbollah has killed orders of magnitude more Arabs than they've ever killed Israelis. Sorry. That's just a fact. What have they done in Syria since 2011 to keep Assad in power? That's their only talent, by the way. They just got their absolute shit pushed in this war, made the rest of Lebanon pay for it, and then lost. Compared to the successes that they've had in murdering their own opponents, like Arab opponents in Lebanon, Arab leftists.
To propel you closer to Hassan Piker than the proletariat.
The murder of Arabs in Iraq, the murder of God knows how many in Syria to keep Assad in power. Like, yeah, that's just a fact. For a very interesting reason, I asked him to tell me anything I said that was wrong about Hezbollah, true, and Lebanon. He didn't. I asked him how Hezbollah's actions were supposed to help Gaza, because it seems like it was a bad idea now that we've got a bit of hindsight. And yeah, there's no rationale, which is not uncommon, by the way. There's no military victory against Israel, just like there can be no military victory against Hamas. The idea is to destabilize and make the Zionist regime and apartheid state untenable, destabilize the economy, make the entire project unsustainable. If you've done your research, sorry, I should say that more in the appropriate tone. If you've done your research, you would know that Israel's economy is in the toilet. Most dual citizens have left, small businesses closing at record. None of this is true, by the way. Their economy's taken a hit, but they're not in the toilet. Compared to what? Like, compared to Lebanon? Really, you think the recent 15 months, do you think it's cost Israel more or Lebanon, mate? Like, I know it's not the case that most dual citizens left the country. Numbers, state becoming more of a pariah, but yeah, you're right. Hezb accomplished nothing. And the Hezb issue in Lebanon is very complicated, not black and white. People have mixed feelings towards them. Some love him, some hate him. We're not a monolith. Hearing you talk about it is clear you know nothing about Lebanon. Again, I've never said Hezbollah's history is not complicated, okay? I've spoken many, many times about the Shiite minority and why it made perfect sense for them to fall in line with a group like Hezbollah. It makes perfect sense. It's a lie that most dual citizens have left. Yeah, sure. That's not the point, though. It's the idea that they are still stuck on this absolute delusion. And unfortunately, even the PLO did this in the 60s, when they more or less modeled themselves on the Algerian movement against the French. The idea was to use violence and terror and whatever else.
People watch this and are entertained by this fucking guy? Holy fucking shit, Loner Box. My man.
Just remove him, bro. Just remove him.
You're so monotone. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, my man. One more clip. I think he calls
Why
me.
is this guy so fucking goofy, man? What the fuck? Where's the response? What? Okay.
Dipshit one more time. I just want to
He
hear.
calls you many words.
I just want to hear
here.
that, bro. That's all I want to hear.
Wait, that's the trend that's carried on here, right? This guy is basically trying to sell a victory that looks kind of just like a suicide. But you're right, has accomplished nothing. Okay. Bit of copium. Bit of a dipshit.
So just to be clear, we never said that Hezbollah won the war. Like, we very clearly said that the damage that...
No, they accomplished nothing, just to be clear. They accomplished absolutely nothing, okay? The only thing they accomplished, actually, is that Lebanon has a president now. That's probably the only thing they've accomplished.
Their leadership incurred was huge. The damage that Lebanon incurred as a whole, South Lebanon, Dahiyeh, like Lebanon paid a massive price for this war. It was not a good idea for us.
So huge price. Where's the huge benefit then? Where's the huge advantage? Why was it a good idea
This
for
war,
them to do
again,
that?
a lot of Lebanese people want nothing to do with this war. No one wanted to get involved to begin with. And we never said that it was a victory, but it's also not a victory for Israelis the way Western media is trying to paint it. Again, Israel had to fucking get out of Lebanon with their tail tucked between their legs, just like they did in 2006. They tried to get into South Lebanon. They
You uninformed fucking loser. How stupid do you... So he hasn't read the terms of the ceasefire. Really? Israel left with their tails between their legs. They're still in Lebanon, by the way. If you read the terms of that ceasefire, they are completely on Israel's terms. Just like I'm sorry, I don't recall in 2006 a term of the ceasefire that was added by the United States, Hezbollah's fucking mortal enemy, which allowed Israel to reserve the right to act if they thought that the Lebanese army and UNIFIL weren't doing enough. That's in the ceasefire agreement. That the United States basically said, yeah, if Israel sees Hezbollah guys in the south and they don't like UNIFIL's or Lebanese army's response, they can just bomb them. Let them go. Really? That's leaving with their tail between their legs? Meanwhile, Hezbollah, after roadblocking the Lebanese presidency for years, finally caves, conveniently enough, just as soon as the ceasefire passes. And also, the ceasefire clearly reveals Lebanon, and you know what, everyone knows this, by the way. Everyone is aware of how the terms of those ceasefire alone, if you just read the terms, they're published, they're all there, plus the US contribution to it that Hezbollah had to agree to. You look at those terms, you know Hezbollah are fucked. There's no way they accept terms like that basically allows Israel to bomb them if they go in the south and no one else stops them. And we know that other people knew this because that's why HTS responded in the way that they did. That's why Assad collapsed. Because his usual boys, his usual reinforcement squad wasn't an option. Because Hezbollah got so badly rattled by the last few months. It's so delusional. Like, fuck me. Israel left with their tail between their legs. Fuck me. Okay. I know that Hezbollah were spending quite a while, like, published, obviously, in their own media, they were publishing a lot of like AI photos to make it look like they'd kidnapped a bunch of Israeli soldiers. And there is this whole kind of like copium on the Axis of Resistance media where they're acting as if they've like pushed a massive economic and political cost on Israel by basically letting Israel bomb the shit out of them. Just if that's what you think Arab lives are worth, if you think Arab lives are worth damaging Israel's economy and getting a few more UN resolutions against them, then go ahead. I personally don't think Arab civilian life is fodder. So maybe that's where the little impasse is, maybe.
Lost so many fucking soldiers. They also ate a lot of fucking damage. Now, who caused a lot more damage? Israelis. But why did they cause a lot more damage? Because Israelis also fucking bomb everywhere indiscriminately. Hospitals, schools, homes, bridges, whatever the fuck, bro. Hezbollah was mainly aiming at military installations, even using their shitty fucking rockets that they can't aim half the time. Israelis only aim for fucking destroying villages, bro. They burnt almost every single village in South Lebanon. It's burnt to a crisp.
Why didn't, if it's indiscriminate, why didn't they bomb that? Why didn't they flatten that Christian village? What was the one in the south? Why didn't they bomb, what's it called? It's got a name that I can't pronounce properly. Banger. This one. How do you pronounce this name? Hang on. Let's just find it. Oh no. It's hard to pronounce because it's got like 3 different spellings here. Ramesh? Anyway. Why didn't they flatten this village? It's bang on the south. Why did they go so much harder on Yarun and Marun Aras and Ben Dishbail compared to this comparatively close southern place? It's because this town and their mostly Christian population kept Hezbollah out. They stopped Hezbollah from building installations in their town. They didn't stop them completely. There's still some damage here, but compared to Yarun, Marun Aras, Ben Dishbail, yeah, this town was fairly let off compared to the other ones. Yeah, it seems to be that they went for the Hezbollah areas. That's also why most of the bombing's in the south. In Beirut, it's mostly in Dahia.
So, yeah, we did lose the war. No one said we fucking won, but again, he just makes bad faith arguments and just fucking...
Bit of copium. Bit of a dipshit. Bit of a cunt. Oh well.
Aw.
But it's okay, you know, maybe
Despite all this, Boner Box, I don't hate you, my man. You just really need to spend more time with some Arabs. Stop being such a self-hating Arab. And Ethan called them...
based, okay. Okay. Okay.
Lebanese. He's not Lebanese, bro. He's like half Lebanese, half Scottish or whatever, and we do not claim him as one of our own. So
I thought Lebanon wasn't a monolith, you fucking... Why? This like this kind of like nationalist fucking like point scoring is so stupid. What a goofball. Did he really talks about me for another... No, he goes on. Okay.
Boner Box, we bid you adieu. Anyone want to say anything to Boner Box?
Let's go.
Fuck you, bro.
It's so fucking boring, and I'm not gonna do another hour-long episode about you, bro. You're extremely boring. I want this beef is over. I just don't want to be involved with you anymore. It's so fucking boring.
Fuck that guy, bro.
It's no fun. The AI topic that we mentioned.
Okay. You're no longer an Ohioan. Who are those other 3? That's a podcast thing, isn't it? You have the podcast where you have the main host and then the camera pans to the other goons. You have the goon cam, don't you? Why react? Oh, well, it's definitely not because of my entertainment factor, according to them. So it must just be the clout, even though they were attacking my my fucking view counts. Okay. Must be because my name brings in the boys. Okay. The emotional support. Well, we all need emotional support. Listen, I've just got you guys, okay? Can you imagine if there was a camera that panned to you guys every time I needed to get like a laughing reaction or something? That'd be brilliant. Wow, what a toxic community, bro. These guys are so toxic. Also, you're a self-hating Arab and you're not a real Lebanese because you disagree with me. Whoa, shit. Fuck. Camera pans to me aggressively mouth breathing. Yeah, that would be all of you guys, wouldn't it? That would be every single one of you. What was this?
Do I understand? Is the violence horrific? Of course it is. But is there an explanation for it? Do I understand it? Of course I do.
As fucked as it is, the violence is justified.
The violence is justified, and it is a direct result of Israel's violence. Basically, Israel started it.
This is him on October 19th. I wonder what violence they're specifically responding to saying is justified. That violence is justified. But also, don't worry, it'll be totally fine if Jews are a minority in a Palestinian majority state. Yeah, that'll be fucking banger. Holy shit. October 19th, the doublespeak is so funny as well. It's like, yeah, it would be totally justified. Yeah, they have every right to do it, but also it won't happen. Don't worry, bro. Don't worry. Don't worry about that. Don't worry. Not a problem. The Jews didn't flee the Middle East because of anti-Semitism. You know, that's not why they were attacked. It wasn't because of anti-Semitism. They were actually attacked because they were collectively blamed and punished for actions that other Jews committed. That's not anti-Semitism, though. It's like, how can you hold these two positions in your head at the same time? It's so stupid. Fucking goofball. All right. Next. Give me the next. Do I really want to do this fucking Hollywood drama, Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni? It is kind of interesting. I went on a total fucking rabbit hole looking at it just today. Oh, there's something else I wanted to watch, though. It's really not. Yes, it is. Shut up.
I'm your host.
Mehdi challenges Trump campaign surrogate on policy flip-flop.
You used to think Trump was unfit for office. You called him absurd. You called him unserious.
Just like
Whoa,
Vice
that
President
music is intense.
Vance
Holy shit.
and others.
Have bent the knee.
Whoa.
No, I'm not bent the
Bent the
knee.
knee.
Have come to see the record and have come to see the man.
Trump lied, Adolfo, in order to demonize immigrants like you and me.
Let me tell you something. No, he's not talking about you and me.
Trump branded himself as the person who would, quote, drain the swamp in D.C. Rather than draining the swamp, he is filling it with alligators, is he not?
He's listening to his friends, some of them who happen to be lobbyists.
You're confronted with a Trump statement. You try and find a way to spin it, reinterpret it.
But
because Facts are clear. He lied.
It's when I take statements that President Biden or others have said.
I don't care about Joe Biden. He's gone in 2 weeks.
He's gone.
Joe Biden lies. He lies about Gaza. He lies about lots of things. We agree. What about Trump's lie now? Is it President Musk and Vice President Trump?
All these loaded questions.
Trump. I just gave you a blunt quote. You didn't like that. On Monday, the United States Congress certified the 2024 presidential election results and Donald Trump's victory over Kamala Harris. The process was peaceful, smooth, and, well, a very different picture to what we saw 4 years ago, when Donald Trump incited a full-blown insurrection, inspiring a mob of his armed supporters to storm the Capitol, after he and his cronies had spent months peddling lies about a rigged election and fraudulent votes following his loss to Joe Biden. But when it comes to the results of the 2024 election, Trump has had seemingly no complaints about that rampant voter fraud he claims we saw in 2020. No, instead, Trump was more than happy to watch Kamala Harris certify the Electoral College results, something his supporters almost killed Vice President Mike Pence for doing 4 years ago. And now, with less than 2 weeks until his inauguration, Trump is already setting the scene for a term bound to be even more hypocritical and reckless than the first. Not only has he nominated wrestling executives and anti-vaxxers to his administration, but he's also got billionaire Elon Musk setting his agenda, with Musk seemingly having convinced Trump to do a U-turn on legal immigration and even risk an entire government shutdown. Now, I've met a lot of people who will go to bat for Trump, but joining me now is perhaps one of his fiercest defenders, Adolfo Franco, who I debated on Al Jazeera's head-to-head just a few months ago. Adolfo is a longtime Republican strategist who even worked for the late John McCain, but was most recently an official spokesperson for the Trump 2024 presidential campaign. Adolfo Franco, thank you for joining me on Mehdi
Thank you,
Unfiltered.
Mehdi. It's great to be back.
Good to see you. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
The New Year started politically Monday, January the 6th, this week. Congress did its constitutional duty. Vice President Kamala Harris did her duty and certified the Electoral College victory for your man, Donald Trump. 4 years ago, then President Trump insisted the election was rigged, urged his followers, many of whom were armed, to go to the Capitol and fight like hell, which they did, injuring over 100 police officers, causing multiple deaths that day. Why didn't he do that again this year? Is it because he lost in 2020 and he won in 2024?
Well, yes. The answer is yes. I think President Trump feels very, very strongly that the 2020 election was indeed irregular at a minimum.
Because he lost. But when he wins, it's not irregular.
No. I think it's a very different. I don't think anyone on any side believed this year, Mehdi, that the election was close or there were contested. This was a very close election in 2020. There were irregularities, even Democrats' irregularities. But of course, you're not going to say, when you have 312 electoral votes and that you've won, that the election, that you haven't won the election.
Well, Biden, I think, had 307, so but they're both pretty similar. And he actually had a bigger popular vote margin. I mean, Adolfo, you want us to believe that when Donald Trump was the sitting president of the United States, controlled the DOJ, controlled the armed forces, controlled the FBI, controlled the cybersecurity agency, the Democrats somehow, without any power, managed to rig the elections against him. But when the Democrats actually controlled the White House and the DOJ and the FBI and the quote-unquote deep state last year, they were unable to rig the elections to keep themselves in power. That makes no sense.
Well, it does make sense. Elections in this country are handled at the state and local level. They're not handled at the federal level.
Okay.
It's the elections in Georgia and Pennsylvania, the irregularities.
Well, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin all have Democratic governors. So why didn't they rig it this year?
But were the elections are local, such as in jurisdictions like Philadelphia or Atlanta, in these areas, these are not federal areas. These are areas controlled. There's a long history of our country, whether you like it or not, called Democratic Party machines. There were dailies in Chicago.
Yes, and the Democrats now run the White House, but they couldn't keep themselves in office.
Because no, it isn't strange, because it is local. These are local elections.
Oh, wait, sorry, fuck. I remembered. Thank you for... Ooh. I played the rest of this clip. What did he say about it again?
There's going to be some growing pains in a one-state solution in the beginning, and some maybe fucking difficult.
Why are they pretending like Israelis aren't the one who opened?
Let's go back.
You're going to fucking attack them and bite.
Libel, nice one.
Feel that way. Most Israelis feel that way. They're all terrified of Palestinians. They think that as soon as a Palestinian is going to come face to face with an Israeli, they're going to fucking attack him and bite his face off, which they have every right to if they wanted to because of what the shit you fucking done to them. But they're not going to do that.
Okay, so we just endorsed the murder of civilians. Okay, about 6 million of them actually, like half the world's Jews. Bit over 6 million. Okay, we just endorsed the murder of 6 million Jews on YouTube.com. Nah, hey, let's go.
Or most of them aren't. Some might. There's going to be some growing pains in a one-state solution in the beginning, and some may be fucking difficult.
Why are they pretending like Israelis aren't the one who open carry automatic rifles when they go to the fucking grocery store? You're the fucking murderous obsessives, by the way, not us.
So I think right. Okay. What did he say about that follow-up? YouTube.com. Nah.
That Palestinians should go killing Israelis.
YouTube.com. Nah, hey, let's go.
Obviously, anyone who heard me say this knows I don't mean that Palestinians should go killing Israelis. I'm like, if they wanted to, they might feel justified after the genocide that they're currently facing.
They might. Now it's they might feel justified. Okay.
Right after, I followed up by saying they're not going to want to do that, and neither should they. Loner box. I'm not.
You followed up and said neither should they. When did you say they shouldn't? When did that bit come up? Murder of civilians.
Fucking done to them, but they're not going to do that.
Okay.
Which they have every right to if they wanted to because of what the shit you fucking done to them, but they're not going to do that.
Okay, so we just endorsed the murder of civilians. About 6 million of them, actually. Like half the world's Jews. Bit over 6 million. Okay, we just endorsed the murder of 6 million Jews on YouTube.com. Nah, hey, it's actually more like 7 million. But okay.
Or most of them aren't. Some might. There's going to be some growing pains in a one-state solution in the beginning, and some may be fucking difficult.
Why are they pretending like Israelis?
He didn't say they shouldn't do it. He lied. He lied. What the fuck? It goes from there, then it just moves on to the famine shit. Like, okay. What's wrong with this guy? Wait, we can see you lying. You didn't say that. You didn't say they shouldn't do it. You said that they had every right, they would have every right to do it if they wanted to. Is this guy even having a conscious experience right now? What am I talking to? What? Okay, whatever.
And these were the local...
And they still control all those places locally. It's interesting you should mention Philadelphia. On Election Day last November, Donald Trump...
can I answer the question?
Yeah, please.
The president...
Yeah, he said they're not going to do it, but it would be based if they did. Or it would be justified if they did. But they're not going to do it. Which is just like, it's not exactly the most encouraging message. It's not the most encouraging message if you're trying to sell this future to people. Like, fuck me.
Said it. Too big to be rigged. Well, I don't disagree.
Well, it was a narrower victory than Joe Biden. It was a narrower victory than Joe Biden's.
I don't disagree. When the election is very, very large. And once
this was a very close election.
No, it was not.
He won by one of the smallest popular vote shares in American history.
But when you distributed, it wasn't 10,000 votes difference.
In the three swing states
in Wisconsin, it was much larger.
In the 3 swing states,
it was over 50,000 in Pennsylvania
in the
alone.
3 swing states had 133,000 votes or something gone the other way for Harris. She'd have been president now.
Yes, but that's a larger margin than it was in 2020.
Let me just quote your man. On Election Day, you mentioned Philadelphia. On Election Day last November, Trump was talking about voter fraud on Election Day.
Yes.
And he was very specific too. He talked about there being, quote, massive cheating in the key swing state of Pennsylvania. As soon as he won Pennsylvania and won the election, we didn't hear any more about massive cheating. What happened to it? Or is there only voter fraud when Trump thinks he's about to lose?
No, I don't believe that for a moment. I do believe, and Republican pollsters, even before President Trump, have said that the margin in many of these large Democratic cities, be they Baltimore, be they Philadelphia, that there is fraud. The answer again is too big to be rigged. There were rural votes. There was a margin that was larger.
So there was massive cheating.
I love this fucking... Too big to be rigged. It kind of made sense when everyone thought that the Republicans had won by 15 million votes. But now that we know the popular vote margin was actually a lot smaller, and too big to rig, it's so funny. It's that whole thing. All roads lead to Rome, right? So yes, it was rigged. It's just that we got way too many votes for it to matter. He didn't even, he didn't even get 50%. He got 49.9. He won by 1.5% of the vote. Too big to rig. Too big to rig. It's so good. The gaslighting is so fucking shameless. Oh, God.
Cheating in Pennsylvania.
There was cheating in Pennsylvania.
In 2024?
In 2024.
You just started the interview saying this was a fair election. No one disputes it.
This way, I said it was too big.
He's gonna say that when he says there was cheating, he's just referring to like a few, maybe like 3 people voted in the name of their dead grandmother or something, right?
to be rigged.
You said that later.
No,
Well, let me-
no, no.
well, let me ask you this
No,
question.
I said it was too
Let
big
me ask
to be
you this question.
By the way, President Trump also used those words.
So you've
Too
now
big to be
said,
rigged.
everyone heard you say that you think there was cheating in Pennsylvania, even though Trump won.
I think there's fraud and irregularities in every
so
election.
if, on that basis, if Vice President Kamala Harris on Monday had said that she had heard there was massive cheating from Adolfo Franco and Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, and she rejected the Trump state of electors from Pennsylvania, would you have been okay with that? Would you have supported her power to do that? And maybe
Legal
declare
theory.
herself president
Yeah.
on Monday? You would have supported that?
I'll tell you the answer to that is two things. Democrats have done that in 2020.
That's not what I asked.
They've
Never done that. Al Gore lost in 2000. Many would say he won, but handed over power without an insurrection.
It's not his to hand
Kamala
over.
Harris. According to Donald Trump's theory, the vice president gets to decide. So, could Kamala Harris on Monday have declared herself president on the basis of massive cheating in Pennsylvania?
She could have declared herself anything.
You would have supported that.
No,
You would have supported that.
I
Why
wouldn't
not?
have, because I don't think the margins were close enough to justify a contestant.
But that's not what. That's not what Donald Trump said at the time.
Before you go
Adolfo,
on,
you can't keep going about margins.
In 2000 and 2004 and 2016, Democratic members of Congress contested the results of the elections when Republicans won.
They didn't try and overturn the election result, nor did the candidate. Hillary Clinton did not, Al Gore did not.
I am talking about members of Congress who actually vote for certification. And they're not the candidates.
So let me ask, I'm asking about the VP only. The vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors. That's what Donald Trump said on January the 5th. He didn't add your little caveat of how big or small the result. He said the vice president.
Please, Box, you must see that clip. What clip? Where? Relevant clip. If you don't understand the rules of the game. Okay, all right. The rules of the game. You have to put it in the Discord. You have to join the Discord and put it in stream suggestions. What clip?
Has the power. Now,
Where'd you link it? What? You didn't link it in YouTube because you can't do that.
Agree with him. You do. So I'm asking, if Kamala Harris had said on Monday, Adolfo Franco and Donald Trump said there were massive cheating in Pennsylvania, I reject the electors from Pennsylvania. You support her power to do that?
I think she would have had a basis to do that had the election been closer.
No, that's not the criteria.
Well,
the criteria, according to John Eastman, Trump's lawyer, was that the vice president is the ultimate arbiter. That's what he said. She didn't say anything about margins. So basically, it comes down to the fact...
Of course, our law has been changed in that regard.
Thankfully, because your guy tried to overturn an election.
Because your guy launched an insurrection. But with the vice president's power...
We had to change the law because of Donald Trump.
No, there was no law. We had to have clarity on the matter.
Because of your boss. Well, here's what's so interesting. It's not just Trump saying, oh, there's cheating, I win, there's no cheating. Suddenly, being okay with election results when you win is now a general Republican Party thing. In 2020, only 21% of voters, Trump voters, said that the election was run fairly. But this time around, after their candidate won, the number surged to 93%. How can democracy in America survive, Adolfo, when one party only accepts the result when they win? The other party accepts. Democrats consistently accept when they lose, accept when they win.
But I have to reject that. Republicans do not simply say because we
I literally gave you the stats.
Yes,
21% in 2020, 93%.
Because the margins here were such that that was not contestable. But we lost.
Of course it is. Democrats could have contested if they wanted to the same way Trump did.
We lost very, very close Senate races, and we did not contest them in Wisconsin and Michigan and in Nevada. We did not contest those races.
You're telling me with a straight face, if Donald Trump had lost...
I have to tell you with a straight face...
Republicans would have accepted the result.
The statement to say...
Come on, Adolfo.
Mehdi, the statement saying that Republicans always reject elections when they lose
I didn't say always. I said in 2020 they didn't. In 2024 they did. Nothing changed between those two elections.
I think there were a lot of...
Only difference is Trump won.
The difference is there were serious irregularities in a very, very close race.
You just said there were irregularities in 2024.
But the margin is too long. Do I think there were irregularities in 2024?
Actually, the margin was very narrow in all these states.
It was not a narrow margin.
What was the margin in Pennsylvania?
The margin in Pennsylvania was 50,000 votes.
You think that's a big win? That's not out of 200 million Americans. That is a tiny number.
No, but there are not 200 million Americans living in Pennsylvania. That is a wide margin.
Well,
and that is why we won the election.
What was the margin in 2016 in Michigan when Trump won?
The margin in Michigan in 2016 was 10,000.
Yeah, so why did Hillary contest that?
Because...
There's no consistency to your argument.
Oh, there is a consistency. You know what?
Did you accept that Hillary should contest?
In 2019, what did Hillary say? The election was stolen from me.
Did she contest it? I don't care what she said.
I don't know why she didn't contest it.
So you would have supported her right to do it?
No. She would
have every viewer watching.
Oh, shit. Oh, God. It's like It's like absurdism. It's just like fucking political absurdism. I don't. Holy fuck! It's the fact that he's not even flinching. He just keeps going like nothing's happening.
Sure, you say if the margin is narrow, you get to contest it.
She can contest
but
anything.
only Republicans
No,
get to
she can contest anything she wishes to contest.
There's a lot of inconsistency with the Republican Party.
A lot of inconsistency when Democrats now say the election was stolen in 2016 and he's
they don't say it was stolen. But
really?
Okay.
Really? Well, look.
Yeah,
up.
they don't. I don't think they ever claimed that the votes were fraudulent, did they? They said that when people talk about 2016, they say that Russia interfered, which they did, but that's not to say that the result was illegitimate.
I must have
your researchers.
Oh, Speedy Taco, that's the $5. Tell me the word of Odin, you Phoenician gup. Wow. DJ Monotonous, thanks for the $5. Go to the part where he tells them they actually have it worse than Russian prisoners. I was fighting with Vosh when he was streaming this. Why? Who said this? What? What part? Of who? What? Huh? Who am I with you? What? Who has it worse than Russian? What? Never mind. The Devil, thanks for the 1999. Dono to propel you closer to Hassan Piker than the proletariat. True. Rasputin, that's the tier 1 sub. Angry Box is the best box. Hey, okay.
Let's do a better job in 2019.
Was there an insurrection? Was there an insurrection on January 17th?
There was no insurrection in 2020. There was no insurrection.
That's not what Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy said.
No, there was a riot, there was a mob, and certain people should be held
the
accountable.
Senate Republican leader called it an insurrection.
Well, I don't call it an insurrection.
I don't care what you call it. I'm just telling you the leader of your party, one of the leaders of your party said it was.
Well, but he can speak for himself.
No, he speaks for your party.
No, he does not.
That's the definition of a leader.
No, he does not speak for. He is the leader of the Senate. He is not the leader of the Republican Party.
I said he's a leader.
A leader in the party, but he does not speak for all Republicans.
But he
Hassan said that the incarcerated firefighters had it worse than Russian prisoners. Like what? Just the average Russian prisoner? The ones who got conscripted by fucking Prigozhin and shit? Okay, all right. Recruited, more like a... Headless Chicken, that's a tier 1 sub. Appreciate it.
But he's a leader. He's not a random guy on the street.
He's a Senate Republican leader.
All right.
He's not a national leader.
All
nobody
right,
elected. Nobody. Let me clear to your viewers. Nobody elected Mitch McConnell except the people of Connecticut.
Okay.
No one else did.
Kentucky. Let's talk about inconsistencies in the Republican Party, apart from accepting results that they win and disputing the ones they lose. During his well, it's just literally what we saw. During his first presidential campaign, Trump branded himself as the person who would, quote, drain the swamp in D.C., who would get rid of White House and government corruption, hilariously. This past election cycle, he even said, quote, you have to stop listening to lobbyists. And yet, since being elected, Trump has tapped a number of long-time lobbyists and put them in key positions in the White House, his cabinet, his administration. Rather than draining the swamp, he is filling it with alligators, is he not? And completely betraying his working class base in the process.
No, he's appointing loyalists, and that's the big difference. What people are in the past, when he came in 2016, I remember when he came in vividly in 2017, is he was dependent and because he was new to Washington, D.C., on the establishment class. That's what he's referring to, a lobbyist. There are people that are lobbyists and so forth that are complete loyalists that he did not bring in 2016. So people who he has now become acquainted with over the last 8 years or has even prior to that.
So it doesn't matter if they're lobbyists if he likes them?
I don't think he likes them. They're loyal to his agenda.
But that's not what he said to the country. He said our country has seen the sickness and corruption of the Washington swamp. So why put swamp monsters in your cabinet?
But they're not necessarily, everybody that's a lobbyist is not necessarily a swamp a person, not every single person.
So that's a circular argument.
No, it isn't a circular argument.
I'm looking at Pam Bondi,
They're
Trump's
loyal
AG,
lobbyists.
long-time lobbyist for Amazon, a company Trump doesn't like, General Motors, Uber, the Qatari government, Duffy, who's at Transport.
And she's an
he was a lobbyist for Transport. You don't think that's corrupt?
And they're examples of people that are wedded to the MAGA agenda, to
we don't know that. We don't know what agenda they're wedded to.
Are.
So that's all his standard is just loyalism? As much as you support Trump, then you're the one who gets to do the job. What the fuck?
Duffy is a long-time transportation lobbyist who's now the transportation secretary. How is that Trump draining the swamp?
And a close friend of President Trump's, someone who knows President Trump.
Hold on. Your argument against corruption is to say he's appointing lobbyists who are his friends. That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, well, it does make sense in this regard. They're loyal to an agenda he will implement. They're not loyal to a broader agenda of the Washington establishment. Pam Bondi, who I know, is an example of somebody who is extremely capable and completely loyal to President Trump.
So now you're just emptying words of all meaning. You can be a lobbyist, But as long as you're friends with Donald
He
Trump...
never said you cannot be a lobbyist and be at my administration.
He said you have to stop listening to lobbyists. He's listening to them. He's appointing to them.
Yes, he's listening to his friends. Some of them will happen to be lobbyists, but he's not listening to the lobby class in Washington, D.C.
Oh, the lobby class. Okay,
Yes,
so Duffy and Bondi and Susie Wells. Let's talk about Susie Wells. During the campaign, Trump committed himself to one of the biggest goals in the Republican Party, a goal I assume you share, which is going after China, standing up to communist China.
Oh, no. Unfollowed Drew after this. Oh, no. He's in trouble. Oh, no. To be fair, it wasn't the best showing, was it? Pisco was pretty fire in that. Oh, God. There was a lot of pissing was done.
Taking a stand, right? Tougher than Joe Biden on China.
Well, he has been.
And yet,
he rained piss
he's made
upon his
Susie
enemies.
Wells, his campaign chair, the White House Chief of Staff, the most senior official inside the West Wing. And she was, until very recently, the co-chair of a firm that lobbied for Chinese companies in the heart of the White House.
Yes.
The Chinese government must be delighted.
Not that one. No, don't tell a Trumper that one. How's he going to wriggle his way out of that one? He's going to call him xenophobic.
No, because she is committed to President Trump and President Trump's agenda. Because, this is the same thing as nominees as they prepare before the Senate is. President Trump sets the agenda. If Susie Wiles, which I know she is committed to President Trump,
It doesn't work like that.
Yes, it does.
As you know, the president,
Oh, it does.
First of all, the average president gets influenced by people around him. Donald Trump is one of the most easily manipulated people I've ever seen. You don't
Why
think
do
she
you
can
say
push...
that? I think it's
Because
the
I've
other way.
seen him.
I've
seen him. We'll come to that.
I think it's the other way around.
It's the
I think
last-
Joe Biden, who's never fired anybody, is the most
Everyone who's worked with Trump knows that John Kelly used to say last person in the room with influence, and that's why he blocked me.
Fired.
So you're telling me... I'm sure Susie Wells will be fired soon. And
I don't believe that to be the case.
Let's
no.
make a bet, shall we?
Let's make we made a bet on who won the election.
Sportsman, I never bet with you on that because I was worried that Trump would win. Remember that? I was the one warning it against it. But let me ask you this.
What is this clip? Is this a clip or okay?
I think it was a fair election. It was a fair election. Was it rampant voter fraud in Pennsylvania? Yeah, there was. So which one is it? Oh, wait, hold on.
This is just the same video or whatever.
Yes, Susie Wiles is lobbying, was at a company that lobbied for Chinese companies. If Joe Biden had appointed as his chief of staff someone from a company that was lobbying for China, you'd have lost it. You and the Republican
I'm
Party
not sure I would have lost it. It's all over Washington, so prevalent that I would think it'd be business as usual. The difference is Susie Wiles is committed to the president's agenda.
It may be
now.
all over Washington, but I don't know the last time the
and-
president has appointed a chief of staff who was literally at a company lobbying for communist China, the country you claim to be so...
But the question is, we will see how Susie Wiles comports herself now in the Trump administration. That's her past.
Well, we're already seeing Trump rolling over when he's influenced. He talked about banning TikTok long before Joe Biden did. He's now asked for the Supreme Court to suspend the TikTok ban until he takes office, which there's no precedent for, claiming that he will find a way to, quote, save the platform. And this comes just a few weeks after he met with the TikTok CEO at Mar-a-Lago. As a Republican, are you not concerned to see Trump cozying up to a Chinese company that many top Republicans have described as, quote, spyware and the largest malign influence operation ever?
And I'm
Look how
concerned.
easy it is to win Trump over.
I
You
am
meet him at
concerned about.
Mar-a-Lago.
I am concerned about TikTok, and so is the president. Let me tell you.
He's not.
No. Let me tell you, and mark my words on this. Speaking about coming back on the program, is the TikTok solution will be a solution where TikTok is eventually run by an American firm and is divested of China. That is going to be what's going to be the solution.
That may happen, but right now it's not. And right now Trump is going to bat for a Chinese-owned company.
He's going to bat.
That's what he's doing.
He's going to bat for a platform that 170 million Americans like to use. I don't use it. Like to use it and want to use it. So therefore, he is going to bat for a solution for this.
It has nothing to do with his billionaire donors involved in TikTok.
It has to do with that. It has absolutely nothing to do with that.
So we've seen Trump influence. We've seen him appoint lobbyists. Let's just talk about other people he's appointed to his administration. Not just the number of lobbyists that's caused controversy. It's the number of men accused of sexual assault, rape, and other heinous crimes. He nominated Matt Gaetz for AG, a man investigated by the DOJ for sex trafficking, accused of sleeping with underage girls, something he denies. He nominated Pete Hegseth.
And investigated for by the DOJ, might answer, and no charges.
And the Health Ethics Committee said they found substantial evidence.
But the Justice Department is the Justice Department, which has more resources than a House
higher
Ethics
bar
Committee.
as well, as we know. He nominated Pete Hegseth to be Defense Secretary. He's accused of sexual assault, something Hegseth denies.
These accusations.
And
these
are
accusations.
And he nominated Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to be Health Secretary, who was accused of sexual misconduct by a nanny, something he hasn't even denied. Does your party not give
I
a
didn't know
damn
that.
about sex crimes anymore? I mean, Adolfo, this
Sex
looks
crimes?
They
like...
obviously don't. With fucking Matt Gaetz almost getting the Attorney General, with Trump being civilly liable for sexual assault. Yeah, mate, chill. There's no... He's just gonna... Surely he just knows that the evidence is too strong against the Republican Party, that they get away with something that literally no other party, even right-wing parties in the rest of the world, would get away with. And he's just gonna say, yeah, listen, okay, you got us there. Yeah. The Republican Party, they're a little bit rapey, okay? I don't know what to do. Let's see. He's gonna say it.
Looks like the sexual assault... This looks like the sexual assault administration led by a president.
Really, those are loaded propaganda words.
Is
Sex
it?
crimes.
Never mind.
They've been convicted
Oh,
of
shit.
crimes.
Hold on.
I thought he was going to come clean there and just humble himself before the feet of reality. But oh well, that's fine. Whatever. Okay.
A propaganda word. Let me read out with it. Liable for sexual abuse to President of the United States. Your boss. Yeah. So the head of the administration was found liable for sexual abuse, and he's appointed people accused of sex crimes.
Accused. Is accusation.
Is that okay?
Accusation.
In the old days,
I could accuse you of anything.
You're older than me. In the old days, do you think Ronald Reagan or George Bush Sr. would have got away with these kind of appointments?
The old days, in this regard. The
So
new days.
you're making the new days is
the new days
accusations
are
don't
these. The new days are these. If any of these individuals had been convicted.
So that's the bar now. You have to be convicted.
You think an accusation...
So a health ethics... So what's the point of a House Ethics Committee's investigation?
An investigation that has not concluded and Mr. Gates never
Substantial evidence that former Republican Matt Gaetz had sex with a 17-year-old
Did he have an opportunity to refute these charges?
So why appoint him AG when he hasn't done it? Why did Donald Trump nominate him?
But he was accused. He's never been convicted of anything.
So you're okay with that?
You've glossed over a DOJ extensive investigation under a Democrat president of Mr. Gates that led to nothing.
So that makes him qualified to run the DOJ?
Makes him qualified to say that he never committed a crime.
You're saying someone... Hold on, I want to be very clear.
But, Mehdi, you're saying if people are accused of something...
Yes,
they
it says
should be
credible
appointed.
accusations.
Credible? What's credible?
The entire America runs on that basis, Adolfo. If somebody's credibly accused of it, they stand aside, they recuse themselves, they're suspended while investigations go on. You don't make them Attorney General of the United States of America.
No. For example, in the Senate of the United States, if you're indicted, you step aside temporarily from committee chairmanships.
That's a Senate rule.
Well, wait,
but
but look how chilling your conclusion is. An accusation credible. That's a subjective term. Credible by one side.
The House Ethics Committee is not a credible group?
Yeah, that's just the one side
of a tabloid newspaper.
That's a side story. Who you haven't heard. What's one side?
How about RFK Jr. at Health?
You have heard.
How about RFK Jr.
What about him?
He was asked specifically about the nanny accusing him of groping her. He said, "I'm not." He said, "I have skeletons in my closet."
Speaking of nannies, I don't know. The first gentleman, I think.
Great distraction.
Oh, really?
Who cares? What job is the first gentleman?
Well, get this. He actually agreed.
Do your whataboutism, and I'll just ask the question again.
He actually said he was engaged in it.
I don't care. I'm asking about the health secretary.
Joe Biden has been accused of inappropriately touching women,
and he denies it.
RFK Jr. But that didn't. In his
RFK
case,
Jr. hasn't denied it.
And it is.
Has Biden gone to court for? Is he talking about Tara Reid? Okay.
He has not denied it.
So why is Trump nominating him to the health secretary?
He has not been convicted of anything.
So that's your bar. You can be the highest, most official in the country unless you're convicted of a crime.
I don't think you can be other than that, be the standard. Just an accuser. Yes.
Just an accuser. Is that because Donald Trump was accused by over 24 women of sexual harassment?
No, it's not because of
Is that why you guys, Republicans, are
I have never lowered the bar.
So hold on. Let me ask you a question. I don't have the fact checks in front of me. I'm going to take your word for this right now, Adolfo.
All right.
Maybe I'll Google it later. But I'm going to ask you a question.
Is his name really Adolfo? That's a very unfortunate name. Adolfo Franco. Why is he... What's his middle name? Mussolinio.
Did you support the impeachment of Bill Clinton?
No, I did not.
You didn't?
I did not support
You didn't think the Monica Lewinsky issue? Because your party were obsessed with it. And he wasn't convicted of a crime.
I tell you why.
Last time I checked. Republicans cared about character and credible accusations at the time.
Do you know why the only basis about Bill Clinton, you can Google this later, is he committed perjury. Okay, he lied. He admitted later that he lied under oath. Under oath, he lied. That is different That is perjury. However,
and I both know Republicans went after him over the affair.
The cheapening of the impeachment process, which we began with President Clinton, was a colossal mistake and has led to these disastrous political impeachment.
And now you have this new bar where accusations don't matter, only convictions do.
Don't you believe in the right to defend yourself?
I believe there's a criminal process, but I also believe politics.
What if I accused you of something? You lost this position.
Politics. That happens every day in corporate America.
I would hope an accusation, unless you would resign on yourself.
I think 24 women accused Donald Trump of something. I trust 24 women over one guy.
Oh, really? A lot of publicity.
24 women are all lying.
Yeah. I think.
A jury in New York disagreed with you.
A jury in a kangaroo court. Yes.
Okay. Convenient. When you lose elections, they don't count. When you lose court cases, they don't count.
Manhattan, 96% Democrat.
You and I have
a kangaroo judge.
You and I have everything's kangaroo. You and I have discussed before. Okay. Well, let's talk about not Manhattan and not judges who are Democrats. Let's talk about Republicans. You and I have discussed before that you used to think Trump was unfit for office. You called him absurd. You called him unserious back in 2016, and then you had a come to Jesus moment.
No, I'm just like the vice president and Nikki.
Well, let's go through the list. His new cabinet is filled. I don't think I've ever seen a cabinet of any leader in any country filled with people who have attacked him in ways that even I've never attacked Donald Trump. His vice president called him America's Hitler. His secretary of state called him a con artist. His director of national intelligence called him Saudi Arabia's bitch. And his health secretary said he scammed American workers.
And what did they
with
do
friends like that, who needs anything?
Saudi Arabia's bitch. Whoa. That's very toxic.
And when did they say these things?
You tell me.
Yeah, okay. As before we knew Donald Trump's record and Donald Trump's capacity.
Actually, they knew his record. That's why they said he scammed American workers. It was based on his role as CEO.
When you asked me my comments. My comments were being made when I was supporting Senator
What about
Rubio.
all his colleagues? What about his new appointees?
And his appointees.
His own cabinet thinks he's
just like
Saudi Arabia's bitch, a con man,
and
Hitler.
And you know what? Just like Vice President Vance and others have come to just the president
bent
said,
the knee.
No, I'm not bent the knee. Have come to see the record and have come to see the man. And you know what? We were wrong.
Well, Tulsi Gabbard said that about his record. She was specifically referring to his foreign policy at the time, saying you're behaving like Saudi Arabia's
and she was a Democrat at
this
the
is
time.
also, I think, because was it Kushner? He was advising the Saudi administration on how to deal with the press regarding the Khashoggi murder, right? That journalist. I think that's what that's over. The guy who was murdered in Turkey. Apparently quite graphically.
When she was
so we can't trust any
she was a Democrat at the time, and this was political in that sense. But these individuals, as myself and other Republicans,
you all just fell into line.
No, we fell into line.
He did a hostile takeover of your party, and you went from John McCain to Donald Trump.
We saw the record of accomplishment, as did the American people. How many presidents have come back after one term?
Just sticking with his appointments and nominations so far, why did he say he had no idea about Project 2025? He called Project 2025 ridiculous and abysmal, and now he's appointed about 10 different people from Project 2025 to his administration. He lied, didn't he?
No, because what you're you're mixing up something here.
Stephen Miller, Brendan Carr, Russell Vogt. Shall I go through the list? All Project 25 contributors, they're now in the administration.
There's such a bulldozer tactic with fucking Mehdi Hassan. It's really funny. Like him just adding in those names is just like, it didn't really add anything to the substance of his argument, but he just does it anyway to make the other person uncomfortable. Which is very funny to watch if you're doing it in the aid of an argument that's correct.
You're mixing up like Project 2025 is an entity. It's a project within the Heritage Foundation.
Yeah.
He's appointing Heritage Foundation people. By law, the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025 could not cooperate with the campaign. By law.
But he acted like he had nothing to do with it. He didn't know who's involved in it.
He said he never
Clearly
read
he
it.
knew them. No, he said he doesn't know who's involved in it. And yet he appointed the people.
I don't think he knew who was involved in drafting up the project.
But they all suddenly got top jobs.
No, but wait, they're all Heritage Foundation.
The fact that he also said, I'm deliberately not reading it. Like
That's
I'm
what makes
avoiding.
it
Fuck off,
worse.
Chad Logic. Hey. Bro, he's omnipresent. Shit.
Individuals. There's nothing against them. And many aspects of. Have you read Project 2025?
Yes, I have.
It's 1,000 pages,
yes,
right?
I have.
Okay.
And I did a summary of it.
Many of those aspects of that program President Trump supports, I support.
He didn't
and
sound
others
like that during the
but,
campaign.
But here's the difference.
He didn't say that during the
But
campaign.
He
didn't say that during the campaign.
There's a
Adolfo.
legal barrier.
There's no
between
legal
the two.
barrier to saying whether he agrees with the report or not. And he made it very clear he doesn't agree with it, although now he's appointed all the others. So
But
my
now he's
question,
appointed
my
individuals
bigger
from the
question,
Heritage
Adolfo,
Foundation.
is why does he lie so much? Not just about Project 2025, about everything. For example, let me give you an example. As you know, on January the 1st, tragically over a dozen people were killed in New Orleans as a man drove a truck carrying an ISIS flag allegedly into a crowd full of people celebrating New Year's. A horrific incident that's now being investigated as an act of terrorism. Donald Trump, the president-elect, immediately took to social media and blamed the attack on Biden's, quote, open borders policy. He wrote, and I quote, when I said that criminals coming in are far worse...
Did you die in HC? No, I did not. I will not, okay? I will get to 60 first try, okay? And I will receive great rewards when I should be working
criminals we have
on
in our
more
country.
important stuff.
That statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true. No, it didn't. That's not true. That's a lie. The driver was a U.S. native born and raised in Beaumont, Texas. Trump lied, Adolfo, in order to demonize immigrants like
Adolfo.
you and me.
Let me tell
Listen,
you something.
Adolfo.
No, he's not talking about you and me.
No,
He's
no.
talking about people who pose a threat to the country. What had been reported initially, which I know Fox News retracted after 7 minutes, had been that the truck and some of these assets had come in from Mexico. So the president, I think, responded to that. The broader point
He responded falsely.
Well, no, he responded with the fragmented information that was made available by the press at that time.
That's not what he said. He made a very definitive statement. That's not how a president or a leader behaves.
But let me
at
tell
a
you,
sensitive time.
What is this guy's role again? He's a Trump campaign surrogate. Republican strategist. Yeah, this guy's... I don't know. I just want to live in their heads for like 3 seconds. Just so I can understand what the process is. I just want to understand if he's really aware of how much he's lying or like how he gets through the... It's just so weird. I just find it so bizarre. Like it's your job to defend this person who is so indefensible.
Inflammatory.
And the FBI initially, leaders, including the President Biden, said it wasn't a terrorist attack initially. Are they acting
He lied about it being immigrant. Has he apologized for that?
No, but...
Has he corrected the record?
Yes, he corrected the record when...
They're aware. Listen, okay? If you've ever been in school and there's been a feud, okay? There's a drama, right? I'm trying to remember, because I didn't really get into these things very often when I was younger. I was a nice boy, right? But when people don't like each other, people will very quickly sacrifice a lot of reality to uphold that first principle of like, fuck this guy, right? That's a very... Kids in school do that all the time. That's why they lie fucking frequently about stuff. And that's why, like, whenever there's a fight in school, there's like 10 different versions of it as soon as it's finished, circulating. And I don't think people are aware that they're lying necessarily. They just... I don't know. I really just want to know. I often hear people say things like, well, like even if you catch them out lying on some particular issue with Republicans or whatever, they'll just say, oh, but the other side does it all the time. Like maybe they believe that. Maybe they genuinely believe the liberal media is so unfair and dishonest on them that they just have to fight back with that technique. I don't know.
He's spoken about the broader point.
He immediately lies and makes it about immigration.
No, it's not a lie. It
was an American born and raised.
It does not. It is American born and raised.
So you got it wrong.
It is terrorist or inspired by ISIS. There's no question about that.
That's not what he said, though.
But again, the information that came out initially, Mehdi, was fragmented.
He jumped, but then he didn't need to jump on it.
But let me tell you, the broader point he jumped
Biden didn't say
remains...
it. Mitch McConnell didn't say it. Only Trump said it.
Remains valid. The broader point remains
You don't
valid,
get to lie and say broader point. That's not how lies work, Adolfo. He lied about New Year's.
No, he did not lie about it.
And we don't have an open border. Let me ask you this.
We do have an open border.
That's ridiculous. I just came into the United States last night. I can assure you, it wasn't an open border.
Did you come across the border in the Rio Grande?
And in the southern border, do you know how many people have lost their lives trying to cross the border? Why do people lose their lives if it's open?
The people lose their lives because they're crossing across the desert. It is open. There's not enough security on the... Are you trying to tell me the American people in November didn't make a decision based
I
on
think the American people got it wrong in November.
Oh,
obviously.
really?
Just
Well,
like you think they got it wrong in 2020.
Well, the American people got it very right in November because
Did they get it right in 2020? Did they get it right in 2012? Did they get it right in 2008? Come on, don't give me this populist nonsense.
But that's not populist
I want to stick with the topic because we're going to run out of time. Lies. Here's another brazen, demonstrable lie Donald Trump has told in recent days. After Elon Musk, the shadow president, came out in favor of H-1B visas for foreign workers, and the MAGA base came out against it furiously, Donald Trump told the New York Post, and I quote, "I've always liked the H-1B visas."
Oh, he hasn't though, has he? He hasn't. He used to shit on them. He said we shouldn't have them.
I've always been in favor of the visas. That's a lie, Adolfo. He said
we've always been at war with Eurasia. God, it's so fucked up.
In a presidential debate and across the campaign that the H-1B visa program was, quote, very bad, unfair for US workers, and, quote, we should end it.
We should end it.
Why does he lie so much? When we saw it with our own eyes.
I don't think it's a lie. I think he's for the program, but it needs to be reformed.
That's a lie, Adolfo.
And it needs to be reformed. It can be manipulated. It's been a system that's been used many times to sue employers. Because of its use.
I understand the program.
You understand the program.
But these are your views. Donald Trump did not say any of this.
Yes, he
I'm going to read it.
Would you want to go on this show to be interviewed by Mehdi? Nope. I'd probably cry. I don't know. Like I think the only way you could do it is just to do it back to him. I would just have to out shithead him. There's no point in trying to give a nuanced answer to any question. That's the thing. Because obviously Mehdi debates in this way, like in this style, even when he's basically completely wrong about something. And you can try to explain like a more nuanced position than whatever he's offering you, but he'll just cut you off and jump on something else. Like he'll just try to bulldoze. So I think you kind of like the only way would be to derail as much as he does. I don't know.
That again, just so you. I've always liked the H-1B visas. I've always been in favor of the visas. Doesn't say anything about reform. Where in 2016 he didn't say anything about reform. He said very bad. We should end it. He didn't say reform it. We should end it. So he lied when he said he's always for it.
You're cherry picking in this.
I'm not cherry picking. Those are the only quotes.
In this way,
which quotes have I missed from him?
Because you're taking things out of context.
There's no. I don't. This is a desperate Trump defense.
No, it is not.
Out of context. He's a toddler who you have to interpret.
No, it is not.
Yes, the Trump is a dipshit defense.
What he has said consistently. The program has major problems.
That's not what he said in 2016. I'm going to read it again to you. I'm going to read it one more time.
I think the
very bad, unfair, quote, we should end it.
Yeah, we should end it.
And I think there's a...
End means reform.
Why does he keep calling him Adolfo? It's so funny. Adolfo?
There's a sentence or two afterwards that we need to find better ways to bring people into the country legally. And that's what he's referring to.
He explicitly says we should end the H-1B visa program. 8 years later, he says, I've always liked it and been in favor. That's a lie. Anyone who understands English knows that's a lie.
But you know,
unless English is your second language, that's a lie.
Mehdi, the program actually could be eliminated and replaced with a different program.
Fine, why didn't he say that last week? Why did he say, quote, I've always liked... I'm going to read the quote again to you because you don't like his words, I know.
No, but
I've always liked...
them out of context.
There's no context. This is a statement to the Post. Take it up with the New York Post. I've always liked the H-1B visas. I've always been in favor of the visas. That is not true. He was not in favor of the visas in 2016.
I believe he has always, and I know this...
What you believe is irrelevant, Adolfo, with respect. It's what he said. This is what you always do. You come on and you say, well, Trump, you're confronted with a Trump statement. You try and find a way to spin it, reinterpret it. Because the facts are clear. He lied.
It's when I take statements that President Biden or others have said,
I don't care about Joe Biden. He's gone in 2 weeks.
He's gone.
Joe Biden lies. He lies about Gaza. He lies about lots of things. We agree. We're talking about Trump's lie now. He lied in 2016.
It isn't lies.
What is it then?
It's this. I think he has real problems with the program. The program might be eliminated, and the program will be
So why did he say that to New York Post? He didn't say, I've got real problems. He said, I've always liked the visas. I've always been in favor of the visas.
That is not the only statement he made about immigration or visas.
That is the statement he made to the New York Post about H-1B visas.
Not in isolation.
That is what he said. People can Google it. You're wrong.
You're right.
Okay. What lie about Gaza is Mehdi referring to? Fuck knows. Probably when Biden said that when he said what is it called? The Al Ali hospital was hit by a rocket. I don't know. By the other guys. I don't know. Hello, teeny tiny Tony. How's it going? Or the babies. Maybe the beheaded babies.
Good. How are you?
Yeah, fine. What's your story?
So I'm Canadian, and Trump has been blustering about his whole like taking over Canada and Denmark and whatever, and how they're subsidizing Canada. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts on
Let's talk about Elon.
the comments that Trump was making specifically about Canada, or on the trade war thing in general.
I don't know. It sounds very aggressive. It sounds very fucking. In 2016, first of all, Trump's not an isolationist at all. He's very aggressive, and he's inheriting a much more unstable world than he was in 2016. So he's probably just going to be absolutely fucking insane. Obviously, a lot of it sounds like inconceivable. Like, how's he going to take over Greenland? But the fact that he talks about it is probably quite unsettling.
Yeah, it's well, for me, it's really uncomfortable. And I'm guessing you know about it. Like, there's the whole the War of 1812 and the concept of manifest destiny,
Mm-hmm.
and I guess belief that some Americans have that they should, by right of like God or whatever, they should own all of North America.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like what he does sometimes is he has these ambitions and he just likes to put out feelers and to see who defends it. And it's just funny watching every like libertarian fucking isolationist defend it. I don't know. We'll see though. Like, I don't know what mechanisms he can employ to make it happen or to even come close to it. But I guess it'll probably give him ammunition for like a new trade war or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's to do with manifest destiny, though. I don't think people are following this because of any ideological belief. People are following it because Trump is mentioning it.
Yeah, I guess. But there's already been some talk about the trade war. So I'm in Ontario, and our premier, after he heard the comments by Doug Ford, he said very publicly, this feels like a stab in the back. And if they give us if they implement these tariffs, then he says we're going to stop selling power to the U.S. And I know some other provinces have been following suit. I know Alberta hasn't, and that's where they have like the oil sands. But it does seem like battle lines are being drawn between what should be Canada and its closest ally, which feels very strange.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully he just gets distracted by some crazy Middle Eastern shit or something, like a new ISIS resurgence or something. I don't know.
Well, I'm hoping he forgets about it in like a week. But
yeah,
I was just curious about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. It's just like pushing so many fucking boundaries. Like it's so, even if he doesn't mean anything by it, like it's so inappropriate. It's and that's assuming the best interpretation, not that he actually plans on engaging in trade wars with his closest allies. But time will tell. He gets inaugurated in what, 8 days?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay.
And it's really funny how the trade deal that he is whining about is the one that he negotiated.
Yeah.
Like the Canada, U.S., Mexico agreement.
Yeah, he's a bit, he's like that.
I don't know, it's just so bizarre to me how people support him. Another thing that's funny is seeing, I have some friends in Canada who are Trump supporters. One guy who's actually in the military and is like a fanatical Trump supporter. Like, he will defend absolutely anything that Trump does. And seeing them kind of favor what Trump is saying over the country that they live in, the country that he serves in the military of, is I don't understand how anybody can be like that.
Don't know. Well, we'll see. Do you have any other memes?
No, that's it.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming on, all right?
All right, thanks.
Yeah, take care.
You too.
Okay.
Elon Musk, the guy who he's basically, Trump's now bowing the knee to. He's dominating our political debate,
the
Musk.
knees too.
Well, let's go
Please.
through it.
All these loaded questions, these loaded
Trump
comments.
Trump, I just gave you a blunt
You're
quote. You didn't like that.
unfiltered.
Trump plays golf at Mar-a-Lago. Elon Musk is basically running the country. He's leading on the immigration issue. Let me go through it. He's leading on the immigration issue. He's leading on the spending bill. He's having secret meetings with the Iranians, reportedly. He's called for the Prime Minister of our closest ally, the UK, to be deposed, removed from office.
Yeah.
Is it President Musk and Vice President Trump?
No, it is not. That is just silly.
Is it silly? I just read out multiple examples.
It is silly. Anything that Elon Musk is doing in conjunction
Leon
with President
Musk.
Trump or at President Trump's direction.
Wow. So Donald Trump wants the
So
British Prime Minister.
Trump wants the king to get rid of Keir Starmer. Bro, that's worse. That's so much worse. What the fuck? The only way you can ever spin this is to assume that Leon Musk is just a guy who's biting off more than he can chew, and eventually Trump's going to get rid of him. Like, that's the only... Okay. Anything else is a horrible reflection on Trump, because he's I don't know. The Queen's butler is just kind of like taking control of the kitchen and expanding his territory into the bedchambers.
Removed. That's a big statement.
Donald Trump has made a lot of statements about foreign leaders.
Has he called for Keir Starmer to go?
He has not.
Because Elon Musk has. You just said they're coordinating.
They're coordinating in this regard, in the broader policy issues and agenda that they're going to bring forward to Doge. There is no question that Elon Musk has his own personality. He does not have an appointed position in the government, as you know, but he is going to have specific tasks that are going to be given to him,
including calling for the fall of the British government.
He has opinions that he might have. I don't think he's calling for the fall of the British
He's literally
government.
said that.
He's
Adolfo.
a change of,
you should
a change
spend some
of
time on his horrible website.
I know what he's done.
He's literally said
he's not limited
that
to,
British leaders should be in prison and the government should be, Parliament should be dissolved undemocratically. It's called for a coup. It's called for the king to dissolve Parliament. That's a coup.
He has called for other changes under the European countries as well.
Trump, well, that doesn't make it good. Donald Trump seems to be bothered by the insinuation that Musk is the real president. He even went out of his way recently to say that Musk can't be president as he wasn't born here in the US. It's now being reported this week that he's complaining to people that Musk is around too much.
Oh, this is all just Washington gossip. It's ridiculous.
Trump said it on the record. He said he's always around.
He said he's always around.
And he can't be the president.
He said he's always here, can't get rid of him in Mar-a-Lago, jokingly. So you get to put that in jokingly.
Only a joke. We know that Trump is bothered.
Elon Musk is going to be a strong ally.
How long till they fall out?
They will not fall out. They will not fall out.
Can I book you right now to come back on the show when Susie Wiles is fired and Elon Musk and Trump fall out?
Yes, yeah? and I'm going to come back when they're still in.
Okay, in 4 years, right? 4 years.
No one usually lasts 4 years. President
lot
Reagan,
of Joe Biden's appointees did.
President Reagan shifted.
Well, Trump had the fastest turnover. We know that. Most people didn't last. Are we not living, Adolfo? Are we not living in an oligarchy when the world's richest man gives over $200 million to help get Trump and Republicans nationwide elected, then gets rewarded with a government position in a totally made up...
Are you talking about Mr. Soros?
In a totally... Which government department did George Soros run?
Are you talking about Mr. Soros?
Adolfo, which government department did George Soros run?
He didn't run any department.
So then your argument is ridiculous.
He ran it behind the scenes, pumping hundreds of millions of dollars to help Democrats.
Musk is running
setting up
a totally made up government department where he can eliminate all his conflicts of interest. You know the US government is investigating Tesla's bunch of investigations.
He doesn't have a government department.
He has a made-up department, indeed. How is that
Only
not
Congress
corruption?
can create departments.
Agreed. So how is that not corruption and oligarchy? That
it isn't corruption and oligarchy.
He just gets this reward to run things.
It isn't oligarchy.
I give you $200 million and I get a government job.
People come in to government to advise through commissions or simple advisors or designated official functions of the president.
Differently.
He is doing a difference. He's bringing in an entrepreneur in the world.
Is he a champion of the working class by having a billionaire give him money and then give him a job?
He's a champion of growing the economy and a champion
of
being
able to...
That's not
what I asked. Elon Musk gave $200 million or more,
and efficiency,
and he got a job.
Yeah,
how is that not corruption?
It's not corruption to come in somebody who doesn't need a job, somebody who's going to come in.
He does need to get rid of. He does need to get rid of lots of government investigations.
No, what he needs to get rid of is government waste and abuse.
You don't think Elon Musk's going to get rid of all the investigations against his companies?
I don't believe that for 1 minute.
Were you born yesterday?
No, I don't believe it. I believe he's going to get rid of.
You've been in DC long enough to know exactly what's going to happen.
I think he's going to get rid of a great deal of the bureaucracy and all the fraud, waste, and abuse.
So you don't think it's oligarchy that billionaires are just getting jobs in government? Okay, that's literally the definition of oligarchy, ruled by wealthy people. One last question. During this whole H-1B debate, Elon Musk publicly agreed with a post on Twitter, on X, calling Americans to, quote, forgive my use of this language, to fill up the Silicon Valley tech workforce. Do you agree with that view? For Americans to work in Silicon Valley?
Oh, no. We know what he said. I heard that one.
rid of lots of government
No,
investigations.
what he needs to
That's
get rid
very
of is
convenient.
government waste and abuse.
You don't think Elon Musk's going to get rid of all the investigations against his companies?
I don't believe that for one
Were you
minute.
born yesterday?
No, I don't believe it. I believe he's going to get rid of.
You've been in DC long enough to know exactly what's going to happen.
I think he's going to get rid of a great deal of the bureaucracy and all the fraud, waste, and
So you don't
abuse
think
that
it's
we see in
oligarchy that billionaires are just getting jobs in government? Okay, that's literally the definition of oligarchy, ruled
It is not.
ruled by
It's-
wealthy people.
yeah.
One last question. During this whole H-1B debate, Elon Musk publicly agreed with a post on Twitter, on X, calling Americans too, quote, forgive my use of this language, to fill up the Silicon Valley tech workforce. Do you agree with that view? Are Americans too to work in Silicon Valley?
No, I don't agree with that view.
Why did he say that?
I don't agree with that view. I think there is a lot of
Should
talent.
Elon Musk apologize for that?
Well, I don't know. I can't tell Mr. Musk what he should apologize.
Should Donald
for
Trump
doing.
apologize for
I
that?
don't think
'Cause
Mr.
he's-
I don't think the President Trump has to apologize
Why
for
not?
Elon Musk.
One of his top appointees just insulted the MAGA base. He said they're
He's talking about extremely sophisticated positions in government.
So if you
in industry.
So
in
if you
Silicon
can't
Valley.
do it to sophisticated positions, you're retarded.
No.
I love how
called Americans retarded.
he keeps saying it, Mehdi. Mehdi is having way too much fun saying that word. Okay, I'm on to him. That's not an accident. Okay, why is he having so much fun saying it? Does he say it in private? Does Mehdi say the N word? He must, right? Like, there's no way he. I'm sorry.
No,
You'd
he
have been
called,
okay with that?
no, he called Americans garbage.
But if you called them retarded, you'd be okay with that?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't agree with that.
Would you
And
call for him to apologize?
And I wouldn't. I think he should
I wouldn't-
apologize for calling American people garbage. and he
Great.
didn't.
Okay, so then should Donald Trump apologize for his appointee?
The difference is President
Should
Biden
Donald
used
Trump
those words. Why should Donald Trump apologize for the words of someone else?
Because the guy he's appointed.
Well, was,
You take responsibility for your team.
was President Biden apologizing for things his cabinet and his officials
I
said?
know you're only
Are you regarded, Adolfo? You should throw that one in.
defense of Trump
No,
is
no,
what
but-
about
but- but you know, the thing
Biden's
is,
gone. I'm not a Biden
but
defender. I'm here asking you about Trump.
You want to silo things like there's only one standard.
There is one standard.
There is a standard.
A top guy in your side called your base.
Yeah,
Do you think that's bad?
and the President of the United States called the
Keep
American
saying
people
it.
garbage.
So that
Do you
two
think
wrongs
that's
make
bad?
a right.
Do you think that's bad?
Are we in elementary school? Do two wrongs make a
No,
right?
no. Do you think that's wrong?
Do you think two elementary schools are? Do you think two things wrongs are right?
One's the president, the incumbent president.
President-elect.
No, President Biden called the American people garbage.
I'm not here to defend Joe Biden.
Oh yeah, conveniently.
I'm not.
Okay.
I said Joe Biden's complicit in war crimes.
Okay,
So I'm not the guy you want to put as a Biden defender.
so
I'm
President
asking
Biden-
you.
but President-
should Elon
You don't like Biden? No way.
Musk apologize for saying?
I think he needs to apologize and also clarify the statement. And the
How
statement
many
clarification.
times has he said it now? Is that like 5? He said it so many times.
Of Holland. I regret saying those words. I do think there is a need for non-Americans to come into the country in certain jobs if they're the most qualified, especially in such specialized fields as the Silicon Valley.
But Donald Trump shouldn't have to disown remarks.
I don't think he needs to apologize for Elon.
He never has
Musk.
to apologize for anything,
No,
according to
well, he
Adolfo
doesn't
Franco.
I shouldn't apologize for you.
I don't
You
think I've
shouldn't
ever seen
apologize
Donald
for
Trump apologize. Let's see what he has to apologize for from January the 20th. Adolfo Franco, we appreciate you taking time out.
Thank you, Mehdi.
You're going to be coming back. We talked
looking
about when
forward
you're
to it.
coming back. I
Yes.
appreciate you taking
Yeah,
time out
thank
for
you.
today.
Thank you, Mehdi.
Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications. For exclusive content and to support our independent, unfiltered journalism, head over to zeteo.com. Your support matters.
Nice one. That was a good. That was good. That was a good little expose. It's those like interview hit pieces. A good grilling. Finally. Why? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? With what we just watched? That was good content. Shut up. Do you think it's right that the US is stealing people we paid to educate? I don't think it's stealing if someone migrates. No, that's not how it works. Stealing. I don't know where you're from, by the way. You sound like, I mean, is that like Eastern European writing? I don't know. Because of H1B. Ooh. Czechia. So should people from Czechia just be kind of forced to stay there? Lest they get stolen by a country that is good to work in, or that they want to work in. I don't know. Probably sets a bad precedent. I need to rant real quick. Well, if you're going to rant, Chase, you can do it on chat's time because I need to go to the bathroom and also get my food before we do the next thing. And we will get to the bottom of the next thing because it's quite interesting. All right, one minute.
Well, okay, Loner Box, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Well, really, it's about that crap we were talking about earlier, of the whole age-free drama and that what was his name, Anthony Sargon moron. And what really drove me crazy about that was not only how stupid and how pointless that guy. What? Wait a minute, am I actually muted? I know I'm not talking to Loner right now. Am I talking to? Can Chad hear me? No, you're on. Okay, thanks, man. Thanks, man. I just need to blow some steam off because that past segment about Hassan and that whole crowd that really had me kind of fuming for a little bit. Uh, really blew me up about that was how people in the Mika sphere kept complaining about how, oh, you people are like they're making fun of my appearance, they're being body shaming, blah blah blah. When in reality, no, it's they're making fun of the fact that you were clearly being such a bad faith moron and you were saying such horrible stuff about Ethan and Lorebox in their community. It kind of reminds me of, and I've brought this up before, how back when the whole Keffel's Mutahar drama came on, people kept calling Mutahar transphobic because his thumbnail featured art of Keffel's, but they tried to claim that Mutahar was actually transphobic without even watching his own video. So it's really funny how people just find like the one small thing to crucify someone over, but the minute without actually engaging with the content itself, it really is just enraging to watch. What's going on? Oh, Lorbach is letting me talk for a second while he goes off and gets some food. Anyway, that's kind of all I really had to say. Bye.
What, you guys didn't prefer? You guys did not prefer Chase to the BRB screen? What the hell? What's wrong with you guys? What? Fuck. What's happened here? What was he talking about? I don't even I missed it all. I was busy. Hmm. Give me a moment. Chase realized he was being used as slave labor and ran away. Wow. Vosh content. Interesting. That's new. It's been a while.
Probably moved by threats.
But I do think the corporate culture sort of had swung towards being this somewhat more neutered thing.
Fantastic. Yeah, it's to dissect all of these lies bit by bit would be an absolute waste of time because they're obvious lies. They're not like I'm not doing you a service. You could watch it and come to the same basic conclusions that I would deliver. It's like really, really straightforward. But also, who's being convinced by this? You know, in order to be bought in by this, the level of derangement you have to be on has to go beyond the point where you would care whether or not what Zuckerberg is saying is accurate, which is one of the reasons why, as time goes forward, I don't think we're going to be covering much dishonesty from the right. Who has the time? I think the line here has to be, absolutely has to be, like, where's my $2 eggs? You know what I mean? Wow, excellent anti-woke point. Wow, Trump, excellent meme about making Canada the 51st state. Can't help but notice that the housing crisis hasn't improved. One moat. That's all you're gonna get. And it's a borderline paleo.
Meme. He's calling it a meme. I've never heard that before.
Marxist return to the underlying point here, which is I am not a class reductionist. I don't believe that social issues like gay rights, trans rights, whatever, you know, women's rights, I don't think these are less important than class issues. I do fundamentally believe they are built on top of class issues. That class, the basic allocation of resources, the relationship you have to production, I think that's like the foundation upon which a lot of these social problems emerge. That doesn't mean you can fix them by getting rid of social or like economic inequality. It just means that it's like a root force. And I think that, and we have to accept this, guys, and I'm really sorry, on the social issue, we just have to accept that our enemies are okay with being evil and objectively wrong. Like, the default position now from them is not just being wrong, it is an active and willful acceptance that it's okay to be evil for no purpose and objectively wrong. They are fine with believing something that all evidence pushes against. They are fine with hurting people for reasons that like it doesn't even benefit them. Like they're not making an assessment of, oh, it's like better for this group than it is for this group. They just want to hurt people. This is not all Trump supporters. I would actually say it's probably a small minority of them, but their attitudes and tendencies spread out far enough that even people who don't actively think those ways act as though they do.
Huh. Okay. Thank God it's Vosh here under Trump because his exaggerations didn't work well in the Dems. Yep, we can go back to they're all evil. Yes. MAGA are pretty bad though. MAGA are pretty fucking abhorrent. That is pretty much all the Republican Party right now. What's this? Billie Eilish talking about how she made birds of a feather. That sounds cool. I'd watch this. Story of my song. Well, cool. Oh, it's this whole thing where they sit the little keyboard with the laptop and they're like, here's how we did this.
Can't imagine I've ever seen my signature bigger.
Yeah, you're like a founding father. Here we go.
Whoa.
We have our sheet music to our song Birds of a Feather from our new album Hit Me
It's not copyrighted. Probably.
Hard and Soft, and
Get
we're
over
going to
it.
break it down for you a little bit.
Hopefully they just don't play enough of the song for it to be an issue. Fuck off. Stop playing the song, dick. I just want to hear you talk about it. Hey.
There's a lot of songs about dying for somebody.
Are they lovers? They're brother and sister. So probably. I'm joking. I don't know. What? No. There's no evidence of that.
And loving them till they die, and I thought it was really fun to
So like reverse it.
like,
No, literally though, till I die for real, and I'm in the grave, and I'm rotting away. There's a line, I don't know if you should use this or whatever, but like the first lyric we wrote was I want you to stay, and then I have some lyrics in here which are like all kind of just loving. We were like, oh, we'll make a love song for the first time that's like doesn't have some sort of weird twist to it, and then we were like,
we twisted it.
We twisted it. We were coming up with all these rhymes, and grave came up. So it kind of was already this like happy sounding thing, and then we just always loved the juxtaposition of that with the lyrics. Here's the thing, with music, my whole thing is that it's for the listener to decide what it means. And doesn't matter what I wrote it about, what Phineas wrote it about, it's like, it really doesn't matter as long as you interpret it however you need to. That's all you need to know. So don't take what I say to heart, but it's almost like someone like slamming you into a wall and being like, you look really pretty! And you're like, wow, that's really a lot. That's what I wanted the verse to do. I wanted it to feel like toxic and a little bit like love bombing. I have a hard time with the first lyrics, or like the first time I am heard in a song, because it's like the most important part to me. So I will spend like days and days and days trying to get the right take of the first line. This was probably the most challenging out of the entire album to sing. I'm so specific about what notes I'm doing, and so even though they feel like I'm just going, I want you to stay, I'm like, da 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 da. I want you to stay. And it has to be those da da. Stay. It's not like a little slide, it's like two notes. Ba-dum. This was not a happy album, like literally at all. This is how I wished that I was feeling, and I wasn't really, but I was like, I'm just gonna try to pretend. Birds of a feather, we should stick together. I know I said I'd never think I wasn't better alone. Can't change the weather, might not be forever, but if it's forever, it's...
I don't really like this tune that much. I haven't heard it all the way through, but just hearing it from here, I'm not a big fan. It's interesting to see the process, though. It's funny that whenever I used to do stuff like this with recording, especially with singers, and I would get quite anal about how each note went. It's like, don't do a glide up here. Do this one straight, and do this one with a glide up and all that. Especially if I was writing for a singer. They would be like, fucking, nah, bro, what? Gotta get the vibe. The vibe. I'm like... Shit, it's good to know that it's actually okay to care this much about what each note is doing. Like, fuck. And all these one-take wonders who come in, hungover and shit. And basically just don't want to do that much work. I don't know.
Even better. Two notes, y'all. Actually, there's like a couple that are not there. Hold on.
Birds of a feather. Wow, careful.
This pre-chorus, so tough. Such a darn disaster.
Might be a good time for me to pop this open for a second.
Birds of a feather, we should stick together. I know I said I'd never think I wasn't better alone.
So the thing that's really cool about that is over top of that second chord in the progression, which is the B minor, we had her do this like real jazz
So
part
it's
where
my
she
favorite
does
part.
like a minor.
I said I'd never think I wasn't better alone. When I was touring, I would I never did a singing lesson. I would never.
Never even did a vocal warm-up.
I never really did a vocal warm. I would do like 5 minutes of like.
Lip trills.
You know, your voice is truly like an instrument, and if you work on it and you train and you practice, you actually can strengthen it and actually get better. And I can't even tell you how big of a difference like training has done for me. It's been really incredible. And this song, I wouldn't have been able to sing it how I did and sing it on stage how I do without the training that I've been doing. It's really awesome. This is an awesome sentence to say. We should stick together.
Well, so you worked in a studio? Yeah. Yeah, I did. I might actually be working in one next week because I have to do, well, I did some guitar for someone and I think they want to do a performance. So I'm going to have to relearn this fucking song, which just has all the chords on planet Earth, conveniently. I remember doing it. I did this fucking recording and I remember thinking like I just completely botched it. I thought I'd completely fucked it because it was so, I had to stop and redo parts and drop in different areas, and especially for leads. But apparently it was they made it work somehow. I guess they just took the best parts from each take. Can you sing? No. I do, but I can't. No. Yeah.
We kind of played with like, we should stay together, we should play together or fly together, flock
Birds
together.
of a feather flock together.
And stick together just rolls off the tongue in a very satisfying way. So this was another like, whoever is right wins with me and Phineas. What I love about the way that we work is it's not really like,
Competitive?
Yeah, we're not really competitive like that. Like it's really like best idea wins. And with this, I wanted it to be, might not be forever, but if it's forever, it's even better, and I don't know what I'm crying. And Phineas was like, it's better if it goes, it's even better.
I forgot all about that one. We overthought this sort of simple song so hard. Yeah, we kept getting lost in the maze on this song.
This, I don't think we've ever overthought another song more.
So glad it's popular.
Oh God.
It's such a pain.
There was like a period where
He was right. I'd have to hear the whole thing. I'd have to hear it in context. You need context. That's another thing as well. Trying alternatives is like, no, it needs to drop in from the bit before it. But shit, that bit needs to drop in from that before. Fuck. I don't miss that part. I don't miss the part of, especially after I started properly learning a bunch of Radiohead songs, like singing them while playing, and just noticing for the something I'd taken for granted was how he just offbeats everything. Like, I never really thought about that before until I really, really noticed it, and then I just realized he's doing it in like every single song, and I was like, shit, so many of my fucking hooks are on the beat. Now I need to offbeat all of them. Wait, do I? Other people have it on the beat, and yeah, it fucking freaked me out. Shit.
where we were considering not putting it on the album, but thank God we didn't do that.
I see a place I want to mark up.
Might not belong.
Those are two different words.
Might not belong.
This was our big, long lyrical puzzle. We rewrote that so many times. We had different rhythms. We had this whole other part.
Yeah, it's true. This.
We didn't get that for 7 months. I'll Love You Till the Day That I Die, when we hadn't set it up right, made no sense to us. And then it was about setting up that line right.
Right.
We kept saying, it's like, how do you make I'll Love You Till the Day That I Die a punchline, not just sort of like saccharine and meaningless. I know that I'll Love You Till the Day That I Die shouldn't be meaningless, but it felt a little meaningless before we got Might Not Be Long. Like, not necessarily gonna live another 80 years, but I'll love you till the day that I die, even if that's a few days. So that was our big setup.
We had like different rhythms, different melodies. For a while it was, I know I should be terrified. What? Of what? We had like some like, I don't miss the way it was, da-na-da-na-na-na. And those also didn't feel truthful, and they didn't feel like they were building to anything. And we also wanted to set up the I love you till the day that I die, because it did feel kind of empty. So yeah, let's do the chorus.
Let's see what happens, eh? Oh, beautiful. Look at that. I loved doing that.
You guys killed that.
What the hell?
Fixing stuff immediately.
I just want context, because that's technically, even though it's the last line of the pre-chorus, it's the start of the chorus, so. Okay, sorry. Now.
I'll love you till the day that I die. Holy shit. Genius originality. Truly, who would have thought it? I know who's saying this, okay? I know who's talking like this. Can we remake this meme? Can we make this meme with, bro, his lyrics are so unoriginal, bro. Fucking bullshit. Can we please? Can we get some of that in? Let's go. Because you just know, right? They're a fucking Zeppelin fan who sits there singing along to Bay, 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 Baby. Like it's nothing.
I never thought about how the end of the pre is the beginning of the chorus.
Billy and I spent a lot of time
this
in
is
the
the
studio
thing.
being like, I'll go, I think you should re-sing that chorus line. And Billy goes, okay. And then I play it and she goes, this is what you think the chorus is? That's a big part of like
a big thing. Birds of a feather is the pre-chorus. And then I don't know what I'm is the chorus. And this is kind of like this this is like the post.
You wouldn't analyze that. Don't strawman the chatter. You absolutely, if it's even if it's a simple phrase like "I love you" or some shit, you would absolutely analyze it because you'd want it to drop in a part of a song where it's like the hook of the melody or where there's like a hitting point of the melody that overlaps with the word, right? You wouldn't want it to have. So if you have like a resolution, then you know the part of a song, like if you're listening to a verse or a chorus or whatever, there's usually like a bit that makes you could do the ooh. Like the little shuddery bit, right? And you'd probably want the hitting words, like the hard-hitting words or the bits you want to emphasize to fall in the right place. So yeah, of course that would matter, yeah.
Chorus, second half of the chorus.
But it's the same deal.
But it doesn't really matter, does it? We literally hated so much when we made it, didn't we? Also, I was singing it like die! I was like it was very guttural. We have the demo of that version and it's really tough.
It's tough.
I listened to it recently and I was like,
It sounds like a horn. But she did a bunch of beautiful harmonies on those dies, too.
I love me some harmonies.
So funny, we play you these things. We're like, yeah, there's a little bit of that. 7 hours.
How you look to me, you wouldn't believe if I told you. You would eat the compliments I throw you, but you're so full. Tell me it's a bit. Oh, say you don't say it. Your mind's
Why are they smiling? My instinct is that they're smiling because they've written down the huh, but it's not got a word next to it. They haven't written the word. They haven't written a little huh.
say you wanna quit. Don't be still.
Or the laser? I don't know.
Aw, I love that verse. I have like such a love for second verses. I feel like second verses, especially for us,
All the best lyrics we've
all
ever
the
written.
best lyrics we've ever written are in the second verse, weirdly.
I added that soundbite of you like, oh, yeah, hang on. That's so awesome.
Yeah.
We pull that up.
There's a vocal
Whoa,
chop.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
It actually,
That's awesome.
do you have the original sound?
That's the original sound.
What am I saying?
Cuz.
Does the stranger
Wait,
That's amazing.
that's from Getting Older.
Yeah.
I was just gonna watch this while I ate, right? But since you guys are half the chat's getting fucking really angry, I'm just gonna keep watching it. I'm gonna go to the end now. I wasn't planning on going to the end, but God, I'm determined now.
I didn't even know that.
That's awesome.
So that's the vocal from Getting Older, from Happier Than Ever, that came out. Our second album came out in 2021.
But who would ever know? Part of my year of crisis.
I was gonna say,
I'm gonna analyze my own shit afterwards. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take you through a fucking Pro Tools breakdown. Where were you when you recorded this bit? I don't fucking remember. What?
loved the second verse at the time.
Oh no, that bit's shit.
Because different from, I think, the rest of the song where I said it was kind of like I was writing what I wanted to feel. This verse was really how I did feel. You know, I want you to see how you look to me. You wouldn't believe if I told you.
That bit where you say the N word, sorry, that's like that's of its time. Okay, that was the late '90s NWA. I don't know.
Like, you're so obsessed with the idea that you're this, you know, unaccomplished, ugly, you know, whatever somebody might talk down about themselves and think. And it's like, you don't even know how you look to me. Like, in my mind, you are beautiful, special, talented. It's not actually possible to see ourselves how somebody else sees us, but if it was, you literally wouldn't believe it. Like, if I could give you my
view of yourself.
View of you, you would be so shocked and so stoked because it's awesome. You would keep the compliments I throw you instead of
discarding them
and just keeping this wall around. You would take them in and agree with them. And then tell me it's a bit. That one's interesting to me because I feel like people kind of hear it in a different way. For me, that's me being like, tell me you're joking. Like, tell me that it's a bit, that you don't see how amazing you are. Say you want to quit, don't be stupid.
Fucking, I really want to hear. I want to hear the kind of songs that Zach writes now after seeing these comments. Maybe they're really talented. I don't know. It's just, it's given me so many red flags. I'm sorry.
That I wasn't referring to a relationship. I was referring to like one's, you know, career and job, and someone who's just really doubtful of themselves when they have so much talent. I think there's like a note here. Yeah, it's super small. I love it. I actually love
she wrote
this
down the
little part. Pretend this is here, probably. Yeah. This one goes down a half step, which is really cool.
Whoa.
I think it's no. No. This, I tried a lot of different stuff with because I didn't know if it was good enough to just hold it. So I tried a lot of like, don't be stupid, or like stupid, or, and none of that, it was kind of like, so it was kind of performative.
That one she just did sounds too much like stupid. That's just like, you'd hear that in a 90s tune. It's too 90s.
There's lots of new lyrics to write.
No, it's got copyright. Get that copyright.
So we rewrote the chorus, and that was the part we heard before.
Too long.
I don't know what I'm crying for. And now we go to the belt.
You want to go for it right now? Try to do it.
Absolutely not. But you could play the isolated vocal.
Ah.
And I remember like coming home and playing it for my parents at the time. Both of them were like, it was so loud. I mean, it's literally shouting. I'm shouting. But that second to last note was all I was aiming for. And then as I was doing it, I was like, it would be really cool if I went one more. And I did it, and it was awesome.
What the fuck? That synth sounds like MGMT. Doesn't it? It sounds like the same instrument as well, almost. Hang on. That's a joke, right? They did that for a joke. Don't copyright it, play the fucking thing! Hey! Fucking copyright! Copyright! Okay. Yeah, it's it's almost the exact. It's a bit less harsh.
One more. And I did it, and it was awesome.
That's definitely intentional. Like, that's just... Okay.
Instrumental coda.
What did he say?
Instrumental coda.
Instrumental coda, okay. I thought he was naming the instrument.
There were various moments of this song that felt really good the whole time, and one of them was that outro. That outro.
It feels very happy. It feels like...
And sad. Feels both.
We started this song on, I think, February 16th of 2023. We didn't finish it until...
Literally January of the next year.
Yeah.
So long.
Really a long time.
I think sometimes you feel more ownership over something if it took you a long time. Like
Yeah.
Sometimes when stuff happens really quickly, you're like, wow, I feel grateful for that, but you might not feel like the sort of sweat that went into it.
Well, I am incredibly happy and proud of this song. We figured it out, and we like it, and...
Okay, shut up. All right. Does anyone else notice? Does anyone else notice the fucking thing? Where's the MGMT? Surely someone's going to say it in the comments, right? Hey! No. Oh well. It is what it is. You need a good ear. Well, what can I say? This guy. Okay. Search the page for MGMT. I did. It didn't show up. I just wanted to get enough comments loaded up, so I had a big pool to search from. Happens all the time that you hear something from another song. Yeah, I know. It's not even bad. I think you have to go pretty hard to call it like fucking plagiarism with that kind of thing. But anyway, 1 minute. The chat's demanding their slop. It's not fucking slop. Girl drama. It's what? Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. I'm just thinking about how I want to cover it because I read the court document today. One of them. I didn't read all of them because there's 3. But the one it's got plenty of interesting information. Are you familiar with the Amber Heard case? Not really. It's fucking sexual harassment. Yeah. It's sexual harassment drama. That's what it is. H3 did a good segment. Oh, for fuck. Yeah, but I want to do a segment on it. I've got things to say, fucker. The legal video already has basically everything that I know. So, well, I know. What we haven't done actually is what I haven't done. Where's the sauce? Thanks for the $4.99. 1K viewers. Love to see it, man. You deserve it. Easily become one of my favorite political streamers under a year. Hope to see you collab more. Oh, I really appreciate that. Wow. And Vazaraka, thanks for the $5. Appreciate it. Nice one. Talk your shit, loner. What? Oh, I'll talk my shit. Don't worry. What I should do is give the breakdown and then watch a video of someone who's trying to contradict the claim that I agree with. One man's life hangs in the balance. He has been accused of crimes most foul. He stands before the steps of the guillotine ready to make his case. This guy, Justin Baldoni, stands accused of being a bit of a wrong'un. So there was this film called It Ends With Us, right? And it's about, I haven't watched it, it's about domestic abuse, some bullshit. Justin Baldoni is a kind of an interesting character because he kind of has this whole brand, and his organization has a big brand as well. He's the co-founder of Wayfarer Studios. And he was also the director, executive producer, and an actor in this film, like a leading actor. And Baldoni has this whole thing about being a male feminist. He had this viral TED talk about 7 years ago called Why I'm Done Trying to Be Man Enough. And it's all about toxic masculinity. And I think he even has a podcast called Man Enough. And there's a whole thing about his brand and his Wayfarer Studios talking about being progressive and women's rights and all this kind of shit. So that's his gist. It's like Wayfarer Studios actually hosts the podcast as well on their channel. Why Men Don't Talk, Man Enough episodes. So that's his brand, okay? He has this film where the story is about abuse. As far as I know, it's about domestic abuse and misogyny and shit. And it's called It Ends With Us. And another actor in the film, leading actor, is called Blake Lively, a Hollywood celebrity, one half of a Hollywood power couple, okay? And apparently the film was meh. Apparently it had decent reviews, but I think a lot of people also didn't like it. So like Legal hates it for some reason. But it seems that when the film went out, there surfaced this whole litany of behind the scenes drama and accusations. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds is the husband of Blake Lively. Yeah. And it turned out that Wayfarer Studios, and particularly Justin Baldoni, were being accused of sexual harassment, misconduct, poor standards, making the actors uncomfortable, etc., etc. And we'll get into some of those examples in a minute. And then another accusation came out that Baldoni was aware of these complaints and had retaliated to these complaints against him and Wayfarer by launching a smear campaign against Blake Lively, of trying to undermine her and spread all these narratives about her, to the point that he hired like a PR firm to do it. He hired actually one of the same people who was working with Johnny Depp in his defamation case against Amber Heard. So he actually hired people to do a smear campaign on her, right? But by the time the film went out, there was this whole narrative that had already made its way online about Blake Lively being really difficult to work with, about being a diva, about being like a prima donna, putting herself first and seizing control over the production. There's a whole story about how Justin Baldoni had to go into the basement during the premiere of the film because apparently Blake Lively's accusations had made it that people didn't want to be around him. So he obviously feels like his good name has been dragged. He's been let go by a lot of sponsors and whatever else. For being a mean girl, basically, yeah. And he has since filed a lawsuit against the New York Times for defamation for putting out Blake Lively's story, which he says is full of lies. We can get into this, what he says and what the counters are to that as well. So, yeah. For a brief period of time, though, Baldoni did manage to actually succeed in really smashing Blake Lively's reputation. But the way that he did it is like, it's a very interesting story. Okay. I think what we'll do is, I want to watch a bit of this first, actually. I want to see what he said, because I've never actually seen him talking.
As an actor, I get scripts. And it's my job to stay on script, to say my lines, and bring to life a character that someone else wrote. Over the course of my career, I've had the great honor playing some of the greatest male role models ever represented on television. You might recognize me as male escort number one, photographer, date rapist, shirtless date rapist from the award-winning Spring Break Shark Attack, shirtless medical student, a shirtless steroid-using con man, and in my most well-known role as Raphael, a brooding, reformed playboy who falls for, of all things, a virgin, and who's only occasionally shirtless. Now, these roles don't represent the kind of man I am in my real life, but that's what I love about acting. I get to live inside characters very different than myself. But every time I got one of these roles, I was surprised, because most of the men I play ooze machismo.
You know what, though? He's quite good looking, right? Like, if she's a Hollywood elite and part of a Hollywood power couple, why didn't he could have just murdered her and said that he was, against the corrupt elites. He could have just murdered her. People would have liked them for that, right? He should have just done the Luigi, not launched a sleazy smear campaign with a PR organization after what seems to be fairly credible accusations of misconduct, including sexual harassment. But okay.
No, charisma and power. And when I look in the mirror, that's just not how I see myself. But it was how Hollywood saw me. And over time, I noticed a parallel between the roles I would play as a man, both on screen and off. I've been pretending to be a man that I'm not my entire life. I've been pretending to be strong when I felt weak, confident when I felt insecure, and tough when really I was hurting. I think for the most part, I've just been kind of putting on a show. But I'm tired of performing. And I can tell you right now that it is exhausting trying to be man enough for everyone all the time. Now, right? My brother heard that. Now, for as long as I can remember, I've been told the kind of man that I should grow up to be. As a boy, all I wanted was to be accepted and liked by the other boys. But that acceptance meant I had to acquire this almost disgusted view of the feminine. And since we were told that feminine is the opposite of masculine, I either had to reject embodying any of these qualities or face rejection myself. This is the script that we've been given. Right? Girls are weak and boys are strong. This is what's being subconsciously communicated to hundreds of millions of young boys and girls all over the world, just like it was with me. Well, I came here today to say, as a man, that this is wrong, this is toxic.
How do I become this man? So it's basically just like your cringe fucking male feminine. It's also the fact that he's talking about roles that he played. He's not even being like, I used to be bad and all that, and now I need to be bad. Like, he's talking about roles that he plays as an actor. Even the story doesn't make any sense. Anyway, so the court document is that was filed by Blake Lively against Wayfarer Studios and against other individuals at the company, as well as people from the PR firm that were involved in the smear campaign, as well as Baldoni. Some of the details of this are fairly interesting. So as part of when she was working on set, she had to present this whole agreement about conduct to discuss the inappropriate behavior, and it's things like them demanding no more showing nude videos or images of women, including producer's wife, to Blake Lively and her employees. No more mention of Baldoni or Mr. Heath's previous pornography addiction. No more discussions about personal experiences with sex, including as it relates to spouses or others. It's going, yeah, it's okay. What's going on here? Wow. No more talking about her weight. No more pressing by Baldoni for BL to disclose her religious beliefs. COVID exposure. No more attempting to enter, interrupting, pressuring, or asking Blake Lively to enter her trailer or the makeup trailer by Mr. Heath or Baldoni while she is nude for any reason. Okay, what's going on here? Well, some of these crimes most foul are, a lot of it are to do with protocols, like basic industry protocols regarding intimacy and nudity. So without these protections in place, Mr. Baldoni improvised physical intimacy that had not been rehearsed, choreographed, or discussed with Ms. Lively, with no intimacy coordinator involved. For instance, Baldoni discreetly bit and sucked on Ms. Lively's lower lip during a scene in which he improvised numerous kisses on each take. Mr. Baldoni insisted on shooting the full scene over and over again, well beyond what would have been required on an ordinary set, and without advance notice or consent. On another occasion, Mr. Baldoni and Ms. Lively were filming a slow dance scene for a montage in which no sound was recorded. Mr. Baldoni chose to let the camera roll and have them perform the scene, but did not act in character as Riley, I don't know. Instead, he spoke to Ms. Lively out of character as himself. At one point, he leaned forward and slowly dragged his lips from her ear and down her neck, and he said, "It smells so good." None of this was remotely in character or based on any dialogue in the script, and nothing needed to be said because, again, there is no sound. Mr. Baldoni was caressing Mr. Lively with his mouth in a way that had nothing to do with their roles. When Ms. Lively later objected to this behavior, Ms. Baldoni's response was, no, Mr. Baldoni, this is misspelled. Wow. When she objected to the behavior, Baldoni's response was, "I'm not even attracted to you." Hey, okay. Without her knowledge or consent, they adapted a script to include a scene where she has to orgasm on camera. When she objected, Baldoni insisted that he had added them because he was making the film through the female gaze. Although he agreed to remove the scenes, he made a last-ditch attempt to keep one in which the couple orgasmed together on their wedding night, which he said was important to him because he and his partner climaxed simultaneously during intercourse. Mr. Baldoni then intrusively asked Miss Lively whether she and her husband climaxed simultaneously during intercourse, which Ms. Lively found invasive and refused to discuss. Pressured her to simulate full nudity despite no mention of nudity for this scene in the script, her contract, or in previous creative discussions. Something about, he insisted that when she was giving birth, he wanted her to be like nude while she was doing it. So that's a whole thing. Saying it's not normal to be wearing a hospital gown when you're giving birth. Filming this birth scene with a bunch of people who were not necessary for the scene to be there, and people who were could see the whole thing getting broadcast to them. And this was also when I think the CEO of the company came in as well without disclosing. So, and all she's got here is a very small bit of fabric covering her genitals. So he's basically like a bit of a fucking perv, a bit of a wrong'un. And these complaints come forward, okay? All these objections made to his behavior. And in another violation of Title VII, it would be, is this lawsuit isn't just about the sexual harassment allegations. It's also about retaliation. Because once she was making the complaints, then this guy and the company retaliated against her. And this is when they decided to launch the smear campaign. So if you go to page 44, this is the texts from the people who were involved. Now, if you want to know how the people who were involved in the smear campaign got caught, well, I believe the story for this is that one of the people involved, Stephanie Jones, her name is, who works for a company called Jones Works, was an ex-publicist for Baldoni. And she sued him. And she also claimed that one of his other publicists, someone called Jennifer Abel, was this person here, was involved in the smear campaign. And because Abel did this, or at least some of this, communicating using a company phone, when Abel was fired, they kept the phone. So it's basically one of Baldoni's publicists who kept the company phone of another publicist who was involved in the smear campaign. I think that's how it works. And there's also a lawsuit involving the person who had the phone as well. But yeah, because they kept the company phone, they managed to find these. So you can, of course, do that, but I do think he needs to know. I'm going to confidentially send you something he's texting me and Jamie on the side just to arm you before this call. I think you guys need to be tough and show the strength of what you guys can do in these scenarios. He wants to feel like she can be burned. Of course, but you know, when we send over documents, we can't send over the work we will or could do, because that could get us into a lot of trouble. We can't write it down to him. We can't write, we will destroy her. We will go to this. We will do this. We will do this. We will do this. He has to look at it as an information document for us to be armed with, that's all. Imagine if a document saying all the things that he wants ends up in the wrong hands. Well, imagine. I'm having reckless thoughts of wanting to plant pieces this week of how horrible Blake is to work with. Just to get ahead of it, she's putting us through hell. Same. I already, off the record, spoke to the editor of the Daily Mail because she's my friend. She's ready when we are. There was a Daily Mail piece that went out saying that Blake is very difficult to work with, etc. I think we need to put the social combat plan into motion. So do I. They talk about social manipulation. I can tell you've done a lot of work here. Nothing about being unsafe. Fat comments, sexual. Thank fucking God. So we're in the clear now. Did we survive? We survived. All the press is so overwhelming. We've confused people. So much mixed messaging. It's actually really funny when you think about it. I really think the worst is over. I do think the next few months definitely will be a tiny bit bumpy, but not cancelled. Basically, the job is to smear Lively, but not get Baldoni cancelled. That's the idea. You did such amazing work. You did crazy good. So did you. The majority of socials are so pro Justin Baldoni, and I don't even agree with half of them, LOL. I don't. There's one part in this, if I can remember it, where one of them actually admits, yeah, here, Melissa Nathan, who's the one who worked with Johnny Depp on the Amber Heard case. It's actually sad because it just shows you have people who really just want to hate on women. It's so funny that they actually weaponized hatred of women, these women who were involved in the smear campaign to protect their client. That's quite wild. This sentence here is just very, very funny to me. God. And then they have like a tracker for all the online negative mentions of Blake Lively as well. The red are the negative mentions. Normalized net sentiment of mentions of Blake Lively. Talking about how they're killing it on Reddit or on Twitter and shit like that. And all the comments that were going out when the film was released and talking about how Blake Lively was a piece of shit and she was like a diva and all this kind of nonsense. Yeah. Pretty wild. So I believe now it's become quite clear that that the initial attacks on Lively were were very illegitimate. And I don't know, so far from everything I've seen, this Baldoni guy, okay, he looks fucked. He looks like he's been a bad boy. Hello, Maritzi.
Hello. I have to add two things because I've been obsessed with this since it started. So, like, a big narrative that you're going to hear is that the way Blake Lively was promoting this movie, how she was keeping it like lighthearted and she wasn't talking about like the domestic violence in it.
Yeah.
And people are using that as an excuse for why they like hate her. However, Sony were the people that came up with that marketing campaign, and Lively was contractually obligated to follow it. So then when you see like Baldoni on his own during press tours, it's because I believe due to the fact that he was like the executive producer, that he was able to get out of that marketing campaign contract and was able to promote it how he saw fit. So like you'll see a whole bunch of him being like so serious it's domestic violence, and her being like, grab your friends, like we're gonna go celebrate and feminine. And then like the other one that you'll hear a lot about is like this interview with this like Norwegian, I don't know, she's not even like a journalist, she's some tabloid person, where it's one from a decade ago, and two, like the first words out of her mouth are to comment on Blake Lively's pregnancy, specifically like her bump, like her baby bump. And people are like, and Blake Lively like understandably clapped back. Like if I walk into a professional meeting and the first thing somebody says is a comment about my body, like, yeah, I'm gonna like tell you to fuck off. So like those are the two big things that everybody's like, oh, she's such a mean girl, she's so tone deaf. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah, it's mentioned in the document as Exhibit C, right? When they mentioned that with Sony. Leading up to and in connection with the release of the film during the summer of 2024, Ms. Lively and fellow cast members promoted the film in accordance with a marketing plan created and delivered by the film's distributor, Sony, which is summarized in the talking points attached here too as Exhibit C. So where's Exhibit C? Where do I get that? Because it's not here. The marketing plan.
Is it in the footnotes, like the citations at the bottom of the page?
The footnote. Oh, here it is. Here's Exhibit C. For some reason, it's not in the PDF, but the New York Times has it. Yeah, this is it here. I think this is it. August 9th. Exhibit C. Yeah, it ends with us. Okay. And this is where they mention talking points, is it? Positioning. What to avoid. Okay, so positioning. They're starring in a film adaptation of Colleen Hoover's highest-selling novel, It Ends With Us. Justin Baldoni is directing and executive producing. Okay, that's just who's involved. Summary. It Ends With Us is a big, emotional, complicated story about breaking free from the past and empowering yourself and your future. The character of Lily Bloom has resonated with so many readers because her journey is relatable. Her story isn't black and white. She has to make hard decisions. This is a story about Lily's journey from leaving a small town, etc. Has emotion, joy, sadness, pain, and hope. What to avoid. Focus more on Lily's strength and resilience as opposed to describing the film as a story about domestic violence. Empowerment is not just about standing up to adversity, but also about having the power to overcome within oneself and grow from it and developing agency to shape the future. Avoid describing the film as a love story or love triangle. It's the story of Lily learning how to take agency for her future. Avoid talking about this film that makes it feel sad or heavy. It's a story of hope. Avoid talking about the film being representative of every woman's story. There are many stories of domestic violence. This is just one perspective. Yeah. So they're saying don't make it sound depressing and make it just about domestic violence. That's the exhibit.
Yeah. Right. That's all I had to offer. But yeah, it's some fucking shit.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Nice talk to you later.
Bye-bye. Apparently, Law and Crime Network, apparently their video is quite defensive of Baldoni.
Justin Baldoni is firing back. After Blake Lively's bombshell allegations made headlines, the It Ends With Us star and director is now suing the New York Times in a multi-million-dollar lawsuit accusing the outlet of defamation and mishandling the reporting of his side of the story. His lawsuit paints a drastically different picture than Lively's claims. And we're going to break it all down for you right now. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Well, in an explosive turn of events, actor and director Justin Baldoni has filed a defamation lawsuit against the New York Times for a reportedly staggering $250 million. This lawsuit, which was officially filed on New Year's Eve, comes in the wake of a bombshell report by the newspaper that revealed allegations from Baldoni's It Ends With Us co-star, Blake Lively. This is something we've talked about extensively here on Sidebar. And her allegations primarily centered around accusations of sexual harassment, invasion of privacy, retaliation, and this has sparked a bitter legal battle between the two Hollywood stars. And we're going to dive into Baldoni's claims, but before we do that, we have to get you kind of caught up to speed on how we got here. So Blake Lively, she first went public with allegations against Justin Baldoni on December 20th. That is when she filed a complaint with the California...
That is a very... Okay.
California Civil Rights Department. And in documents that were reviewed by the New York Times, she accused Baldoni, his production company Wayfarer Studios, and others of retaliating against her. Lively claimed that she had raised concerns about a hostile work environment during the production of the movie It Ends With Us. This is a romantic drama that's based on the hit novel by Colleen Hoover. According to Lively, Baldoni repeatedly invaded her personal space, entered her makeup trailer uninvited while she was undressing or breastfeeding her newborn.
Yeah.
She also claimed that Baldoni's behavior contributed to a toxic atmosphere on set, and that nearly derailed the whole production. Her legal team claimed that Baldoni showed a shocking lack of boundaries and even went so far as to suggest that Baldoni then orchestrated a smear campaign against her following her speaking up and trying to address the issues on set. Hey, so we're going to keep on following this Baldoni story for you. And with that in mind, I have to thank our sponsor, Upside, because their support helps make
I don't know you. I don't know if I
the initial
like you. Okay.
former employee of Baldoni lawsuit against Baldoni, Wayfair, his first tank of gas. Lively would later file a lawsuit against Baldoni, Wayfair, his crisis manager, and a former employee of Baldoni's publicist. But just one day after the initial complaint was filed with the state board on December 21st, the New York Times published an article. And the article was called "We Can Bury Anyone Inside a Hollywood Smear Machine." And this is where the outlet published text messages for the world to see from this complaint that detailed the alleged smear campaign against Blake Lively. And
Thanks for the $5, Hardcore Val. Who would have thought a man with the last name Baldoni would be a sexual harasser? Listen, there are two wolves inside me, okay? One of them is thinking that might be racist, and the other one is thinking that might be racism against a group it's okay to be racist against, according to progressive standards. I don't know. What next? You're going to call him a Fabio? Fabio Baldoni.
And these messages are so important. They are central to this dispute because they suggest that there is this heated battle over public relations tactics and media coverage during the film's production and after. And the real central claim here is that the New York Times had all of these messages. And we're going to get more into the specifics of the text when we dive into Baldoni's lawsuit in just a moment. But they had all of it. And they were very careful in what they actually showed and what they didn't. That's according to Baldoni. But to give you an example, part of that reporting from the New York Times, it highlighted a text exchange between Jennifer Abel, this is the former Publicis employee, to Melissa Nathan, this is a crisis manager, and they were all working with Baldoni. And this message read, "He wants to feel like she can be buried," to which Nathan allegedly responded, "You know we can bury anyone." So when we first reported this, you could say, wow, that looks really problematic for Justin Baldoni and his team, right? You could see how Blake Lively is thinking that there was a smear campaign, retaliation against her for speaking up what happened on the set. But after the article was published, Baldoni's attorney, Brian Friedman, responded to the allegations in a statement that was published by the New York Times. And his statement reads in part, "It is shameful that Miss Lively and her representatives would make such serious and categorically false accusations against Mr. Baldoni, Wayfarer Studios, and its representatives as yet another desperate attempt to fix her negative reputation, which was garnered during her own remarks and actions during the campaign for the film." And as for the role of the crisis manager, Friedman said, "Wayfarer Studios made the decision to proactively hire a crisis manager due to the multiple demands and threats made by Miss Lively during production, which included her threatening to not show up to set, threatening not to promote the film, ultimately leading to its demise during release if her demands were not met." And Friedman specifically addressed the New York Times reporting, saying, "What is pointedly missing from the cherry-picked correspondence is the evidence that there were
Are we going to see the good context? Let's go. He's not doing the Hassan defense, is he? He's not just going to say out of context and move on. There's no way he'll do that. Not happening. Not these guys. These guys are lawyers.
Proactive measures taken with media or otherwise, just internal scenario planning and private correspondence to strategize, which is standard operating procedure with public relations professionals." Now, Lively's lawsuit was officially filed on December 31st. This is the same day that Baldoni's legal team filed this, again, reportedly $250 million defamation lawsuit against the New York Times, accusing it of publishing a misleading report based on what he says is selective and manipulative evidence. And so before we go any further, there's a quick primer here on defamation law. So when you are talking about a public figure like Justin Baldoni, and not just a private citizen, Baldoni needs to prove for defamation that this was a false statement or series of false statements that were published with actual malice, meaning the New York Times knew the statement or statements were fake, were false.
Is this one of those things where they might manage to get the New York Times to settle because they don't want to go through all the discovery and the fucking nonsense and difficulties? Like they did with Trump? Like NBC did with Trump? Was it NBC?
Or they acted
what
with
the hope is?
reckless disregard for the truth. Like they didn't even bother to do the proper due diligence to make sure the statements were true. Now that is a tough burden. That is a high legal standard, sometimes very tough to win those kinds of cases. Just keep that in mind. Now, according to his official complaint, which was obtained by Law and Crime, Baldoni criticizes the New York Times reporting for not painting a complete picture of the facts, saying, the article's central thesis, encapsulated in a defamatory headline designed to immediately mislead the reader, is that plaintiffs orchestrated a retaliatory public relations campaign against Lively for speaking out about sexual harassment, a premise that is categorically false and easily disproven. If the Times truly reviewed the thousands of private communications it claimed to have obtained, its reporters would have seen incontrovertible evidence that it was Lively, not plaintiffs, who engaged in a calculated smear campaign. The complete communications demonstrate beyond question that plaintiffs had no intention of destroying or burying Lively through aggressive tactics. On the contrary, Baldoni consistently expressed his desire to avoid harming Lively and protect the film, but also recognized the legitimate need for public relations protection in light of Lively's false and damaging claims. Now, in the lawsuit, Mr. Baldoni fires back at some of the key allegations that are made against him.
Okay, let's
and
go.
We're going to take
Context.
you through each one of these. Now, we mentioned earlier how critical these text messages are to this case.
I'm ready.
Well, right at the beginning of Baldoni's lawsuit are embedded messages that are dated from August 19th, where Baldoni appears to express concern about being painted to look like he was trying to take down Lively. Those texts read, how can we say somehow that we are not doing any of this? It looks like we are trying to take her down. And another one reads, things I'm more worried about is that we are planning stories which is not true, obviously. Now, one key exchange that Baldoni is refuting is one that appears in the New York Times article, is where Baldoni and his publicist seem to be discussing a Daily Mail article that speculated whether Lively's career might be in trouble. So that article from August 16th was titled in part, Is Blake Lively Set to be Canceled? Now, in the article from the New York Times, that...
Oh yeah, what was it? They called it hard to watch videos that surface following tone-deaf Q&A.
Is Blake Lively set to be canceled? Now, in the article from the New York Times, that text exchange is not embedded. It was just typed out. And right before that exchange, the Times wrote, by mid-August, the team was reveling in the damage to Miss Lively's image. Now, the text exchange in the New York Times piece that it printed out simply reads, wow, you really outdid yourself with this piece. This is what Miss Abel wrote to Miss Nathan. And Miss Nathan responded, that's why you hired me, right? I'm the best. But in Baldoni's lawsuit, he claims the context of this conversation was mischaracterized, that it was actually sarcastic in nature. Baldoni's lawsuit shows the apparent actual text exchange between these two women that appears to have occurred right before this exchange. And this is where Nathan seems to deny any connection to the article after first learning about it. The New York Times, though, they didn't print that exchange. The lawsuit says, specifically in the immediately preceding text exchange on August 16th, Nathan forwarded a screenshot of a message from a reporter informing her for the first time of the Daily Mail article. In response, Nathan wrote, damn, this is not fair because it's also not me, followed by, everything now looks like it's me, conclusively refuting her involvement in the creation or dissemination of the article.
But don't they have doesn't one of them talk about having a contact in the Daily Mail? Because part of the Lively lawsuit as well is that a lot of these like hard to watch videos or whatever were part of what they described as an astroturfing campaign to get these complaints about Blake Lively to go out, even if they were not like authentic takes from fans, but actually from the campaign. Yeah, it's not really how that... Everything now looks like it's me.
And as for that exchange that the New York Times did print, the lawsuit accuses it of omitting a key detail. In fact, omitting a key emoji that, according to Baldoni's team, changes the whole meaning and context of this conversation. The lawsuit says after Nathan forwarded a screenshot of the article link, Abel responded with, "You really outdid yourself with this piece. Upside down smiley face emoji," adding an upside down smiley face emoji to indicate the sarcastic nature of her message. The emoji is commonly used to convey irony, sarcasm, joking, or a sense of goofy.
Wait. Is that what that... I don't know what that emoji means. I just thought it was an upside down smile. It can convey a variety of meanings. Awkwardness, flirty, sarcasm, irony, goofiness, silliness. It doesn't have to... Okay, fuck me.
Goofiness or silliness. So this alleged mischaracterization, according to the lawsuit, would lead readers to
if I added Pepe to it, it suddenly just stops being serious completely. Like, fuck.
Believe that this was all part of a purported smear campaign against Blake Lively. Baldoni says that is not what happened here. Quote, when read in full, the exchange reveals Nathan and Abel engaging in facetious juvenile banter, not conspiring against Lively. The Times relied on Lively's CRD complaint and, based solely on this exchange, intentionally duped readers into believing that Baldoni orchestrated a smear campaign purportedly using Nathan and Abel as his accomplices. Indeed, The Times, like Lively, misrepresented these communications to support its salacious and unfounded smear campaign narrative. Now, a central argument in this lawsuit is that Justin Baldoni actually didn't launch a campaign to smear Blake Lively. Rather, he claims it was Lively herself who was to blame. It was Lively's own actions, according to him, that led to negative press. And some of that even came from the New York Times. The lawsuit says even the Times itself acknowledged Lively's public missteps in an August 17th, 2024 article titled, "It Ends With Us, the Press Tour Drama Explained." In it, reporter Shavana Gonzalez observed, Lively's promotion of the movie...
We already read this, though. Is he going to show Exhibit C about how the responses to the questions about the movie being about abuse were seen as shallow and tone deaf, even though they were specifically told to get away from that messaging, to make it not so much about abuse, but about redemption and about strength? Like, okay.
Has included a push for her new hair care line, discussion of the clothes in the movie, and response to questions about abuse, which have been criticized as shallow and tone deaf. And in furtherance of that argument that Lively essentially buried herself, the suit includes a social media post with a picture of Lively on the It Ends With Us Instagram page with a caption that reads, "Grab your friends, wear your florals." Lively received backlash for that post, but Baldoni asserts that he didn't plan the backlash. He didn't contribute to it. And this is all because the movie is about dark themes of domestic violence. That, again, this was tone-deaf messages.
Oh, okay. He's completely ignored the exhibit then. Unless he thinks this is fake. Okay. I mean, this is it here. This is the positioning. What to avoid. Focus more on strength and resilience as opposed to describing the film as a story about domestic violence. Okay. Whoops. Uh-oh.
On the part of Blake Lively. She wrote this stuff. She did this stuff. Now, Lively, I would imagine, would argue, as she did in her complaint, that she promoted the movie this way purposely because there was an agreed upon marketing strategy to market and promote the film as being hopeful and empowering and steering away from the sadder, darker elements of domestic violence in the film. But going back to that post and adding to Baldoni's defense, the lawsuit shows that that post circulated in a group chat called Tag Team, which appears to be a group chat created by Baldoni's team with Melissa Nathan and Jennifer Abel included. And there are communications within this group where members appear to deny spreading any of the negativity. The names are redacted, so we don't know who's saying what, but they read, "We didn't tell Jed to go after the idea that her promo was inappropriate. That happened organically." And underneath that specific post, texts read, like, "Come on, we had nothing to do with that." And on the next page of the lawsuit, more negative...
I get what's happening here. I get what's happening here. The thing is that if you obviously launch a smear campaign against someone and you're able to astroturf it and you're able to generate opinion, okay, if you're able to generate opinion, then naturally some opinions that are not your own are going to come up, are going to rise up with it. Like you don't control the narrative 100%. That's the whole point. And like you try to get other people involved in it. That's why they even do this when they talk about a TikTok video. When they see a TikTok video of someone else giving their opinion on it, that apparently they influence, and they're like, yeah, well, shit. That's someone completely different doing that. That's why one of them said, I don't even agree with half of these fucking attacks. They also blamed Blake for it when it was Sony's guidelines. Duet Chol, thanks for the 279. Appreciate it. Is the convo between you, Pisco, and Drew available? Yep, it's on stream VODs in the playlist, but I'm also going to upload it as a segment probably in the next few days.
Press attention on Blake Lively was shared within this group text. And there is a text allegedly coming from Melissa Nathan.
Whoever sows lies will soon stand by while others sow lies for them. Wow, Winston Churchill. True. Or was it Gandhi or Mother Teresa or Lex Fridman? I don't know. It's one of those ones.
That shows a Daily Mail article titled Unearthed Blake Lively Interview Show Her Using Slur for Trans People. And underneath, Nathan appears to say, this just ran. Obviously, none of us knew about this either. But once the media goes in, they go in. She has handed it to them all on a plate. Now, a little side note here. There is an argument to be made that even if Baldoni doesn't win his defamation case, he could be winning on the PR front. This lawsuit, the reporting on this lawsuit, the publication of those alleged messages, these text messages, it is giving people who are following this drama another side to the story. Baldoni may be trying to win back public favor that he may have lost in the last few weeks in the wake of all of...
Riddle me this, asshole. Why isn't Baldoni suing Lively? Why only the NYT? Well, like, why isn't he countersuing? Because she... Is that what you would... What would you do if someone files a lawsuit against you that's not true? Would you... Is the lawsuit itself defamatory? Would you say that, or... It's interesting, though. It's funny that it's kind of showing him... it shows how... Because I imagine there's going to be what's left of, or there will still be like a team Baldoni, because that's what usually happens, right? They split off into teams. You'll have team Baldoni and you'll have team Lively. And I guess Baldoni wants to salvage. And the way that you salvage is you can... you can just give your team something so that they're not hanging out to dry.
These Blake Lively allegations.
But he hasn't
so
countersued,
you can see why he's not only fighting a legal battle, he's also fighting a PR battle. But I do want to address another allegation that Baldoni is fighting in his lawsuit. And that is Blake Lively's claims that Baldoni repeatedly invaded her privacy and made her uncomfortable while on the set. So the New York Times reported in their article that Wayfair CEO Jamie Heath showed Lively a video of his wife naked. And in Lively's complaint, she says that she thought the video was pornographic. Baldoni's lawsuit, however, appears to provide more
The counterclaim to this is that they say it's not pornographic because it was actually a video of a live birth, of like a water birth or some shit, even though it still involves nudity.
Context as to what that video was, saying the video in question was a non-pornographic recording of Heath's wife and baby during a home birth, a deeply personal one with no sexual overtone. The video was shown to Lively as part of a creative discussion in preparation for a birthing scene in the film. Now, another allegation that Baldoni
How did they characterize
is
it here? Let's see. To add insult to injury, Mr. Heath approached Ms. Lively and her assistant on set and started playing a video of a fully nude woman with her legs spread apart. Ms. Lively thought he was showing her pornography and stopped him. So they don't mention there was pornography, just that she thought it was and stopped him before she could see what exactly she was watching. Lively was alarmed and asked Mr. Heath if his wife knew he was sharing the video, to which he replied she isn't weird about this stuff, as if Ms. Lively was weird for not welcoming it. So yeah, so it was Heath who actually, it was Heath's wife, wasn't it, in the video? Lively and her assistant excused themselves, stunned that Mr. Heath had shown them a nude video. And I believe this is after this is after the guy. Oh, shit. Lively became even more alarmed when Mr. Baldoni introduced his, quote, best friend to play the role of the OBGYN. when ordinarily a small role of this nature would be filled by a local actor. Ms. Lively felt that the selection of Mr. Baldoni's friend for this intimate role, in which the actor's face and hands were in close proximity to her nearly nude genitalia for a birth scene, was invasive and humiliating. So in that context, you're probably going to be a little bit jumpy if someone shows you a video and there's a naked person in it, right? Like, even if it's just a birth video. Get my mate, get my fucking random mate to come up to your fanny. Jesus Christ. Dude.
Back on is the claim that was reported by the New York Times that he entered Lively's trailer uninvited at times while she was breastfeeding and undressed. While Baldoni, in his lawsuit, provides a screenshot of a text message exchange from June 3rd, 2023, where it appears that Blake Lively is allegedly inviting Baldoni into her trailer while she was breastfeeding. The text reads, "I'm just pumping in my trailer if you want to work out our lines," to which Baldoni allegedly responds, "Copy, eating with crew, and we'll head that way." Now, Baldoni's legal team contends that this proves she had, at least on one occasion, invited him into her personal space, which challenges the accusation that she was always subjected to unwanted invasions of her privacy.
Does that mean that, yeah, once, does that mean that she should let him in every single time? What? This is also the context of that. To make matters worse, when Ms. Lively tried to have a meeting with Mr. Heath and other producers to discuss Baldoni's unprofessional behavior described above, that meeting turned into another violation. Rather than an ordinary meeting in time and place, Mr. Heath arrived unannounced at Ms. Lively's hair and makeup trailer while she was topless and having body makeup removed by makeup artists. This one that she's complaining about wasn't just any old, hello, let's talk about the script. This was about a complaint about sexual impropriety. She was topless and having body makeup removed by makeup artists. Ms. Lively told Mr. Heath that she was almost done and that they could meet once she was clothed. Mr. Heath, however, insisted that if she did not allow him into her trailer to speak to him at that moment, then there would be no meeting with the other producers. Ms. Lively reluctantly agreed, but asked that Mr. Heath keep his back turned. A few minutes into the conversation, Ms. Lively noticed that Mr. Heath was staring directly at her while she was topless. When she called him out, Mr. Heath brushed it off as a habit of wanting to look at a person while speaking to them. Ms. Lively and her hair and makeup artists were all deeply disturbed by this interaction on just the second day of filming. So we got like witnesses as well. Mate, the guy's cooked. What are you talking about? The guy is so cooked. Oh, what? You were allowed in once while she was pumping. What, like pumping fucking for breastfeeding? Versus like just breastfeeding a child. Because you can pump with like a cover, right? That's mental. It's so fucking stupid, man.
Now, another claim that Lively made that is mentioned in the New York Times article is that Baldoni improvised unwanted kissing scenes and discussed his sex life on set. Again, goes into that sexual harassment claim. And the article also says that Lively complained about these alleged violations of boundaries and that Wayfair agreed to provide an intimacy coordinator for safety. What Baldoni says, though, is that the New York Times, they failed to mention in their reporting that Lively didn't want to meet with the intimacy coordinator to plan out these scenes. According to the lawsuit, Baldoni, in turn, was forced to meet with the intimacy coordinator alone and relay any suggestions to Lively separately. As part of those creative discussions, Baldoni and Lively sought to personalize and develop their characters and, in doing so, engaged in conversation about their individual experiences. The Times, taking Lively's
Now this, I wonder what the timeline is, because in Exhibit B, the contractual rider was the first provision required that an intimacy coordinator must be present at all times when Lively is on set. So and that there be no spontaneous improvising, so the timeline might be off there. It's just such a bizarre reframing.
RD complaint is true, characterizes this
Wait,
discussion.
wait, what's this? Is this when they're... But this isn't about them being on set. This is about them meeting beforehand.
As an inappropriate attempt by Baldoni to talk about his sex life. It was not. And there's a text message in the lawsuit which provides one specific instance where Lively appears to reject meeting with this intimacy coordinator ahead of time. Now, Baldoni is also making other serious accusations against Blake Lively, suggesting that she attempted to take control of the film in ways that expanded beyond her role as an actor. And this included trying to take over wardrobe, rewrite scenes, and even edit her own version of the film. Now, in the New York Times article, there is a...
I was watching this last night on Chad Logic's stream. He was talking about this. I'm like, bro, that is what? Really? Actors making changes to the script. Actors doing their own wardrobe. If they're not dressed like fucking Gandalf, then yeah, that might actually be kind of normal. What? It's so funny as well because one of the really interesting things about this story is it really tells you a lot about how public perception operates, because a claim like that only works. It's like an intersection of all these different disciplines. It's so cool. The way that that claim works is that Baldoni realizes he just needs to damage control. He just needs to salvage, and he needs to get Team Baldoni to carry on. So a lawsuit that might be completely frivolous and seems to be quite frivolous can contribute to that, because you rely on the ignorance of your target audience, right? So if you know that the target audience isn't aware of certain counter arguments or isn't aware of full context, then just the fact that you're suing the New York Times for defamation already gives you, like, now you're on equal footing. She's suing you, you're suing for defamation. Like, oh, so that looks equal. It looks like parity to the untrained eye, right? Okay. And most people are not going to, people just eat it up, right? And the same thing about her being controlling on the set and taking liberties. Well, it sounds like, it's funny because he seems to be the anti-masculinity toxicity guy. He understands that line of attack works and only works because she's a woman. Because that behavior of changing lines and taking control over your own costume is the kind of shit that every 16-year-old fucking fawns over when male actors do it, right? How many people, like when they were younger, learned about how here's Johnny from The Shining is improvised, right? Or how many people learned that Hannibal Lecter going that was improvised as well? Or actors taking control, like method actors, like fucking Marlon Brando, okay? Literally like dictating half the film almost with the amount of improv that they did, and also costume and stuff like that. Harrison Ford rewriting his entire character because he thought George Lucas's lines were shit. The guy from Saw saying, oh no, Jigsaw would never say that. The assertive versus the cunt, yeah. The assertive Sigma versus the controlling bitch. Yeah, that's exactly the idea, yeah. Damn.
A mention made of a document that was sent to Baldoni on August 2nd from Melissa Nathan. And there's a talking point in there about Lively's alleged use of an imbalance of power to take control.
Watch the video in the filming of American History X. Yeah, that was a whole thing, yeah.
Of the film. Now, the argument could be that this was apparently mentioned to suggest that Baldoni was looking to bury Lively, or as a way that he could bury her. And this is evidenced by the following lines in the reporting where Jennifer Abel is quoted as saying to Melissa Nathan, he wants to feel like she can be buried, to which Melissa Nathan's response is quoted as, of course. What is not mentioned, according to Baldoni, is his side of the story in this. And his side of the story is that Blake Lively really did try to take control of the film. And even worse, that she weaponized her claims of his behavior against him. Claims, again, which he, of course, says are untrue. So one aspect of the film that Baldoni accuses Lively of trying to control is her character's wardrobe. Baldoni says in his suit that Lively went so far as to dress herself for scenes, going against the advice of the costume designer. He points to an instance where paparazzi photos of Lively and her costume choices that she selected were deemed unflattering by Sony. Baldoni says he tried to inform Lively of the studio's concerns, but she instead...
It's just like you can literally look up any article or some clickbait bullshit about all those times when celebrities use their own wardrobe for TV or film roles. You can look at it on BuzzFeed with a million fucking ads. You can do as much as you want, right? Big Lebowski. I didn't even know the Big Lebowski was him doing that. Okay.
Interpreted that, his comments, as being inappropriate. Baldoni says in his suit, Lively later leveraged this conversation in support of her allegations of harassment, alleging that Baldoni made inappropriate comments.
Such vacuous nothingness, kind of surprise loner. What? What?
Comments on her appearance. In reality, Baldoni was relaying the distributor's concerns and the widespread social media criticism regarding the wardrobe's failure to meet audience expectations, a sentiment that Baldoni shared. Baldoni also accuses Lively of trying to control the script, which he says she tried to change. Now, the New York Times did report...
Again, it's not unusual to want to change the script. It just depends. Like, even, you're saying in chat, like, what if the director doesn't want you to use your own clothes? Well, even then, like, is it really unusual for people to have, like, creative arguments on set? I think that's, like, one of the most normal things in the fucking business. Unless you're, like, Stanley Kubrick, I guess, or fucking, what, Quentin Tarantino. Yeah, if Quentin Tarantino gives you a hard R, you drop the hard R, okay? Yeah, no choice.
That there was this instance where Blake Lively said in an interview that her husband, actor Ryan Reynolds, helped to rewrite a scene despite having no role in the film. The claim is corroborated in this lawsuit, which says, during a red carpet interview at the New York City celebrity premiere of the film, Lively stated, "The iconic rooftop scene, my husband actually wrote it. Nobody knows that, but you now." This was also the first time plaintiffs learned that Reynolds, who had no formal role in the film's production, made unauthorized changes to the script in secret. Okay, now moving on from this, we've previously discussed on Sidebar something else, this pivotal meeting that Blake Lively describes in her complaint. And it was at this meeting where she allegedly presented Baldoni with a 30-point list of grievances. According to Lively, this list outlined various complaints about what she called a hostile work environment on set. She claims that Baldoni had to agree to these demands in order for filming to continue. This meeting is mentioned in the New York Times article. The outlet even reported on the alleged agreement that Baldoni's team made with Blake Lively. Their article reads, "In agreeing to the terms that Miss Lively sought, Wayfair acknowledged that although our perspective differs in many aspects, ensuring a safe environment for all is paramount." But Baldoni's lawsuit asserts this never happened. He says this was not the purpose of this meeting and that he had no idea that Blake Lively was even going to bring up grievances. Baldoni says he was meeting with Lively to discuss plans for resuming filming after a strike and that Lively decided to, quote, blindside him with her complaints. And as for that 30-point...
all that build up for the Ryan Reynolds did some rewrites, I know, right?
List, Baldoni says he was never presented
this is
with
just
that.
like this is just misdirection, right? Like this is just saying, no, look at this shiny over here. She does that thing that all you guys were fucking coming on your laptop screens over when you were teenagers when Marlon Brando did it. Yeah, okay.
A document, not at that meeting or any meeting. And as for what Baldoni does say occurred at that meeting, he says there was a heated encounter with Lively's husband, Ryan Reynolds. According to the lawsuit, Baldoni says Reynolds confronted him and accused him of fat-shaming Lively. This was in reference, according to Baldoni, to an instance where he did ask about Lively's weight.
Oh, he said that he was worried about getting an injury from lifting her, right?
Filming, but he says it was in good faith. According to the lawsuit, Baldoni, while training for a physically demanding scene in which his character Ryle would lift Lily, this is Blake Lively's character, he asked his trainer, who was introduced to him by Lively and oversaw his training for the film, how much Lively weighed. Baldoni, who suffers from back issues and has multiple bulging discs, made the inquiry to ensure he could safely perform the lift without injury. Unfortunately, the trainer relayed this information to Lively, who then informed Reynolds. And Baldoni asserts that Reynolds interpreted that inquiry as fat shaming. Now you're seeing two different perspectives there. And Baldoni...
Didn't they also ask her to lose weight? Like quite quickly after giving birth? Yeah, giving her 2 weeks. This is the allegation from her side. Mr. Baldoni routinely degraded Ms. Lively by finding back-channel ways of criticizing her body and weight. A few weeks before filming began, and less than 4 months after Ms. Lively had given birth to her 4th child, Ms. Lively was humiliated to learn that Mr. Baldoni secretly called her fitness trainer without her knowledge or permission and implied that he wanted her to lose weight in 2 weeks. Mr. Baldoni told the trainer that he had asked because he was concerned about having to pick Ms. Lively up in a scene for the movie, but there was no such scene. Oh no. Oh God. You see, there's all kinds of contradicting information here. Damn. Why is the Law and Crime Network just sweeping for this guy? What the fuck? Why? What is this channel? I feel so woke right now compared to these. It's all very clickbaity. It doesn't really get that many views, but it's all like 2 days ago, so they're quite churning, I guess. Okay. Hooters girl flirts, flashes cops to get out of DUI arrest. Interesting.
Baldoni also says, and this is where another aspect of alleged control comes in, that Lively had threatened to quit the production altogether, gave him an ultimatum to do things the way she wanted, or find somebody else. And Baldoni says he conceded to her demands out of fear that she would go public with the fat-shaming allegation. But now you fast forward to the post-production process of the movie, where Baldoni says that Blake Lively tried to control the editing of the film by taking measures as drastic as firing his entire team and even creating her own cut of the film. According to the lawsuit, eventually, Lively fired the film's editors, replacing them with her own choice, specifically an editor often used by Reynolds. She also fired the film's award-winning composer, replacing him with composers from Reynolds' recent project. Against repeated objections, Lively created her own cut of the film at Wayfarer Sony's expense.
That's all fine, but what does this have to do with sexual impropriety? Sony later informed Wayfarer that Lively would not promote the film unless her demands were met. So that makes it sound like Sony's okay with it.
Sony later informed Wayfarer that Lively would not promote the film unless her demands were met. Now, this is where things get even more crazy, because Baldoni says that the final cut of the film, the one that landed in theaters, that's available on Netflix, the one that you can watch right now.
It's hers, isn't it? Yeah.
That is not even his cut of the film.
Oh, no.
It's apparently Lively's.
Oh,
According to the
God.
lawsuit, Lively had threatened to withhold promoting the film if her cut was not used. So Wayfarer and Sony, they agreed to test both her cut and Baldoni's cut with audiences, and under the impression that if Baldoni's cut scored higher, that's the cut that would be used. So according to the lawsuit, unsurprisingly, despite Baldoni's cut scoring significantly higher with audiences in the film's target demographic, Lively reneged on her promise. She insisted that her cut be the version released to the public, even going so far as to claim that the author of the book would also refuse to promote the film if Lively's version was not chosen. Under immense pressure, Sony and Wayfarer once again conceded. So with all of this going on, Baldoni says that his team retained crisis manager Melissa Nathan ahead of the film's premiere. And contrary to Lively's claims that Baldoni had hired her to smear Lively, Baldoni says Nathan was hired to protect him According to his lawsuit, in direct response to Lively's oppressive tactics as described herein, Wayfair and Baldoni retained Nathan and Tag as a protective measure ahead of the film's premiere. Contrary to the Times portrayal, Tag's engagement focused exclusively on defensive strategy and fact verification, though, as is standard industry practice, Tag prepared for worst-case scenarios based on Lively and Reynolds' prior behavior. No aggressive tactics, example astroturfing, were ever employed. Tag maintained this defensive position throughout its engagement, verifying facts and correcting misinformation without retaliation. A
How do you think they were protected? Yeah, what did that protection entail? Oh, God. Oh.
Strategy endorsed by Baldoni and Wayfair in an effort to reprioritize
And the Baldoni cut everyone's naked for no reason. I've seen, like, clips from this film. It does look very like there's a lot of shagging in it.
film's significant social message. And astroturfing, by the way, is when an organization like a PR firm makes it look like there's grassroots support for a story when it's actually been planted or planned by the marketing team using things like social media accounts, reviews, testimonials. It's try to sway public opinion about something. So going back to the premiere, the Times reported in their article that speculation of a rift between Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni emerged when the two were photographed separately at the premiere. Baldoni says their separation was all because of Blake Lively. His lawsuit says he and the Wayfair team were segregated from the main cast and that Baldoni's time on the red carpet was even cut short. He also says that he was escorted into a separate theater. And also, he says he has the receipts. He says this is backed up by text messages that are embedded in the lawsuit. Those texts come from a group chat labeled Dream Team, where two editors are allegedly discussing the film with Baldoni. And this is where Baldoni allegedly says, "Long story, but we won't be in the same room. I was asked to not even come to the premiere. I can figure it out." Another text, apparently from Baldoni, reads, "I'm going to be there. That's just different timing and holding areas and theaters and all things you can imagine. It's still our film." To which an editor responds, "It would be very hard for me to sit and watch the final film for the first time at the premiere." So the bottom line is, nonetheless, even with all this information, Baldoni is alleging and arguing that the New York Times still decided to publish their article, which he argues was a one-sided, unsubstantiated story on behalf of Blake Lively, and that the outlet got it dramatically wrong. And as a result of that, Baldoni is suing the newspaper for libel. This is a form of defamation, claiming that the outlet cherry-picked communications to paint a narrative that Baldoni was motivated to harm Lively. He's also suing for false light invasion of privacy, alleging the outlet published false statements maliciously and with conscious disregard of Baldoni's rights. He's suing for promissory fraud, accusing the outlet of not giving him an appropriate amount of time to respond to Lively's complaint. Baldoni's team says that the Times gave them until noon on December 21st to publish the article after reaching out a day earlier at around 9:45 p.m., a window his team says was not adequate enough for a proper response. But then his team alleges the Times...
It looks like the New York Times are actually going to go through with this. They're going to fight this guy in court.
Ended up releasing their article 2 hours before their proposed deadline, cutting off any further ability for Justin Baldoni to issue a response. And lastly, he's suing for breach of implied in fact contract, which pertains to the claim that the Times dropped the article earlier than they initially said that they would. As for what Baldoni is seeking, he's looking for all statutory penalties authorized by law, punitive and or exemplary damages in an amount to sufficiently punish the New York Times.
They cut a lot from his lawsuit. She was the first person to use the phrase sexy when characterizing one of her costumes. See, that's what I mean. If these are the objections, if these are like the hard hitters, the fucking nuggets of gold that you're grabbing from the countersuit, it's like, that's nothing. What the fuck? You know, like if a woman talks about her appearance in a flattering way, even in a sexually flattering way, and you start talking to her the way she just spoke about herself, like 3 or 4 times or whatever, like you don't, and she doesn't want you to, you have to, you stop. Like is this how consent works now? It's like, oh yeah, she initiated sex with him the first time. Okay, but what about the other 8 times when she didn't want it and he did? It's like, yeah, those are kind of the parts that matter. It's just like, it's just throwing in fucking like red herrings.
For what he says is wrongful conduct alleged in the lawsuit, liquidated damages, the costs of bringing forth this lawsuit, attorney's fees as permitted by law or contract, prejudgment interest, and any other relief that is ordered by the court. Now, the New York Times issued a response to this lawsuit saying, "We plan to vigorously defend against the lawsuit. The role of an independent news organization is to follow the facts where they lead. Our story was meticulously and responsibly reported. It was based on a review of thousands of pages of original documents, including text messages and emails that we quote accurately and at length in the article." And Lively's team even issued a statement on this lawsuit saying, "Nothing in this lawsuit changes anything about the claims advanced in Miss Lively's..."
But he's the director. Can't he have comments on how the costume is? Okay, so now it doesn't matter who said it first, right? Because you're going to defend him saying that regardless. So why don't you just stick with that?
California Civil Rights Department complaint. While we will not litigate this matter in the press, we do encourage people to read Miss Lively's complaint in its entirety. We look forward to addressing each and every one of Wayfair's allegations in court. So again, could be tough to prove defamation. It's more than just allegedly sloppy.
Like if things like this are true, like this is what I mean by the comments. It's like, on one occasion that Ms. Lively observed, he told a female cast member that her leather pants looked sexy when she arrived to the set. When she rebuffed this comment because she was uncomfortable, rather than apologizing, he brushed it off with, "I can say that because my wife is here today." Lively felt embarrassed witnessing this kind of commentary, as did others. And again, if there are multiple witnesses to this behavior, it's like, that's not even commenting on costume for the purposes of the film. That's just throwing it at someone. Don't know, man. Don't know.
Reporting. A lot of this could come down to what texts were included and what were not included. What was that decision for the New York Times to do that? Was it an editorial decision, especially in terms of keeping the article to a certain length? You know, we couldn't include everything. We couldn't include all the communications versus, you know, what Baldoni says, cherry picking text to create a certain narrative. And there'll also be quite the back and forth about how much time Baldoni and his team were given to respond. But again, this may just be a win for him. Just filing this response, filing this complaint, putting forward his own text message conversations, you know, as of right now, to create a different version of events could be a winning strategy, even if the legal suit doesn't go anywhere. But we'll see. He's telling his side of what's going on, again, to emphasize that it was Blake Lively who did a lot of this to herself. It was Blake Lively to blame, not him. And I will tell you one thing, I am sure that this is not ending here. We will continue to bring you the updates on this high-stakes Hollywood drama as it continues to unfold. But in the meantime, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
Wow. What an interesting, yeah, I don't know. I don't think it looks very good for Mr. Baldoni. I think Baldoni is getting fucked. He's getting fucked up. That's my verdict. Pending further evidence. Apparently this guy made a published video for his proposal, and it's 27 minutes long. I proposed to my girlfriend at the restaurant where we had our first date. Interesting.
To light these candles. Yeah. Somebody has to light the candle.
Hurry up!
Surprise is that that's the first time Camille in town is not holding up for Saturday. If that's a surprise.
No pressure. No pressure. You're going on YouTube.com. Yes.
Go to Blue Jam and I'll meet you at Blue Jam. I'll call you there 5 minutes after you.
He turns up late, apparently, so she's there.
Why is this? Is it great? She decorated so beautifully. Okay.
is the first How
are you? No, it's not. Oh my god.
Well, I am not at.
Wait, there he is. Okay. Right.
Hi, sweetheart. Well, I am not at the restaurant with you.
Sweet, there's a video.
I promise I'm not standing you up. It's the opposite of that. Baby, I love you. I love you so freaking much. I love the shit out of you. I don't know how to do this. I'm sure you have an idea about what's going on right now because you have a crazy feminine intuition. So I'm trying to propose. And, you know, my mind being the way it is, I could think of a million different ways that I want to do it. But all I know is that I want it to be special, and I want it to be romantic, and I want it to be something that you never forget. So, here I am. I love you, baby. I'm coming. I'm on my way to you, but I just...
You're what?
I just want to do something for you.
You're what are you doing?
So,
no.
I'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the Bob Show. I'm your host, Bob Merrick. I'm sitting here with Jeff Schroeder. And joining us now is a good friend of the show, Mr. Justin Baldoni.
What's up, guys?
Justin? Good morning, Justin. How are you?
I'm wonderful. It's a beautiful day.
I know you have a good relationship. Things good at home?
Is it okay? My girlfriend's actually listening right now. I just wanted to take a minute and say something to her.
Please. You know I'm just happy to have you here.
Hi, Emily. I guess she can't answer back. A little nervous. Sweetheart, we've been in a relationship for a year and a half now, and you have changed my life.
You was in a fucking podcast. What the fuck? What's the elaboration here?
I
thought he was gonna come to the
I
restaurant.
have to restart the computer and then...
I'll figure something
But I gotta get a technician in here. This is really bad.
Something else. You guys, thank you.
Just hold on. Justin, I'm so sorry.
This guy can't. Okay. Fucking Backstreet Boys. Okay.
In a world where heroes are hunted and evil forces chase in.
Now.
Nothing.
Like, we get it. You're an actor. I don't.
I've been waiting my whole life.
Bro, I just thought of a fucking. Just thought of a fucking banger proposal idea. Oh, God. You know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do? Is I'm going to put. Listen, my future bride to be. Okay, I'm gonna put her in a fucking. I'm gonna put her in the shitty fucking pub we met in. Okay, working class hero, and I'm gonna get them on their little projector screen. And it's just gonna be me sitting here like, hey, how's it going? All right, and chat's gonna be going by. We're gonna have so many viewers. We're gonna have like 3K live viewers. It's gonna be sick. And then we're gonna have a debate panel of fucking 8 guys. I'm gonna be like, guys, stop, okay? Listen, I know you've got different opinions on whether or not January 6th was an insurrection. Hold the fucking stop. Listen. Point of interjection. Baby, I love you. Marry me. And then I leave that panel, and then I go into, and then I bring on some fucking Hamas supporter, and be like, listen, stop. Then I play a game of chess, and I type in the chat, mate, I know we're having a game right now, but also help me out with this proposal, bro. Mate, you're just doing your job. Like, you're just flaunting your fucking profession. Jesus Christ. So I guess the moral of this story is that feminism turns men into rapists. That's where we're at right now. Okay. All good. All good. You missed it. What did I miss? Is there a bit here where he reads out his CV to her?
I love you so much. You inspire me every day.
Okay. Oh, because one of the things was he spoke about communicating with the dead, didn't he? He spoke to Blake Lively about how he communicates with the dead, and he said something about how he spoke to her dead dad. Does he do that here? Does he say, because he's part of some weird religion where they talk to the dead? Does he tell her that he spoke to her dead dad? And he said it was okay. What? Where? Is that a thing?
There's our family.
Go back a bit. Where the fuck? Where?
This summer, he discovered.
I couldn't.
She says yes. No doubt.
It's when they're in the restaurant. Okay. Right.
I have a whole bunch I want to say, but maybe all that stuff. That's for me. You don't care about that stuff. You care about this. I wanted to come here because this is where it all started. You're the woman that's changed my life. I've never been happier. Never been sadder. Never been more angry. Life's never been more
He
beautiful.
said it was all for him. Fuck me. This is where he reads off his CV to her, right? Where he tells her all the films he's been in and how much each one grossed and how many awards he's won.
You make me a better man. And I was thinking about how to do this. And I know the only thing you care about is family. And so I
22.
wanted my family to be here. And I know your dad can't be here. But I know he's watching. I just asked your dad if I could marry you. And I hope he approves.
He did what? He did. What did he say? What? You can't, that's cheating.
Will you let me take care of you for the rest of your life?
Hey, does he say that? Does he say what the dad said?
I know your dad can't be here. But I know he's watching.
One more for the boys.
I just asked your dad if I could marry you. And I hope he approves.
What the fuck? Oh. Okay. I feel like really I feel like my blood is running cold. My blood is run cold. I'm not even exaggerating, okay? I'm not trying to exaggerate or give like a flowery illustration to how this makes me feel. Like I actually feel like my temperature is lower. Holy shit. I need to go and hug someone. I don't know who, but I just need a minute, okay? I just need to go and sit in my kitchen and turn the light off and just kind of like breathe. Be right back for a minute. Okay. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. We're fine. Let's just move on. Okay. Well, he did that like over 10 years ago, and people didn't think that he was maybe a bit insincere about the feminine. Well, that's crazy, chat. That's unbelievable. That's that happened. Okay. That's just a part of the world that I don't really want anything to do with ever. What the fuck? TED Talk. Okay. Huh. TED Talk about feminism. Oh. As part of my proposal video where I do the debates and I play some piano and I maybe read off my current live viewership average and sub count and video views on my channels, Patreon subs, then I'm also probably going to do a bit where I like go to the dad's grave and like debate him into saying yes. Like maybe I'll get one of my friends to sort of do the voice of the dad, so I can like logic bro him into why he should hand off his daughter to me. Maybe I should do that as well. That would be a good addition to the I should really appreciate that. You know, it's really romantic because it's like and I do that after I've killed the dad, right? Because obviously I'm a fucking absolute incorrigible nutter who got away with telling other guys what's what in broad daylight for over 10 years. Fuck.
In mid
Whew. Let's watch channel 5, okay? Okay, let's move on. Let's never talk about that guy again. Okay.
In mid-April 2021, I opened my phone and I hear about something happening called a White Lives Matter rally. And I was like, what the fuck, where's this happening at? Huntington Beach, California, only 45 minutes from LA.
These are the, quote, White Lives Do Matter flyers that Huntington Beach police have said they received a report about from at least one neighborhood.
It was such a drastic event, like at least it looked that.
She said, no. 1,000 times no. You narcissistic a-hole. But we know it was all staged.
Thanks a lot for the 40 shekels, but I'm just saying, it's over, okay? We're not talking about it again. Stop. Why did you just draw my attention? Why did you just draw my attention back to him? Stop. You can't do that. It's not allowed. Please.
That way. So I felt like I had to go at least see what would happen. To be honest, upon my arrival, I expected to at least see 5 to 10 angry whites.
Always keep this as wide as possible.
Did Andrew Callahan ever clear his name from the rape allegations? No, I don't know if he did. He just disappeared for a while and came back. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Find me a creator who's normal with women, please. Where? Not you. Not you. You? Probably not. No. Not you. Not you. What? Can I watch more Billie Eilish analysis of her own songs? Holy shit. Stop. 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 Hassan, if that Baldoni guy had just murdered Blake Lively and said he did it because he wants to speak to the powerful Hollywood elite or whatever, Hassan would be glazing, okay? Like, stop. It would be like the utilitarian thing. Like, it's more utilitarian if it's rich college girls getting raped as opposed to working class ones or whatever the fuck, right? Like, that's stupid meme. Stop recommending them to me. Redefining masculinity and overcoming ego. I used to, you know what? When I was in my 20s and I was hanging out with a lot of fucking these dipshit like hippies and whatever, like I always remember thinking, I used to say this, no one understood what I was saying. Now they will though. They'll understand now. I used to say that anyone who talks about overcoming the ego, transcend the ego, and these people were all the most narcissistic fucking cunts. But now we know. If someone ever talks about overcoming ego, it's because they're talking about it for themselves because they've got a problem. They're just being like, I've got a problem, okay? And I need everyone else, and I need to pretend like everyone else can relate to this very fucking self-centered reasoning that I have. Okay, what am I watching? There's no one. There's no one. There's denims? Has Denims been weird about women? Maybe not. Wait. What did she say about Israeli women on October 7th? Did she ever give a take? I don't recall. I don't watch her. Is that okay? Is that okay? Can we be like they're okay? They're good with most women apart from half of the world's Jewish women? Is that okay? I don't. I don't know. She's pretty insufferable regardless. I don't care. I don't care if that's what you think. Okay. I just want to get reassured. Okay. Let's just.
So every time I find out about any Ethan Klein stuff, it's on Twitter being reposted, which I love because it makes my life easy because I don't like going on multiple social media platforms. But this person quote tweeted this other thing.
She has no allegations.
This is from October.
I feel clean.
What is this clip from October?
I'm gonna wait to set it up. The title is correct. So obviously I'm about to have a really uncomfortable conversation. I'm gonna be factual, I'm gonna be straightforward. It's not personal. I'm gonna be, in my
very editorialized, okay.
opinion, fair as I can be. I'm just gonna say what
I can't watch this. I'm sorry. All right. Let's go back to watching Misogynists. Let's go.
I love it.
Dear Ethan Klein, you can't litigate public opinion. I don't know who this person is. What is this? Oh, it's the premiere. It's the YouTube premiere countdown.
Political territory.
Ah, she's English. She's been farming H3 hate for years. Oh. A little person who's been criticizing Ethan's behavior on little people. No, this person. This person's not a little person. That's a different person.
Ethan Klein, a content creator who I have had a huge disdain for since the beginning of time, has recently been caught up in numerous different controversies that more recently have shifted into tense political territory. A brief TLDR on this is that Ethan Klein is Jewish and his wife is Israeli. His wife, Hila Klein, who runs the company Teddy Fresh, once worked for the IDF. Since the more recent popularization of the Israel versus Palestine genocide, and I'm calling it a popularization because this has been going on for quite some time now, I think it's like over 70 years, Ethan Klein's views on Israel, Palestine, Hamas, October 7th, as well as the fallout between him and his once friend Hassan Abi, of which they both had a podcast called Leftovers together, has kind of divided and split his audience, leading to Ethan Klein losing quite a few subscribers as well as alienating himself within the YouTube community. Now, let me make this clear. People are 100% entitled to their opinion, as well as Ethan Klein. So today, I really don't want to delve into the politics of it all, because quite frankly, I know where I stand and I don't feel like I need to qualify that to anyone. Free Palestine until the wheels fall off. However, Ethan Klein has been extremely vocal about his position, to the point that it has become a place of contention for quite a lot of his viewers, and has caused him to lose a lot of fans that have now landed themselves on the H3 Snark Reddit. The H3 Snark Reddit is a Reddit that was formed around the time of the Trishy Land saga. If you are unaware of the Trishy Land saga, as well as the Trishy's Fishies, Frenemies 3, Frenemies 15, and how the fallout of the Frenemies podcast literally birthed this subreddit as a direct response to the harassment that Trisha Paytas has faced at the hands of Ethan Klein's audience. I have about 50-11 videos, girl. I'll put a playlist somewhere on the screen. I have 50-11 videos. If there is one thing I have been consistent of, it has been my disdain for Ethan Klein. Okay? But essentially what I'm saying—
I can't do it. I just fucking can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. Ugh. It's all slop. What can I do? What can I say? I just feel. Oh God. You watch Hassan and Pierce every day and you can't watch this. It's just right now, okay? I'm just not in the right position, okay? Just not right now, okay? Please. Just not right now. I just... No. No. Candace Owens versus Michaela Peterson. No. I just want to play. Do you know what? Do you know who I trust? There's only one person, okay? There's only one person I trust in this world. And it is indeed my WoW hardcore character. Okay. Or maybe it's Daniel Hagari. I'm sorry. No! Shut up. Didn't Blizzard have like a whole sexual thing or some... They had some scandal. Mr. Girl. He still uploads, isn't he, Mr. Girl? Turkey Tom did a video about him a month ago. YouTube's creepiest intellectual. What's he doing now? Stop with the fucking intro music. I don't like the intro music. Come on. Shut up. All right. His last thing was him on the hotline. You'll never admit you're wrong. The cheater's cuckold revenge plot. Is it justified to commit a genocide if it's to prevent potential genocide? Probably not. Separate the art from the artist. Mate, the guy... you can't say that. You cannot say that after someone just did an acting montage as an actor for his proposal video. You can't do that. That's not allowed. Okay.
Position to the point that it has become a place of contention for quite a lot of his viewers, and has caused him to lose a lot of fans that have now landed themselves on the H3 Snark Reddit. The H3 Snark Reddit is a Reddit that was formed around the time of the Trishy Land saga. If you are unaware of the Trishy Land saga, as well as the Trishy's Fishies, Frenemies 3, Frenemies 15, and how
like H3 Snark right now is just Hassan's fucking support network. That's all it is, right?
fallout of the Frenemies podcast literally birthed this subreddit as a direct response to the harassment that Trisha Paytas has faced at the hands of Ethan Klein's audience. I have about 50-11 videos, girl. I'll put a playlist somewhere on the screen. I have 50-11 videos. If there is one thing I have been consistent of, it has been my disdain for Ethan Klein. Okay? But essentially what I'm saying is that there is a whole lore that surrounds this whole situation. But I felt like it was important to know that Ethan Klein's most recent discussions surrounding Israel and Palestine has definitely seen an increased boost in the H3 Snark Reddit, one that I have not seen before. Because again, he is creating a lot of quote-unquote fallen fans. However, in my last Ethan Klein video, which I think was about 2 months ago, we left off talking about the Jimmy Lee situation. A member of Ethan Klein's goof gang who was found to have been having some inappropriate relationships with some of Ethan Klein and the H3 fans, as well as a staff member. The situation got so bad that Dan screamed at him on the podcast, and Ethan Klein said something to the effect of, "I was trying to protect you." And a lot of people were questioning, why are you trying to protect an alleged predator?
You call dudes sexy when you hit on girls. I'm married.
You're a liar. You're lying.
Okay.
You're straight up lying, dude. You are a liar.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. This is why I didn't want. I was protecting you.
Yeah.
Well, little did we know 2 months ago that Jimmy Lee would become somewhat of an instrumental part of the present and current drama. So, as you guys know, Ethan Klein, H3 podcast,
I've never heard of this guy before.
Girl, I've been away
Jimmy
for a hot
Lee.
minute. We all take a break around Christmas time. Everybody's got to take a break. However, during Ethan Klein's break, he ended up having 2 very notable videos become popular and start discussion on social media about the integrity of Ethan Klein. We have Aubrey, a TikTok content creator who is a little person, who speaks retrospectively about his appearance on the H3 podcast and how he felt that he was used as a joke and a bit. And then we have Mika's Rhetoric, who made a video that didn't become popularized until Nicholas Diorio began to speak about it. And Nicholas Diorio has been sucking the actual skin off Ethan Klein's peen. And no, that's not a circumcision joke. It is Nicholas Diorio literally having the mouth of a Dyson Hoover. Now, Ethan Klein claimed in his hiatus that he was going to be destroying these...
God, it's all just so, it's a very sexually inappropriate, the fuck? Oh well, whatever. It's glazing, I guess. Okay.
Content creators when he returns. However, I couldn't help but be left with the feeling that Ethan Klein was speaking about these controversies that quite frankly are just mundane and boring in nature. Like, oh, somebody made a critique video about me and I don't like it, so I'm gonna talk about them. to steer attention away from a very hypocritical situation that Ethan Klein has found himself in, which honestly is more questionable when it comes to Ethan Klein's morality and integrity, and the literal brand that he built himself on, that he built his channel on, that he saved YouTube copyright policy with. Hey, hi. So it's literally like several hours later, and I've been editing, as you can see. I look crazy, I look raggedy, but I completely forgot to tell you that I'm launching something. In a couple of weeks, we're thinking towards the end of January / the beginning of February. I am
so much compression on this. Oh God. She looks the exact same. Yeah, she probably feels different because she's been editing for a long time. I don't know. Whatever. Gah!
launching my very own podcast. I have a team, I have a co-host, like the whole nine, the whole shebang. I'm super duper excited to bring this to you guys. It's been a project that I've been working on for like a long while now, and it's literally just been a long process of finding the right people to help me out. We have correspondents who are literally going to be dialing in to be a part of the podcast so that you guys can hear from other people too. And hopefully, fingers crossed, in the near future, we'll be able to do loads of different interviews, because I feel like when I interview people, that is literally where I shine. So the podcast will be called The Paige Christie Show, and I really, really hope you guys will support and tune in. All of the details for that is on my second channel, which is linked in the description box down below.
Am I about to become the last YouTuber to have a podcast? Is that what's going to happen? I will do it. I will watch every other creator on the entire platform have a podcast before I do. Fuck. Wait, don't die.
So if I've been
Don't
MIA on any platforms that you guys regularly see me on, sorry Twitch family. It's literally because I have been working on this other project so that I can bring you guys even more content on a weekly basis on a second channel. I'm so excited. So yeah, tune in to the Paige Christie Show, and you know, because I'm a Virgo, the quality, it's gonna be top tier. So I'll see you there.
It's a very long intro. Long fade out. Okay, cool. Let's go.
This video will be chaptered, structured, as well as have a Google document in the description box down below for you guys to take a look at so you can see what me and my researchers have been able to find. I don't usually link the Google Docs it is that we use, however, I really don't want Ethan Klein to be able to use this as an opportunity to either say that my content is sloppy, like he did to Mika's rhetoric, that it lacks structure, like he did to Mika's rhetoric.
Like, this was all true, though. She literally just waffled in front of a camera in 4K, and everyone saw her do it. And she effectively admitted she was doing it. And she didn't do any research at all. The way she summarized my conversation with Ethan was just a fucking lie. She just lied about it. Like, she said I was asked about Gaza and aid and the fucking war, like the airstrikes, and apparently I couldn't answer any question about any of those issues, even though I literally spoke about each one of those issues at length. Like, she just lied, bro. She lied. She's a liar. At least I think that's what you call people who tell lies. I don't know. Fuck.
Or that it's not researched, like he did to Mika's rhetoric. So let's take a look at the current drama with Ethan Klein and how he is abusing copyright law in order to silence his critics.
Oh yeah, she did also say that because of she spoke about me, she had to speak about Destiny, and apparently he said that genocide was okay. He had to debate Finkelstein whether or not genocide was okay. That's definitely what happened. She's a liar! But this one's got receipts. Okay, let's go.
In today's video, dear Ethan Klein, you can't litigate public opinion.
Hey, shit.
Okay, so as we know, the H3H3 podcast took a short hiatus around Christmas time. I imagine to spend time with your family, all of that good stuff. And during this hiatus, a content creator called Aubrey Smalls, who describes himself as a historian as well as a filmmaker, with a TikTok following of over 180,000 followers, made a video speaking about an experience it is that he had on a podcast and why he is a little bit more selective when it comes to the podcasts that he chooses to go on to. Now, whilst he didn't say the specific podcast's name, it was pretty clear to the audience what podcast it was that Aubrey was speaking about. So in the TikTok video that went semi-viral on TikTok, Aubrey speaks about going on to the H3H3 podcast and how he felt like he was used as a bit. Now, Aubrey is a little person. He is a person with dwarfism who attempted to get onto the H3 podcast, a podcast that he was a fan of at the time, to potentially educate the extremely bigoted Jimmy Lee on why his jokes about people with dwarfism are inappropriate and just downright not funny.
So there was a podcast that I was on one time and it was a horrible experience, and it's...
Did you read 48 by Benny Morris? No, I read The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, in most part. 48, I think I started reading, but I went on a break because I was doing Hezbollah research instead. I should read that book, though. Apparently it's good. Apparently it has new information compared to Birth, because it's newer, isn't it? It's from the 2000s. Oh.
That's why I'm never going to go on another podcast again, and no, I will not be naming the podcast, even though some of you definitely know what I'm talking about. But they had a segment one time with the podcast owner's dad and some comedian who, mind you, the same podcast is now accusing of SA years later. But the comedian one day was talking in a bit about how he has a phobia of little people. And they were going on and on about a lot of miseducation around dwarfism in general. So I was like, oh my god, this is the perfect time to educate people. We love a good educational moment, especially as a viewer at the time with dwarfism. So I wrote on their subreddit, I was like, hey, I'm a filmmaker and educator. I would love to come on and educate you guys and talk about the dwarfism community and specifically the phobia of little people, since I know that's such a gray area for a lot of people. So the post...
Did you read The 100 Years War in Palestine? Yep. Gotta oversell, right? I've noticed that there's this whole... If I ever had to summarize like an online leftist to someone, it would just be the kind of person who can remember the names of 20 books and will list them off to you, having read none of them. That's the gist. The ones I've read are Righteous Victims, Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, Pape's Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, Chomsky on Palestine, which is like a kind of conversation collection of him and Pape. I read, what's the one called Our Vision for Liberation? It's got like a bunch of different writers contributing to that. They each do like a chapter each. Read the beginning parts of 1948 by Morris. Read 34 Days, the one about the Second Lebanon War. Yeah, those are the books I've read cover to cover. Did you ever read anything by Finkelstein? I read some bits of Martyrdom, Gaza Inquest. Mostly just looking for how bad his footnoting is. And it's quite bad. Surprisingly bad. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I've missed there. Other books I've read are about Lebanon, so... Did you not finish Prophets Without Honor? I did! Yeah, I forgot that one. Prophets Without Honor, yeah. But I never read Scars of War, Wounds of Peace, even though most people go for that one instead of Prophets. What about Pity the Nation? No, I haven't read that one. Okay, let's go. Whatever. Books.
Post blew up. All the fans of the show were like, we would love to see Aubrey on the show. They reached out, and then next thing you know, I'm in the waiting room the next episode to talk to the comedian and the podcast owner's dad. And I thought this was going to be a educational little moment, but I was coming on to be a bit. They essentially had, leading up to my appearance, a whole compilation of this guy, all the times that he said publicly on the internet that he's afraid of little people, and just a lot of derogatory jokes about little people. And then they were like, and drum roll, we have a little person to surprise you! And they brought me in with basically no warning.
Now, in this section of the video, Aubrey states that he was...
Is she going to put in Ethan's response to this? Because I think Ethan has said that this is a complete mischaracterization of like what was agreed beforehand and what happened now. Literally told them that was what they were doing. Yeah, it's just like a... It's just people jumping on the bandwagon because there's quite a lot of clout now to be made from shitting on the H3 podcast. Specifically Ethan, but I guess like the crew get it by extension, don't they? I feel bad for the other ones. I feel bad, even like that AB guy and was it Olivia or whatever, like because they because so much of the aggression inevitably ends up to them because obviously if you make Ethan to be as unconscionable as possible, then it's like, well, why are you working for this guy? You know, why are you promoting this guy? Yeah, and then obviously to me as well for appearing. But Ethan said that. Ethan warned me. He was like, yeah, if you come on, the negative attention you're going to get is going to be like nothing you've ever seen before, some shit like that. It was really... and I was like, that big deal. It was definitely a bit more than I was used to, but it's not that bad. Like, it's... Because we just... You know what I do. If people want to react to shit like that, I just watch them. I just watch the reactions. Because 99% of those criticisms that come after it are complete dog shit. If anything, they're confidence boosters. Oh shit! I'm in trouble! Alright, we're fine. We survived. You missed me being on the podcast. God damn it, Sundown War. Sundowner. Think of your Discord name. Farming haters. Yeah, well, have you read anything from Waleed Khalidi? No. I read a few bits of All That Remains, and I read a couple of pages of his Dar Yassin book. But no, nothing at length. It's hard to get his work in English, though. Genitalia? No. See, I don't even know who that is. The memories of Abu Iyad, I sent them to you, they're fun. Well, Sundowner, in the coming days and weeks, you're probably going to have a very crucial role in this stream. Oh, what? Is it a fucking joke? Okay, wow. Did you just get me to do a what's up dog, but in Arabic? Fucking cunt. Alright. Ugh. That's not funny. That's actually quite racist against white people and Christians. What's your favorite opening with white pieces? Is this another fucking euphemism? I don't... No, surely not. Vienna. Oh, look who's come to tell me what I was actually... Alright, what? Hello?
Oh, you can hear me. Okay, so long time no see. Anyways,
Hey.
joke was not made by me.
Oh, it's by the other person. Okay.
Yes.
Because
He
Jenna is
was-
not really a very common... Okay.
Genitalia, like.
Oh, genitalia. Oh. Did I
my
say
God.
Talia, though?
How did
So I
you
didn't really
fall
fall
for
for it. I said Talia. Genitalia. Okay, I thought
Yeah,
there was
sure,
some
buddy.
Arabic shit going on. So what, is this Abu Iyad
Okay.
person? Is that a real person?
Yes, he was like the second in command in Fatah.
Okay.
And he was the one who pushed for the entire person to follow shit and for the peace process as a whole. He was like the great reformer behind it. You know, when you keep yapping about when Fatah reformed its charter and made
Yeah.
it more, you know,
They made it more
he
nice.
was the one
yeah.
who did it.
Okay.
Yeah, he was the one that did it.
It's when
So, yeah.
Clinton came down
His
to actually
memoirs are
watch them
fun.
change it in the fucking like house session or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, it's actually very hard to find an English translation, but I found one. I sent it to you a couple of months ago, but you don't seem to be familiar with it. I will try to find it again.
Yeah, I might even be able to scroll back because if you just Control F in a Discord fucking DMs, it'll find it as well. If you remember what you said.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're probably going
And
to be
also, like, there
revisiting
were
that stuff quite soon.
5 people called Abu Iyad in Fatah, so it can be
yeah.
a bit confusing.
We love those, yeah. Well, it's history of Hezbollah first, and then after that, we're going to tie up everything with all the IP stuff. So look forward to it.
Sounds
Okay.
fun. Anyways, the main reason I actually came here today after a long time off
Yeah.
is I really wanted to mug you.
Okay.
You remember, like, a month and a while ago, we were talking about how nobody gives a fuck about Syria, how nobody cares, how it's a completely not interesting subject.
Well, they care when Assad's fucking getting
No.
bogged by
Just when the offensive came on, like, how do you feel about it? I just want to know does it feel to be so fucking wrong? Like, I have never been so wrong in my life, so I really want your experience on it.
Well, given the contribution from everyone else on this fucking platform in my space, basically just said, yeah, you know, Assad's bad, but also we should be really worried about this HCS guy, and he's probably collabing with Israel, and he's probably a Zionist, and Israel funded him in 2012, and let's go back to Gaza. Like yeah, no, actually I'm completely fucking vindicated. No one gave a fuck apart from me and the people in this fucking Discord. You're welcome.
What do you mean?
I'm a white
entire
savior.
fucking
I'm a
news
white
was all
savior.
about this, man.
Listen, okay, thank you for reminding me. Holy shit. I was a
What
white
the fuck
savior.
you mean you are
the
a
amount
white
of
savior?
the amount of
Buddy, you are
POCs
from
we had
Lebanon.
on covering that shit.
Just
It's all
as shit-skinned as me.
the amount of POCs we had on to hear their voices, and it's all getting compiled now into a montage of the Syrian thing as the fall of Assad as it happened, right? And we introduce everyone as characters and shit. Have you seen this? Have you seen the?
No, actually, I did not watch this.
It's coming up. Yeah, don't worry, you'll see it. You're featured. You have an introduction and everything.
It's fucking go.
Okay. Listen. Also,
Anyways, I just wanted to remind you that I am correct on everything that's related to the Middle East, and every time I tell you to take a close eye on something, you should listen to me.
Listen, go to the Syrian border and say that Lonerbox says you're welcome for all the coverage. Okay.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
All right. Love you.
See you later.
Bye bye. The POC viewpoint for real, for real. I'm sorry. I missed him. Okay.
Was brought in with no warning. Now, this one sentence has become like a huge cause for contention when it comes to discourse online, with people assuming
Apparently, Apostate Prophet debated a pro-Palestinian UCLA student. Do you want to watch? Not really.
that Audrey meant that he was not aware that he was going to be going on to the podcast to confront Jimmy Lee as well as Ethan Klein's father, who both seem to equally share this really bigoted point of view of little people. However, when you put it together with context and actually seeing the footage of the altercation that took place on the H3 podcast, you will actually find that the people who had no warning was Jimmy Lee and Ethan Klein's father. They were unaware that Aubrey was going to be having this discussion with them. So to me, it was somewhat understandable that Aubrey would kind of feel a little bit slighted about the fact that the guests weren't prepared. And I genuinely believe that the context was correct. Aubrey was brought in very much like, well, guess what? We've got a little person for you, and they're going to talk to you about why you shouldn't discriminate against them. To your face. It was quite clear to me, at least from the outset, that this was less of an educational moment as it was a moment of entertainment. It's that same entertainment value that a lot of people felt when Gideon went to the most racist town in the US to confront racists as a black man. Like, realistically, bigoted people like this aren't going to find any kind of common ground. So the altercation is basically seen as entertainment for the audience as well as for the people who hold these very narrow-minded views.
And the whole bit was basically just about having a little person go against two guys who were just talking about how little people, what are they going to do? Kick you in the shins? And then brought me in. And it just really solidifies the fact that...
Bro, that Justin Baldoni. That Justin Baldoni guy. You should go on his Being a Better Man podcast, or whatever the fuck it's called. And I'm Not Like the Other Men podcast. We should go on that and like do a surprise appearance as someone who hasn't pretended to communicate with his fucking fiance's dead dad to get approval for marriage.
One, I'm a class act. Because y'all, I wanted to cuss them out. but I do believe in digital footprints. And mind you, this was in front of like 50,000 people watching live. And because what you're not gonna do is pretend like just because I have dwarfism that you can suddenly start making jokes as if I'm not a grown man who pays taxes and like has a life. Shame on you, weirdo.
Whoa.
But two, again, I'm an educator. I do believe in trying my best. And I did what I could. They weren't willing to listen. They weren't wanting to listen. The whole crew was just laughing the whole time. And it was like an out-of-body experience. I definitely disassociated for maybe 30 seconds because I was like, it's very strange watching something that you consumed for so long.
There's something, there are just so many terms now that I just can't ever take someone seriously when they say them. So like one is, hi, can I come on to educate you guys about X, Y? Fuck me if I ever invite, oh God. Like as a friendly request, hi, can I come on to educate your podcast? Fuck me. And then the second one is, I dissociated. I don't know, when people tell me they dissociate, it's always like, I don't know, it's always after someone just does some really horrible shit. I know they're not saying it in this context, but whenever I hear people use those two words, I'm like, fuck, there's something weird going on there. Something untrustworthy. I'm dissociating soy. I said soy in the response to that fucking Do Not Worry podcast, didn't I? They saw me saying soy. Oh God. Soy.
And then finally being involved in that circle and then just realizing you're there to be a joke.
Oh.
Very weird thing. And it really, now I'm so conscious of what I say yes to and the things that I say and participate in.
I thought the fucking potion was supposed to let me see you.
The only podcast I listen to now, because I ain't listening to that anymore, is Do We Know Them? Because we love the girlies, and one of them actually has a child with a disability and talks so openly and respectfully about that. And then also I listen to my own podcast because I love the sound of my own voice. Sorry, some of us have soothing, calming voices that's enjoyable to listen to. But don't worry about me, though. I'm doing better things. At the time, I had just started working on my documentary, and I was also told them that I would love to talk to people about that and why I was making a documentary about little people that actually hired little people behind the camera and in front of the camera in the first place, you know, because of issues like us being constantly used as like I'm scared of little people and the experiences that we have. But that fundraiser, it took a long time to reach our goal, but we finally did a couple months ago in the summer, which was really exciting. And also, I'm still hot, so, and the podcast owner now is crashing out on the internet publicly, so, how things change.
Now, it's clear that Aubrey was looking retrospectively at what took place all those years ago and basically seeing the current controversy that Ethan Klein has found himself in and his subsequent crash out as some karmic justice. However, Ethan Klein, during his hiatus, would go onto Instagram to say the following: "Enough with these weak-ass call-outs, trying to cash out on H3 hate. This shit's not paying out anymore. Fuck this dude. We have insane amounts of receipts to disprove everything. I see you trying to erase shit too. Don't worry, I have it all saved. Why the fuck would you make this video? Jake Doolittle levels of self-owning. Enjoy the new year, dipshit." Man, this dude is gonna look so effing dumb when we're back. So obvious with this comment, he's scraping for any clout he can get from this new wave of H3 hate. And he always start talking shit the minute I'm on break too. Just a little coincidence. So in response to this, and likely knowing that he was going to be featured on a segment of the H3 show, Aubrey decided to take
Lorna Box batshit burrito got arrested by Argentine police in Buenos Aires. Okay.
to TikTok to basically explain why it is that he felt the way that he felt, as well as basically saying that the podcast was pre-recorded, that there was lots of information and context that were left out. He encourages the H3 team to show the entire recording, as well as making it known that there was frequent usage of slurs towards little people.
Hi everyone, I'm going to talk about this once and then we're moving on. I posted a video today about a podcast appearance that I was on 2 years ago, and although I did not disclose the name or the podcast that I was on...
Guess why? Take one guess. I don't believe you, Hawk the Wise. You're trolling. Sorry.
The viewers have figured it out. So I wanted to address the comments and questions in the recent Instagram post that Ethan Klein made about me a few minutes ago. This is a deeply personal and important topic for me, so I wanted to take some time to set the record straight and share my side of the story. There's been a lot of conversation from Ethan Klein's fans about me trying to clout chase by sharing this story, which again, never mentioned his name, and that I'm trying to capitalize off of Ethan's current situation. That couldn't be further from the truth, so I wanted to make this video to explain everything in full context. In 2022, I was a listener of a podcast, and with one episode where they were talking about phobias and fears of little people, and proper wording for people with dwarfism. At the time, they were using slurs that most of us know are not appropriate, but I figured it would be a great opportunity to see if I could get on the show to talk about the proper verbiage and to educate people on dwarfism. As someone with dwarfism myself who
What is this? I didn't disclose the podcast. I know, it's like, the plausible deniability is ridiculous. Yeah. Hey, Hawk the Wise, you got a challenge. I got a challenge for you, okay? Go in the Discord and link or get banned, okay? That's your little challenge, okay? I don't entertain fake news on this platform. Huh!
Experiences in person and online harassment just because of the fact that I have a disability. I was hoping that this appearance would help bridge the gap of understanding and start some meaningful dialogue. Unfortunately, during the episode, I was subjected to ableist jokes and comments about little people that made me really uncomfortable. I kept my composure and smiled at the time. It was really hurtful, to be honest. I didn't even know how to process it in the moment except for doing what I do best, which is putting a smile on things and trying to spin it in a positive direction. Immediately afterwards, I emailed the crew asking if I could come back on the show during a live segment to talk about what I wanted to talk about in the first place, because I was worried that just the segment we had filmed would leave a bad taste in people's mouths and make them assume that I was part of this joke that I was never keyed in on. So I was on the show again a few days later after the segment we had pre-filmed aired, and they played it again and then had me come on and talk about it. And I just stayed positive because I was hoping that if I was positive and I was focusing on the good, that people would forget about the segment essentially.
Wow.
I was hoping that by focusing on kindness
beautiful
and grace
tiger.
and showing empathy,
I'm gonna kill it.
that would go farther.
A majestic species. Go.
As opposed to
Die.
what happened during that segment. Ethan and the crew talked on the show, that episode, the live one, about how they had to edit a lot of stuff down, so I hope that maybe one day they'll release the full video so that you can see all of the jokes that I was subjected to that didn't even make it into the final cut. After the episode and the days following, I posted on the subreddit thanking the host.
Link to Discord. It's, I didn't say you were. Wah! Elite Tiger! Not ready for you yet. Whoops. It's Learnerbox. No, discord.gg/learnerbox.
And to the crew for having me on, because I wanted to focus on the positives, which was that the audience was actually really lovely to me, and I think really understood the message that I was trying to convey, despite having to fight people who just were refusing to see my humanity during that. I didn't want to stir up controversy because I had no followers on the internet at the time, and this podcast and the host had millions of followers, and I also hadn't fully processed what had happened since the segment just had come out. So I figured if I stayed kind and positive, that people would focus on the educational purpose of my appearance as opposed to everything else. As time went on though, I reflected on that experience more and more. I realized that these ableist jokes weren't just one-off harmless jokes. They were a part of a larger pattern of influencers on YouTube and social media using their platforms to perpetuate harmful jokes and ideologies about little people.
Now, it was quite clear to everybody that Aubrey was speaking retrospectively, and I have to keep saying this because it seems as if nobody on the H3H3 cast can understand what it means to look backwards at something retrospectively and change their mind on positions and behaviors that took place. It's almost as if Audrey isn't allowed to change his mind about the way it is he feels about that past episode in 2022. Like, if we're keeping it a buck and a bean, girl, I used to be a big old hoe back in the day. There are people retrospectively I wish I never slept with. For instance, there are a lot of bigoted comments and slurs that Ethan Klein has said. In the same light, there are lots of things that I'm sure that Ethan Klein retrospectively does not agree with. For instance, he retrospectively apologized to QT Cinderella for the way it is that he portrayed her on the podcast. He's made it quite clear that he doesn't agree with the behavior it is that he displayed. And he disagrees with the jovial nature of how he did that segment. So please explain to me why Ethan Klein has the ability to retrospectively look back and disagree with past actions, but Audrey Smalls can't look back on his appearance at the podcast and not agree with the circumstances of how it took place. It's giving very much rules for me and not for thee, and it's just the H3 hypocrisy. We are very used to this by now.
Now Ethan is claiming that he has proof that I was okay with the appearance.
So you can't retrospectively apologize. Okay, interesting. Ethan let him talk about how little people were discriminated against. How long ago did this appearance happen? Because if this person is the one who was, if this person has just made this decision to go after Ethan now when everyone on the internet's doing so, then obviously it's just very obviously calculated, right? Like it's just deliberate bandwagon humping.
And people are upset because I've deleted the posts today on Reddit and Instagram celebrating the appearance. And that's honestly just because those posts don't accurately represent how I feel. And I feel that they're being used to invalidate my experiences and to ignore the fact that there was a lot of ableist rhetoric going on, that the segment was harmful, regardless if people think it was a joke or not, and that those posts are not proof of anything but those moments right after the podcast where I was trying to stay positive and pivot in a more positive direction. For those calling me a clout chaser or saying that I'm hopping on a hate train because the host is currently under some controversy, that is just so far from the truth. I've been speaking about this for years now and never once mentioned the name or the podcast, which would be something you would do if you were looking for clouts. This is about advocating for fairness and respect, not about hating or canceling people. I understand that fans of the podcast may feel defensive or upset, but I urge you to see it from my perspective as someone who is subjected to hurtful language about literally my body and the way it looks every single day, and then to have that put into a video form with 1.1 million views as of today. Just because one audience might see a set of jokes funny or harmless doesn't negate the fact that they can be harmful to the larger disability community. There is no timeline for when you're allowed to feel uncomfortable by a situation where, regardless if you want to admit it, ableism was perpetuated. And I think especially at the time, I think it's a very normal experience for people to have, to sometimes freeze up in the moment and go, I'm just going to play along because I just want to get out of the situation and I don't want this to be forever how people perceive me. Which again explains why I was trying to be so positive afterwards and thankful. I never want to burn bridges with anybody, which is why I thanked the crew, still thank the podcast host for allowing me the opportunity to come on. I know some people are also asking, why didn't you tell them you were uncomfortable? Why didn't you tell them to take the video down? And I would encourage you to think about power dynamics and how those come into play when someone like me, who's already marginalized and harassed and made fun of on the internet, who has no platform, telling someone with millions of followers to take a video down. And mind I tell you, I did say that I was uncomfortable with the episode that we filmed, which is why I wanted to come back on again to kind of start anew. How many times have you been at your job and maybe your boss or manager has said something to you that you have not agreed with or not felt comfortable with, but you didn't feel like you could tell them directly, hey, don't do that again, please? Power dynamics are a real thing, especially when it comes to influential figures. I think the people who continue to fight against ableism, it means the world to me knowing that so many of you care so deeply about things like this and want to see an equal and inclusive world for all where nobody would find jokes about phobias of disabled people and our bodies appropriate or comedic, or something that should be platformed. And despite the comments on Reddit being made about me in an ableist way, despite the DMs and messages that I'm getting and comments on these videos, I encourage you to move with kindness in response to them, because there's not going to be any good done by fighting fire with fire. I love you guys. Keep going.
And honestly, Aubrey, I literally couldn't have said it better myself. There are numerous different things that have taken place in my own life that I look back on and think to myself, I wish I had.
He was invited on the show so that they could challenge someone who's able. Yeah, I know. I saw the H3 response. Like, it's just, she's not really addressing any of that. I'm just watching a fucking circle jerk here.
Warning.
Okay. Plenty of plausible deniability about the clout chasing. Yeah, well, if you're gonna do this thing, I'm not gonna mention this person, but everyone knows who it's about. It's like, what's the point? Yeah.
had no part in that. However, when Ethan Klein responded to this finally on the podcast on their comeback show, Ethan Klein's receipts of how it was all okay and he was definitely on board with everything was showing extremely heavily edited clips of the podcast show itself that Aubrey was on, as well as numerous different direct messages, emails, and correspondence between the H3 show producers and Aubrey prior to him coming onto the show. Again, the show where Aubrey shows up and it is the guests, Jimmy Lee and Ethan Klein's father, who are surprised by Aubrey's attendance.
And I thought this was gonna be an educational little moment, but I was coming on to be a bit. They essentially had, leading up to my appearance, a whole compilation.
That's an outright malicious lie. That's provable. I don't know why he's doing this. It's disgusting, especially considering like his whole point is like activism. And I feel like it was actually like a wholesome, good moment. And I mean, in terms of like teaching people about like a prejudice against little people, that was, you know, and to imply that that wasn't the intention and that it was to bring him on and humiliate him or something is just a malicious outright lie that I will prove to you. But I'm going to continue watching his video and then I'll show you everything we've got.
Of this guy, all the times that he said publicly on the internet that he's afraid of little people and just a lot of derogatory jokes about little people. And then they were like, and drum roll, we have a little person to surprise you. And they brought me in with basically no warning.
Why?
I mean, no warning.
Why would
Sir,
you say that?
That's crazy.
When it's so... There's so many receipts, dude. Like, what are you doing?
You guys don't
This
remember?
is so embarrassing.
Uh-oh. You don't remember us dragging him in?
What does he mean, no warning? Like,
I don't know.
Like we had him blindfolded and we walked him in?
The warning existed. It was in writing.
We're going to show you guys. You're going to laugh when you see all this.
What are you doing?
The part that pisses me off, though, is like, it's such a transparent attempt to cash in on all the people that hate me on TikTok. Like, it's so fucking transparent, bro, that it's pathetic. It's honestly pathetic. And so, you know, what I said at the time when I made a story about this is like, this shit, this shit's not paying out anymore. I'm not gonna sit here and let you lie about me. Like, fuck you, dude. Let's get to the receipts, you guys. All right. Here's the original post. Let's go through this. Of him saying he wanted to call in. Let's take a look. Ethan, I'm an actor with dwarfism. I'm currently making a documentary comedy special about disability hate group on YouTube that's been cyberbullying me for over a year. I would love to call in tomorrow during the Tippy Toes segment and chat about Jimmy's little people phobia and dwarfism representation. The context, by the way, was that we were talking about how fucked up of a movie Tiptoes is. Aubrey Smalls volunteered to spend a day with Jimmy and change his mind about the dwarfism community. Maybe I can even get him to donate to our movie that has multiple dwarves in it. Thank you for sharing this. Isn't it amazing the impact representation can have on people's lives, outlooks, and how they treat others? Many people I meet admit they have zero knowledge on people with dwarfism, and that's not their fault. Over 100,000 people are born with dwarfism every year. To average height people, but all we have is what? Munchkins, Oompa Loompas, Peter Dinklage in Game of Thrones? I'm trying to give people more reference when they think of little people in Hollywood. Since Hollywood is still putting us in the Dwarf Villager 1 category, I decided to write our own movie while telling a true story about my experience with online harassment due to my dwarfism. I, Aubrey Smalls, volunteer. But okay, fair enough. Saw your post about potentially calling into the podcast during the Tiptoe stream to discuss dwarfism representation in Jimmy Lee. Now, unfortunately, the Tiptoes live stream didn't exactly pan out as expected, but we wanted to reach out for another option. Tomorrow, we're filming an episode with Ethan's dad and Jimmy Lee in an old couple sort of situation, and we'll need to confront Jimmy again. Notice the word confront, about his problematic jokes to see if we can get through. It's cut off there, but I'm assuming to him.
Yeah.
The clips we want to ask him about is the dwarfism jokes from the previous appearance of his. We tell him specifically what we're...
Super specific about what we were doing. Totally transparent.
Like Jimmy had
fully aware.
I forget what he said, but it was something really super offensive to little people.
Mhm.
We had talked about it. We had acknowledged it. And we had told him specifically what it was. Now what we wanted to ask, would you be interested in calling in to discuss with him why his joke might be offensive? We'll totally be there to back you up during the conversation because he has to chill out a bit. Haha. If you're not comfortable with this, we totally understand. Another option would be just send in a video message and we can play it for him during the recording. Would you be interested in either of those options? We're taping tomorrow around 12 p.m. Let me know. Thanks so much for reading and looking forward to hearing from you. So again, we gave him not only the option, we told him exactly what was going to happen.
Yeah.
He was going to come in, he was going to confront Jimmy Lee on this specific joke.
That there would be a compilation of his previous jokes and then that we would confront him about it, which is exactly what he cited as being like, you know, him not being in the loop.
We blindsided
him. That we blindsided him.
He responds, "Hi, hope you're doing well. Thanks for response. I'd be totally down to call into the chat with them, and I'm available tomorrow at 12 p.m. PST." Perfect. Thank you so much. I will shoot you an email tomorrow around 11, and we can set up a Zoom test, and then we'll be looking forward to chatting on the show. Thanks, Aubrey. Talk soon. Sounds great. After the show, Dan sent him a thank you.
After the recording. Hadn't aired yet. Keep in mind, this is just we
was not
recorded
live.
it. This was
in
not
the
live.
tank.
Yep.
Hi, Aubrey. Thank you for calling in. That got a little spicy, and we appreciate you trying your best to educate and inform using the platform. Not sure how it will resonate with Jimmy's long term, but we definitely going to debrief with him and talk it out. Hopefully it wasn't too much for you. They're more resistant than expected. We will keep you posted on when it will come out. Thanks again, and let me know if you have any questions. Aubrey said, "Thanks for having me. Such an honor to chat, even though I know things got awkward for everybody. I would honestly love to chat about calling back in to talk about what the Reddit post was actually about. I was really inspired by the outpouring of support from fellow H3 listeners who are rooting for a positive discussion on dwarfism. The dwarfism representation outside of Jimmy's comments. I'm usually not so serious, and neither is the project I'm making. It's more surrealistic, artistic, educational content than anything. Haha. I know we didn't have a chance to do that today, but I've seen the positive impact H3 has had in the YouTube atmosphere, and I would love to chat about the chance to push the ball forward for the community I know and love. Plus, Ethan the other night said, disabled people are heroes, and I agree. There are so many iconic people with dwarfism out there that your listeners seem to be down to talk more about. So I wanted to see what your thoughts were on this. Let me know what you think." He seems to like me.
Yeah.
He seems to respect me at this time. For he's, interesting. Now I'm crashing out. He's getting his revenge on me because I'm crashing out. We would love to have you call back in. We are editing the episode together for next week as we have a guest tomorrow, so it'll likely be out next Friday. And then once it's out, we would love to debrief and talk more about your post and project. Once our editor finalizes it and we lock in the date, I'll be sure to let you know ASAP. You're the best. Talk soon. Hi, Aubrey. I know it's a bit last minute, but is there any chance you'd be available to call in today? We're currently live and would love to hear from you. I would love to. I'm watching now. Oh, he sounds like a big fan.
Uh-huh.
Thank you guys for making it happen and being so cool. You guys rock. Please let everyone know how thankful I am, he said after the show. Dan said, appreciate you, Aubrey. So does our audience. They were so thrilled with your call. That was great, and we're all thankful for the insight you provided. Best wishes and good luck on your project. That sounds like a horrible fucking experience you had.
Yeah, awful, huh? we abused
completely blindsided. We made it, and what a joke we made out of him.
Me and my team were actually able to find the original clip, and even one of the producers of the H3H3 podcast show stated that they really had to heavily edit and splice it so that the content itself was even usable, kind of lending some validity to Aubrey's version of events, that it is a heavily edited piece of production.
I hate fucking midgets, man. I don't want anybody sniffing around my fly unless they're serious.
Jeez.
I need to confront you on something, okay?
I know which one it was.
Which one?
I don't like midgets, Ethan.
Oh,
I can't
stop
hide
it.
my feelings. Don't get mad. I just never liked them.
The word midgets is very
It's not even like funny. It's just fucking cringe. All right.
offensive, okay? We don't use that word anymore.
I thought it was a pretty good joke. Jolly Roger liked it. Pretty funny. It's just an old style joke. That's really what it was.
What'd you think of that, Gary?
All right, so we planned the intervention for the whole
God, Ethan, you look
midget
different.
thing.
The fuck?
And I was expecting my dad, to kind of ride for the social issue. He thought that was a highlight reel. He's clapping, so just brace yourself, guys. Go easy on my dad, please.
Some classic offensive humor. I think it's very clever and very smart, because if you're going to go after a minority group, who is less apt to hurt you than midgets or little people, right? You make fun of other groups. They have big, serious, threatening people, not midgets. What are they going to do? Come up and kick you in the knee or something? That's
Okay, I'm really glad you said that, Gary, because we actually...
Okay, so clearly he failed. He failed.
I still don't really understand the concept of the 8-3 podcast, like the way that they do it. It's just... like, if I had to describe it as a genre, I don't really know what I would call it. Commentary, drama. It's just it's a very odd thing to me. All right.
The test.
A variety show. Okay.
But actually, the worst part is, guys...
Isn't that just cheating, though? Isn't it just cheating to call it a variety show? Like, it doesn't feel like I'm watching a podcast. But okay, whatever.
What comes next? And boy, just notice their face. I mean,
And in the role of a lifetime, Gary...
All right, I'm just going to play it. Everybody, tighten your sphincter.
actually have a little person on the call. They've been listening. And so Dan is going to bring them in right now, and we can sort of open a dialogue here.
Howard Stern, but less evil.
So, this is Aubrey.
So far, so good.
Gary.
Hello, Aubrey.
Hi, Gary.
How you doing?
How you doing, kid? Yeah, love you.
Oh, well, thank you.
Even though you think I would come up and kick you in the shins.
Well, I have pretty low shins too, so.
And you guys are both pretty short, so I wouldn't really be coming after our community.
Ooh. We knew we wanted to get him on the show. This is him, legend. And this is what we did, and I'm so sorry. To him, of course.
Am I still watching the same video? How much of this content has she used? What the fuck?
Yeah, damn.
Well, let's see. Does he break through? Let's see.
Jimmy, the comments that you made, you weren't really serious. Like you don't actually dislike little people, right?
This is an act. It's
Exactly,
an act.
exactly.
And I'm a loving, big-hearted, nice guy that does a
Bro,
comment.
this video is gonna get fucking IDF precision strike. We're gonna see Daniel Hagari on TV tomorrow saying, "Today we uncovered a terror video. It used so much copyrighted content without transformation that we were compelled to defend ourselves with a surgical strike." We're gonna... Oh no, it's gonna be brutal. Yes, 40 civilians died, but it was necessary collateral damage. Oh God.
Act, and I don't mean anything I say. No, it's just
Jimmy,
intended to
Gary.
laugh at ourselves, Aubrey. That's all it is.
Right. No, yeah, I am.
I love how
trust me, I grew up-
I love how Jimmy's thing is always, we gotta laugh at ourselves. It's like, who's ourselves? You're consistently slamming other people only.
I've been performing since in
Always
the
up a hill.
entertainment industry
Have to
in
kill
the
the tiger
circus
up
since
a
I was
hill.
4. Now I do stand-up comedy. Trust me, I was not offended, and I think I could tell it wasn't really a serious comment to begin
No.
with. Do you actually know any people with dwarfism?
I have patience.
Okay, who are little people?
And I didn't do that joke on them, Aubrey, in the office, by the way.
Oh, I know, Jim.
He's dead.
Because I'm a dentist in the office, not the comedian.
You do come from a very different generation where there was very different representations, obviously, of little people. Even medically speaking, doctors used to still use the word midget, even though there's no such thing as a midget. We are people with dwarfism, and there's hundreds of types of dwarfism. So my only question was just if you do know little people and you're not really scared of them, but do you see how maybe that would have like real world implications expectations for a group that has no representation,
I
that
understand.
is ever shown in a sexual or violent manner. Like, so I'm saying, even just as a comedian, I really just don't think that's the lane you want to go down.
Okay, I got you.
Do you see how it's nothing about if I find it offensive?
I understand.
I don't think you're that person, but as someone who's literally making a movie right now about how YouTube allows people to follow us around who sometimes are minors and go around calling us all of these names, but that aren't even names that are reflective of a medical condition, literally just a slur. Like, I just figure that you are someone who doesn't actually hate little people.
I don't hate anybody. And Zach's been telling me to quit for years. I may have to take his advice.
I don't think you should quit, but I definitely think you should realize that comedy can be sustained without literally using someone else as a punching bag.
I got you.
What do you feel? You can be honest, Jimmy.
No, I have plenty of other jokes. I don't have to use the midget joke.
Everyone can be joked about. I just think it's the offhandedness and the fact that you're just quick to move on to another joke where I get followed in stores and I have someone online literally who's been stalking and threatening and harassing me just because I have dwarfism. He calls it Midget Wednesday. And I just don't think you would want to be associated with that.
No, I don't. I'm going to let that one go.
Jimmy, this is an iconic conversation then, you realize.
Well, I'm not ever going to do a little people joke again. We're going to knock that off the dock. We're letting it go after listening to you.
We appreciate, your perspective, Aubrey. It's been very informative and enlightening, and I hope it's resonating.
I feel like this show went about as well as you could possibly expect. What the fuck?
Like, I love talking and arguing. It's, if I ever came across a certain way, please don't think you are not offensive in the way that you talk about little people that I hear every single day. So it's not about being offended at all.
It wasn't
and Gary, I'm like
harmful intended. I just do comedy.
I love it. And again, I'm a comedian, guys. You don't know my humor too. So you don't know I could be just as, but
You can
no,
make fun of a Jew. I'm right here. Just don't shoot me.
we don't need to make fun of anybody.
Two Jews planning a fire.
Two Jews walk into a bar.
There's lots of other content out there. And that's what I would just like to say as my final.
Well, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Aubrey.
Ethan's getting trashed for this. Yep. Yep. Can't you tell?
Please look up DearAverageHypePeople.com, making a documentary comedy special about that disability hate group because YouTube just doesn't care enough to protect small creators. So it's DearAverageHypePeople.com,
Fuck you.
and we're raising money
Fuck
right now
off,
to finish the film. Jimmy,
dick.
you would love this. It's a comedy special, Jimmy. We're making fun of ourselves. We're making fun of everybody. The point is to bridge the gap between people like you and people like me.
I want to say one thing. Me and Gary are going to say it together. We love you. Say it.
Yeah, what he said.
Thank you, guys.
Aubrey,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay,
It was
thank you so
great.
much, Aubrey.
Thank you.
So
Take
much,
care.
Aubrey.
Good luck.
Whoa, that went
Thank
better
you.
than I thought. I mean, Jimmy I think, okay, there was a lot of finessing.
There's a lot.
You actually finessed that to making it look like Jimmy learned a valuable lesson.
Yeah.
It was a bumpy conversation, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of back and forth. I had to cut a lot for the sake of brevity, but it'll be in the final cut there.
But that was nice. But ultimately, in the end, actually, there was some progress with Jimmy there swearing off little people.
So Ethan Klein didn't go out of his way to show
Oh, hello.
full context of
Welcome back. Is that the context that fucks up Ethan? What? God. Hello. It's been a minute. Hey, stranger. Okay.
the conversations and the original recording, which should have been able to squash any questions that people had about how this conversation really went down. So he gives us heavily edited video footage and correspondence between Aubrey and production where he is A-okay with everything. Not deterred by this whole situation, Aubrey then went forward to ask if he could go onto the podcast.
Fair Use is going to do some heavy lifting on that one. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What did I just watch?
To speak about what he wanted to speak about, which was his production that he was doing. I think it was some kind of comedy show with disabled individuals, and he had like a website called Dear Normal Hype People or something of that nature. So I guess even from that alone, that kind of gives me the feeling that Aubrey didn't feel like he got all that he needed to get out of that podcast segment. The H3 team allowed him to come on a second time. He was able to plug his show, and I guess he went on feeling a little bit more confident about the situation between himself and the H3 podcast. However, retrospectively, in 2024, 2025, Aubrey feels like he made the wrong decision, which, for goodness sake, he is entitled to. A decent human being would just turn around and go, oh shit, I really didn't realize I made you feel that way. I felt like I went above and beyond to try and make you feel comfortable, but I didn't. I fell short. How can I make this better? But no, not Ethan Klein. He's going to talk about it on his podcast, attack a member of a march.
Again, this person's entire fucking stick is just like, if someone on our side says something, like makes an accusation, you have to just become beholden to them. You have to suck up to them. You have to fucking take directions from them, regardless of how accurate their assessments are or not. Oh, God. Yeah, if the person fucking lied, the person misrepresented the interaction. I wonder if... Stop saying fell short jokes, you guys, come on. Fucking adults in the room. You guys who were like looking down your nose at me watching a fucking Billie Eilish video are suddenly like, fell short. It's gay. Gay. Like, fuck off.
Speak, friend. Be safe.
I see through you.
Strength and honor.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Ethan's gonna come down hard on that one with the copyright striking. I think that video's gonna get the absolute shit DMCA'd out of it, but who knows?
Strength.
Looking down, shut up.
Marginalized group who has struggles of which Ethan will never ever be able to fathom, and then police them on how they should feel about their own presence. But don't forget, guys, Ethan is a good guy. But the interesting thing is that Ethan Klein has literally a patented history of referring to little people by terms that are either outdated or completely inappropriate. Like, this has been a running bit for Ethan on his show for quite some time. Like 1 year ago when he called Big Nick a troll, a demonic little troll and troll-like.
He's such a fucking hateful troll.
Pull out.
And I don't say troll because of his stature. I don't think to joke about that. That's just not a fair thing to laugh about.
God.
I'd say that.
Damn,
like,
caught in the act.
In the sense of like a troll.
The small jokes were so much that Dan had to jump in and try and save his ass by saying, well, some trolls are big.
I mean, if you Google troll,
yeah,
and you go to a drawing
troll.
of
Yeah,
a classic
we like the
troll.
troll.
So I mean, here you go. You know what I mean? Just a demonic little troll and little.
Trolls are oftentimes depicted quite large in fantasy literature, such as stone trolls that Bilbo speaks to until daybreak comes, and then they are turned to stone by daylight.
That's right. They were big.
Yeah.
And that big motherfucker that broke into Hogwarts, he was a troll.
There it is.
Big motherfucker was broken to Hogwarts.
And just to clarify, I'm not talking about these trolls, which are very small in stature and quite strange looking.
Right.
These are not the trolls I'm talking about when I call him a troll.
Right.
Then Ethan went on to call Big Nick another slur for a little person, consisting of the letters I, M, and P. Little trickster demon, short-stacked imp goblin vibes, and little demon.
Oh no.
All right, well that was Nick. Sorry, Taylor. Didn't mean to platform that. Imp.
Wait, who's the imp?
Have we done the
Which
imp thing with Big Nick already, or has
Who's
that,
Big
is that
Nick?
uncharted ground?
What?
I reckon.
IMP slur.
Before, but maybe something.
Ah!
No, but just that, like, I would call
Holy
him,
shit.
he's like imp-like, but not because of his size.
No, I don't need
Because
fucking
of
healing
his,
potions.
like,
Go
he's
away.
like a little trickster demon. But an imp demon.
I just know Dan's in the bathroom, and I'm nervous.
Me too.
Here's what an imp looks like. They're like a little winged demon. And that's what he's like.
Those are cooler than him, though. Come on. Demons are cool, dude.
Imps are dope. Those are low-level demons in most MMORPGs.
Come back fast, Don.
I was just saying.
Strength and honor.
Oh, I was just asking if we'd done the Big Nick Imp Discord.
Short stacked?
What am I watching? I don't know what I'm
Big
watching.
Nick's that short
What
stacked
happened?
Imp Goblin
Oh, God.
vibes. All right, I'm out of this. Thank you,
Difficult.
Big Nick. We love you.
Oh, I see where we're going.
Then we have Ethan Klein making the same joke about, is Munchkin a slur? 4 times in the past 1.5 years. He
Yeah,
does
good
this
question.
on July 12, 2023, January 24th, 2024, August 26th, 2024, and November 15th, 2024.
Many people
Oh, it does it
say many.
automatically.
Can you say Munchkin?
It automatically deposited all the fucking pages. That's so cool. Nice one. Thank you. Okay, sorry.
That's more of like that's like a whimsical creature from Wizard of Oz.
Munchkin isn't offensive?
Oh, I should probably get rid of.
Well, I guess calling a little person a munchkin would be offensive, but I'm saying like just change it to be about a Wizard of Oz munchkin.
People are saying mini matzo. That's not bad. Mini matzo.
Yeah, but he's
There it is.
considered a munchkin. He's coined a munchkin.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know the politics in Oz. I don't
Is
know.
munchkin a derogatory word?
Written in Wicked, it is a part of that world. I
Yeah,
don't
in the
know about
context
this
of
world.
Wizard, I think if you call a little person a munchkin, they'd probably be upset.
I
but
think so too. Probably.
Munchkins are like it's like Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. You know what I mean? They're like they're like mice in Oz.
So is the word munchkin from Wizard of Oz, or does it predate Wizard of Oz?
You know, I don't know.
Because if it predates it, then it's derogatory in the
Let's
Wizard
see,
of Oz.
munchkin etymology.
They use that term munchkin for food, donuts, or there's munchkin donuts. So does that gotta go away?
It's from the munchkins depicted as a race of small childlike creatures in
Chase, you can't just be in the waiting room every stream asking to come in on every single stream. You can't do that, okay? Come on, fuck. You've been on streams recently. If you should be a live streamer. If you want this much fucking if you're gonna do this much content, you should be a live streamer. Shit. No offense. Mooncat video. What? Why?
He sort of basically he laid out all of the problems with the case in Parliament, and I thought there might be a little bit more of a debate about it, but
She's just live right now.
there wasn't really.
Tate for PM.
Like
based.
somebody else came back at him
Giga based.
and basically just relayed the court proceedings and said that a jury had found her guilty.
They're just Jordan Peterson.
If it were me.
Oh yeah, we never actually watched JP
and Frank Baum's The Wonderful Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, he's good. That's pretty impressive by him.
I don't know why you posted that, but thank you. All right.
Munchkin?
Say that? Is that a bad word? Munchkin?
I don't know. I feel like you call him anything.
How would that be a bad word?
I don't
Correct
know.
me if I'm wrong, but a munchkin is a fantasy character. It is not an actual creature.
It's what. It's just. Hold on. I'm gonna look into this. What is a munch? Oh, there's a shopping thing called a munchkin, so it can't be that bad. Baby products and accessories.
Yeah, I buy a lot of their stuff. It's just a
Oh, you
brand.
do? Okay.
It's a brand.
I think I'm no expert, but a munchkin is not a slur.
Yeah, isn't it like a term of endearment? Or something?
What is
I
this
just thought it was like a
fucking?
You little munchkin. No.
Okay, so it wouldn't be nice to call a little person a munchkin. Makes sense.
Okay,
But Jack Doherty,
yeah, he's
you
not
can't call him.
a
Is he not a little person?
He is very little.
He's a person.
But
Your Honor.
But and he's a person. But I don't think he. I don't think they would want him in the ranks of their community.
Is he small man? He looks like a munchkin. Is he a small in stature guy?
Zach Ryan?
Yeah.
We're wondering what his height is.
Yeah, I usually wonder if small man.
on Ethan's bid here.
Can we?
Oh, sorry.
Well,
I don't think
no,
so.
he's right. How old is he?
Okay.
Can we say Munchkin?
Oh shit.
Munchkin? Yeah.
Yeah, you
But he's
can.
not. He
Yeah,
doesn't
sure,
have a
why not?
condition. He-
No, I'm making a joke.
Yeah.
But is he small in stature? I guess
I
you're
think
right.
he called like a.
Oh,
dwarf.
okay. So he's not a small guy.
What's his height?
5'10".
5'10".
Yeah.
Hey, if you called a dwarf a Munchkin, that would not be okay.
Yeah, that would not be okay at all.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
disrespect
munchkins are-
for
yeah.
little people. Yeah, good stuff.
We love little people here on the show. Nothing but respect.
Nothing but respect.
My team was also able to find another instance in April of 2022.
My team? Hey, you're just taking the most enormous fucking clips. Your team, you go to Filmot and just write in little people or midget or dwarf or munchkin or whatever, and then you just find the videos, and then you just paste the 20-minute clip. Like, your team. What the fuck are you doing? My team. What are you doing?
What are you looking for?
Hello, man.
Mild spices. Soothing spices. 3. Thank you.
Later.
Get a Moonsteel broadsword. Okay.
Where Ethan is speaking about two of the main people of selling.
Her team is just H3 Snark. I should do that. It sounds more professional, doesn't it? Look what me and my team uncovered. And it's just a bunch of clips from the DGG subreddit of Hassan. Like,
Sunset, which is a show about like real estate in LA and all that. Anyway, the two guys who run the estate agent business are shorter men, to which Ethan Klein regards them as two little munchkins.
The two owners of the
4
brokerage are
gold
these
for some
little
free XP.
munchkins, and they're so creepy.
Sure, why not?
They only hire like young, beautiful
I'm
women.
never getting my fucking mount though. Whatever.
And then they date them, and they're the two little munchkin popsicle kids, and they're just
The
so
lollipop gang? Is
disgusting
that
and
what you're
creepy. And so like I like that it was centered around that, but the new season is just fucking awful. I can't watch it.
Now, since this whole situation took place and Aubrey has given his thoughts and feelings
Wait,
on attending...
if anyone knows what they're talking about here, what's the quick way into the Cleft of Shadow? Because right now, the only way I know is you go here, then you go round, you go down. Is there no quicker way? Is there a quicker way that you go through the bridge and the flight path? There must be. I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna explore. I'm gonna find a way. It looks like there's a way. It's trying to tell me there's a way. Is it up this fucking tower? Right. Then where? Is there a bridge? Jump. Shut the fuck up. I go bridge. This bridge. This bridge is gonna take me there, okay? I believe it. Go to the Munchkin Gate. Shut up. Cleft of Shadow. Oh! Okay. Is that it? It's still slightly long way, but it's getting me. Okay. And then I just go down. Ooh. Whoa! This way. You've never been to Orgrimmar. I have. I just don't know the way. I've been taking the long way around several times. Okay. We got it, though. We figured it out. All right, content.
The H3 podcast and how he retrospectively feels about it. Aubrey has been brigaded across all of his social media. He has received 2 strikes on his TikTok channel, putting his TikTok monetization and channel at risk. Not saying that that is 100% attributed to H3H3, but the timing is very interesting.
This account is sadly at risk of getting banned at any moment. I randomly received 2 strikes and my other main account was hacked and is now permanently banned.
Oh, shit.
So if you wouldn't mind just taking a second to follow me on YouTube, I just started posting again on that channel and I'm hoping to get 10.
I need to start weaponizing all the fucking hate I get online. I feel like I don't get enough. I don't milk nearly enough. I don't milk nearly enough fucking sympathy dough as these guys seem to. I swear, I just your account got hacked. I don't know. It just feels. I just think it's made up. I don't know. And saying you've just got all this hate and people attacking me and coming from my channel. Like, bro, every fucking day. You have no idea. Only this is without an entire fucking ecosystem of internet fucking mobsters on your side. Bro, the only people on my side are those stupid IDF intel operatives who can't even speak English, okay? I shouldn't have said that. Don't worry. Whoa! Whoa! All right. Wait, how do I... Oh, it's this way. Wait, what's this way? What's up here? Oh, this is the way I came. Nothing. No big deal. My team.
10,000 subscribers by the end of this month. And I'm also on Instagram at Aubrey Smalls, and I would love to get in touch with you guys there. So sorry to see this account go. I've had so much fun on Dwarfism history, but hopefully we'll see you guys soon on some of those other platforms.
And a person on the H3 podcast subreddit literally like soft doxed Aubrey. And considering Aubrey's whole...
What is a soft docs? What? What happened there? I should look at that tab. What do you mean by soft docs?
What are you looking for?
They're straight up doxing Aubrey. Holy shit, from the H3 Snark. Her team is H3 Snark. That's it. Looking to rent a room. Resharing something that's already been... Yeah, this is... Oh, okay, whatever. Jesus.
literally like soft doxed Aubrey. And considering Aubrey's whole reason for going onto the podcast was to shed light on a situation that was extremely important to him, how little people have been disregarded in society, and how there is like a group of people who harass little people on YouTube, only for Ethan in 2000.
You just doxed them. Oh yeah, I guess I did by showing that video of her soft doxing. Huh. Didn't even retract anything either, did she? She just published the entire, not only the link, but where to go and find it on H3 Snark. Okay. Uh-oh.
2025
It's probably
to
not how
come
you're supposed to do
through
that.
and do it again. Now, granted, that post on the H3 subreddit was taken down by moderators. However, Ethan Klein can't use deploy the "oh, my audience don't attack people," because yes, they do. It is a patented history. We have seen this for years and years on end. It's actually one of the biggest reasons that I fucking dislike you, because you literally never, ever go out of your way to just tell your audience, hey, don't do it, stop. If anything, you've just exasperated the situation. So with Aubrey's feelings of how things went on the show, the limited and highly...
I feel like I'm getting deja vu of people saying exasperated when they're supposed to say exacerbated. I don't know, that keeps happening. I've seen that written down as well. People say exasperated when they mean exacerbated. It's like a common occurrence now. Does Hassan ever tell the community to shut the fuck up and stop being mental? No. And what he does is whenever he's talking to people who are like slightly important, he just puts his chat onto emotes only because he's terrified of them ruining his normie image. It's just like I'm just watching bullies. I'm just watching people with the brains of bullies. Highly rewarded bullies. Quite impressive. Kind of cringe. Play the slop. Yes, ma'am.
The edited receipts it is that Ethan Klein has produced to the audience, and the patented history of Ethan Klein using some really nasty slurs about little people, so much so that it's turned into a running gag and a bit on the show.
Oh man, on Ethan's bit here.
Can we?
Oh, sorry.
I don't think it's weird for Aubrey to have felt that he was used in that particular situation, retrospectively. But Audrey was not... Have I been saying Audrey or Aubrey this whole time? If I've been saying Audrey, I'm really sorry, I meant Aubrey. However, Aubrey isn't the only person to have caught that Ethan Klein smoke on his comeback tour. Introducing a person that I deeply respect, Mika's Rhetoric.
Uh-oh. Oh, God. I'm sorry, can I watch this again? Because this is going to be her watching the H3 react. Can I do this? Do I need this in my life? Is this going to carry me until level 40? Surely. Where's my tom-tom? All right.
Okay, so the Mika's Rhetoric situation is slightly different because Mika's Rhetoric didn't actually release anything whilst Ethan Klein was on hiatus. She made her video sometime before the break. However, Nicholas Diorio came across it and popularized the content. In a video titled, Ethan Klein Gets Exposed by Crazy Woman She Fears for Her Life. In this video, Nicholas Diorio basically watches Mika's Rhetoric's video and fundamentally dislikes the content, not just the subject matter and material, but just the overall production of how Mika does her.
You're right. This zone is an absolute death trap. You respect that person. Fuck me. I've never seen someone take so long to say absolutely nothing. And every time she got to a point of substance, it was a fucking lie. She just lied. She lied multiple times. She lied about my interaction with Ethan. Like, what are you looking for? Fuck. She lied about Destiny's interaction with Finkelstein. What did she say about Ethan again? Strength, agility. Agility, stamina. No, I'm keeping the stamina. Thank you, bub. Watch out for crocs and spiders. Oh, I'll look out. I don't think I need a lot of these things. Oh, I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. What, do I have dynamites? Really? I didn't know I had dynamites. Shit. She just recommended that stupid essay about settler colonialism without even elaborating on why it was like what, not even describing the source material. Just, it's so lazy. She said that Ela called Ramallah a terrorist city. Yeah, she didn't really do that. I think Ethan didn't know exactly what city was being spoken about. He said you went to some terror city or whatever. As long as you have flash powder, you can't die. Unless it's on cooldown. But she was nuanced, right? She said she was nuanced, so that's what matters, isn't it?
Her videos.
Teacher, by the way. Do you think people like that Mika person, do you think when they're in class every now and then, they're like, it's not my job to educate. Wait. Fuck. Never mind. Do you think that happens every now and then? One of the students is being annoying. Protesting.
Going over a Ethan Klein exposed video that is about 70,000 views from a smaller T-channel content creator. Now, this person knows who I am. I don't remember who they are. I guess we've had some interaction in the past. It's something that's come up. You probably saw it in the intro clip. The reason why we're looking at this today is because it's a brutal video. Typical T-channel fashion, it's mostly just a conversation that doesn't have supplemental clips. It gives the person an opportunity to lie, and they do that a lot in this video. The choices in argumentation are horrendous, and probably the most obnoxious part is the entire video is cased in, oh, I'm afraid. Ethan Klein's community is so brutal, guys. I don't know if I'm going to have a career tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to get doxxed. And it's one of the most disgusting, degenerate ways to shield yourself from criticism, to just come out here and make these broad claims that you're in danger because you're—
Wait, this quest is fucking horrible. I remember the first time I did this quest, it took me so long to find these fucking hoof prints. There we go. Jesus. Click on the plank. Which plank? The fireplace. I remember this one was doable. There we go. Okay.
You're talking about, like, I mean, if you don't want to talk about drama, don't talk about drama. It's absolutely pathetic to open a video like that. I have no respect for people who do this.
What I will say is, whilst I—
This is Nick DeOreo's. Okay. I know Nick DeOreo exists. I just don't know anything about him, really. So that's his voice. Okay, gotcha. He sounds like if you asked AI to produce a commentary YouTuber, it would have that voice. He's very quintessential commentary communicator voice.
Understand the lack of structure to Mika's videos can be a little bit annoying to people who like structure. As you can tell, I'm a girl who likes structure. Mika's videos are more like podcasts. They are intended to be listened to and raw and honest, almost as if you're speaking to your ADHD.
It's not honest though. She fucking lied, you fucking liar. You're lying for her by saying it's honest. Maybe it's intended to be honest, but it's not because she fucking lied. Unless you're calling her inept.
Friend who can't stay on topic but will always get to the point eventually. Now, that style of content may not be for everybody, but I just kind of don't like the idea that people are like, it's bad content. No, it's just not content that you jive with. Now, one of the biggest issues it is that Nicholas DeOrio pointed out in Mika's Rhetoric's video is that she has a lot of disclaimers before she starts a video. Now, I can 100% understand why that might be annoying to some. However, this time she was speaking about having an uncomfortable feeling about making this video, even though she wanted to make the video, because of the harassment it is that she faced at the hands of H3 fans when she made a video about Ethan Klein a long time ago.
I have a pretty intense anxiety disorder, and the only time I've contemplated quitting the internet with, like, certainty was in reference to discussing Ethan Klein before, and I was treated in a way that maybe allegedly in Minecraft could be considered harassment, because they were making an account where they were dedicated to, like, saying all this stuff about me and how evil I am, and then they were DMing people that I'd worked with on other videos that I was this whole—
Yes, chat. Congratulate me. We just leveled level 38. I'll be accepting all your congratulations right now. Let them roll in. Take a minute. That use of the Minecraft term was very inaccurate. I'm not supposed to talk to this guy. All right. Let's go. Holy fuck. She's still going. How long is this video I'm watching? Oh god, this is going to be like... Okay, I wonder if she takes clips this long from people she likes. Maybe?
Horrible, evil, morally corrupt individual, and all this stuff. When we talk about the inception of the podcast, it was not responded to well for a long time. And this has been discussed by many different videos at length, including...
No!
So I was watching... I always know that I'm right when I have the opposite opinion of Nicholas DiOrio, because...
Now, anybody who has encountered H3 fans knows that they are rabid dogs. CC in Adam McIntyre, I'm sure he'll tell you. And Ethan Klein at no point does anything to discourage this behavior. So
I refuse to believe that if you've been in this space for more than 10 seconds, that you don't understand how fucking stupid you sound when you're like, yeah, this community that I'm fighting with, they're so toxic. Meanwhile, I can't really ever speak to anything that comes from the end that agrees with me. Isn't that a coincidence? Yeah, if you fight with a community and they'll come to attack you, they're going to feel like the most rabid community. Yeah. The guys on your side, you're not going to see it. That's why there are people who are genuinely shocked sometimes to learn for the first time that Hassan has a toxic community. Because when you're not against them, you're not going to notice. You're not going to see those worst excesses unless you actually look for them. That's normal. It's normal to think that. But given the fact that that fucking do not worry shithead had to grab a list of like 20 comments underneath this Mika's video and found maybe 3 or 4 that were body shaming, even though she got attacked by like 7 different communities, and he attributed it all to H3, and the rest of them were just people saying she was dumb or made a bad video. Probably suggests that I don't think the H3 community is anywhere near as toxic as the anti-H3 group. Like, probably because Ethan doesn't elevate people who are toxic. Ethan doesn't elevate people who do doxing and like harassment campaigns and who support terrorism. So it's probably... What? Where's this fucking ogre? I forgot to... Oh shit, I wasn't doing the quest properly. Whoops. Help! Help him! I will save you. I will protect. I forgot what I was doing. I'm so sorry.
So shortly before Ethan Klein's return, during this hiatus, he took to Instagram once again to talk about another content creator who made a critical video about him. Wah, wah, people don't agree with me, wah, wah. He's literally a 40-year-old baby.
See, this is why, like, if you respond to someone criticizing you, it's wah, 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 wah. But if she does it, if she makes a video about Ethan, it's not wah, wah. Like, why? Why? It doesn't make any... It's such a stupid fucking... What do you call that? When someone, like... It's only okay when we do it. And everything... So if you defend yourself, you're, like, a crybaby. Then, but if we talk about you, we're not crybabies? Like, why? Crybully, hypocrite, dumb fuck, lacking in the most basic logic. Okay, whatever.
This is what it is that Ethan Klein had to say. Another dummy taking a ticket and getting in line. Lots to talk about when we return. LOL. Now, as you can imagine, the moment that Ethan Klein said that he was going to be speaking about a particular content creator, posted the content creator's channel, a lot of H3 fans, even before Ethan Klein had live streamed, literally zeroed in on the Ethan Klein video and went over there to attack Mika's rhetoric. And a lot of the attacks on Mika's rhetoric was against her physical appearance. To which I personally believe, this is Paige Christie speaking over here, I personally believe that the H3 team were aware of. There were literally people on the H3 subreddit putting her face on the body of Ursula, and when a fan turned around and said, hey, it's not cool to make fun of people's appearances, other members of the H3 fandom were like, shut up, cry more. Now those screenshots it is that I just showed you were screenshots that I personally took on my phone whilst the podcast was live. And whilst the podcast was live, the H3 production team were posting various different memes that were entered into the subreddit. The H3 production team specifically, Dan. However, there are several team members who have direct moderation access to the H3 subreddit. So their lack of prompt to remove disparaging content about Mika's rhetoric's looks, whilst in tandem showing live the memes it is that they approve of, honestly just sparks negligence to me.
Oh. I should really... I'll usually show sources to these people when I'm arguing about just like anytime these guys ever go into the politics or anything serious. But I wonder if I should just start screen grabbing all the H3 Snark, Hassan, whatever dipshits who talk about how fucking punchable I am or making like jokes about my ethnicity and shit like that. Like, oh yeah, self-hating Arab, fucking, you're a Christian Lebanese. That means you're probably like a massacring fucking Maronite murderer. Like, yeah, I wonder. Grabbing all that together and actually being like, look, this is actually what this toxicity looks like, not people saying you're an idiot, you made a bad video. Like, yeah. I should get my team to compile it. I should get Jotun, the guy who screenshots all the chatters. Okay. Whatever, bro. My team. My squad.
Goku Naru.
Oh no.
Jake Doolittle and Aubrey.
Yeah.
All in your room. I feel like I'm dogs with Gok now. Me and Gok are dogs.
Even some hours after the podcast, these pictures were still available on the H3 subreddit. Which again, Ethan, Dan, AB, at the very minimum, all have access to and moderation roles. Now again, Mika's video was definitely politically geared and very much spoke about the H3 cast members almost as if they are archetypes of their minority groups, which was not something that I personally am down with. And there is more than valid criticism and debate for Ethan Klein to have there. However, for the most part, he just spoke about her looks, then walked back those comments, called her dumb, stupid, and that he hated her content. Whilst
I watched some of it. He didn't comment on her looks. Like, he called her a mouth breather. That's what they kept saying, mouth breather, but that's not her looks. Okay. I feel like this place might be where I die. Maybe I shouldn't be here.
Subjecting his fan to almost 40 minutes of her 47-minute video.
Like this dummy, Mika, who I had never heard about. I
Where
don't
are
know
the
who she is.
attacks on her
She's a small
looks?
commentary creator.
Yeah.
So her video, by the way, is called ironically, a nuanced conversation on H3 and public perception. Whoa. Sounds like a really thoughtful, analytical video.
I'm ready to watch that. That sounds interesting.
And if people think that I'm weak in that regard as well, I understand, honestly.
What?
And I also have like a
The thing is like she's hedging super fucking hard because even though she opened this video saying she's so terrified to make this video because of you, the reality is what she's actually afraid of is her fellow snarkers. Because they are the first ones that are going to turn on her and bite her fucking head off for not going hard enough or focusing on the right things or
running
whatever.
defense for E star.
Yeah, and she might not even realize it, but that is what you're doing. None of these disclaimers were in any way a prevention of, you know, our fans or your fans coming after her.
True.
She is deathly afraid of all the other idiots.
She should.
No, she's literally mouth breathing. I know that's the point. That's not a comment on her looks. I think Ethan right at the beginning said we're not going to make fun of her looks. He said there's nothing wrong with her looks. I banned like 3 people for talking about her looks. Like, it's not. Comments on her looks will be coming most likely from like the Chud Logic or maybe I don't know much about Nick DeOrio, but it'll be coming from one of those communities. I don't even think they would deny that. He said she looked good. Yeah. Clay, thanks for the $1. Really appreciate it.
That she hangs out with.
Those people are fucking piranhas.
I guess you're right. You're right.
My mental health is very silly, but again, I just want to be honest, right? I have a pretty intense anxiety disorder.
Here we go with more
God.
fucking hedging.
What the fuck?
She's so scared. She has anxiety.
shit.
Then get off
I
the
didn't mean to do
internet.
that.
What are you
If you have
doing?
anxiety, just go off the internet.
Yes, this is not healthy
You
for someone
didn't
with
need
a
to make
severe
this
anxiety
video.
disorder. You should not be a YouTuber.
Damn.
And
Shut up. It's not my problem. I don't care, okay? Just say what you want. Holy fuck.
She gives like 50 reasons to not make this video and still fucking makes it. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like a full terms of service. That's actually what was on the paper.
Where's the fucking nameplates? Why? Why can't I see it? I'm so stupid. Raid frame? No. Oh, nameplates. I just want enemy nameplates. There we go. Enemy units. Thank you. God damn it.
Paper. Reasons why not to make this video.
Pros, cons.
Yeah.
The pros probably are pretty heavy,
Pros,
though.
views.
Yeah, views and subs.
Somebody said she's point phobic. Get to it.
True. Like that.
The only time I've contemplated quitting the
Talk to
internet
Stinky.
with like
He's not here.
certainty was in reference to discussing Ethan Klein before.
I have no idea who you are.
And-
Apparently, her talking about me made her want to quit the internet. I have never heard of you. I don't know anything about you. I've never talked about you. If it made you want to quit,
Isn't Mouth Breather calling them fat? No. No. No.
quit the internet, maybe your intuition was right.
And I was treated in a way that maybe allegedly in Minecraft could be considered harassment. Because
What does she mean by that? Maybe allegedly in Minecraft harassment? Because she doesn't want to openly say she got hit by harassment? Like, it's just harassment. Like, you could say you got harassed. It's not like a fucking legal charge. Ugh. And fuck's sake, I want this person to have access to my social media for a week on fucking YouTube. I want her to read my fucking Twitter replies and my emails, my comment section. Deal with my chat. Fucking hell. Where's the guy? He's doing another thing. Okay. Anxious box. I'm a little bit anxious sometimes. But usually I just stop and think, well, this is better than this is better than working in a shop, so yeah, I'll do it. And it's better than most of the stuff I had to do when I was doing music work. Like, so yeah, fuck. Can you start taking Vyvanse so you're bored by drama content? Well, problem is that the circulation in my toes is a little bit fucked right now. So I think I need to stop taking Vyvanse. And it's the dosage right now is like I've built a tolerance to it, so it's not really affecting me in the same way it used to. So I guess that's just not an option for me anymore. I took it today, but I'm gonna have to stop once I've run out of these ones because they're kind of fucking me up. What music work did you do? I did teaching, performance, and production, mainly. Occasionally wrote my own stuff as well and produced.
Who?
Did you teach piano? Yeah, but I only taught piano at like a pretty beginner level because I'm not a very good piano player. Mostly taught classical guitar. That was my specialty. Anyway.
Not even our fans, probably. By fucking people that hate me.
because they were making an account where they were dedicated to like saying all this stuff about me and how evil I am. And then they were DMing people that I'd worked with on other videos that I was this horrible, evil, morally corrupt individual.
That's crazy.
And all this stuff.
Can
I think she's
imagine that
lying.
happening.
I'll say it. I think she's straight up lying about that. I don't fucking believe a thing she says.
Oh.
Not that it matters because I didn't.
Do you have music out there? I have songs that I've played on that are out there, things I've produced, but are not mine. Yeah, I do have that. But you're gonna have to find that yourself. You're gonna have to go and find my docs and then find all that shit. Some of it's a bit embarrassing. There were a few projects I was part of that I was not really that keen on looking back, but it was fun at the time, I guess. You get your team to investigate. There is one tune that I produced that has like over 10 million views on YouTube. So if you find that one, well done to you. It was a difficult job as well. Really? Yeah. But you can find that. Actually, what does it have now? got 15 million views. Holy shit. Strong. Why not tell us the name? I just don't want to show you guys. Fuck off. Or I don't want to make a big thing about it. Do you have a personal attachment to anything you've made, or is it just a job? I've got personal attachments to some of my own songs, yeah. And there was a bunch of songs that I wrote with an ex around the COVID period that I thought were pretty cute. Hum the melody. Nope. Not with the not with the technology they have these days. Huh.
Do any of that? I didn't even know you exist, lady.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh shit, there he is.
Give me another
Stinky Pete.
1,000 reasons why you're so scared to make this video. Jesus.
Now, in this comeback podcast, Ethan Klein stated that anybody who says anything about him, they're going to catch all the smoke. That he's not letting things lie or rest anymore. He's attacking it head on. And that any content creator, no matter how big or how small, was going to get it.
All of these motherfuckers who want to come and talk.
Where's the clip of Ethan making fun of her looks? Why make the claim and not show it? Oh, because she's a liar. These people are all liars. They're all... She's not afraid of using 20 minutes of clip footage, right? Unedited. If she hasn't shown you him making fun of her looks, it's because she lied. He actually specifically said, don't comment on her looks. Like, there's nothing wrong with her looks at the beginning of the video. I remember. Like, he didn't do that. He made fun of the mouth breathing, and she's just leaving it up to your imagination to... Yeah, she's a liar. They're all liars.
Fuck shit. Listen, if you're gonna talk shit about me, I have a policy. This goes for everybody. I don't give a fuck how small of a creator you are. If you talk shit, you're fair game.
So that kind of led me to the question of, why are we focusing on Aubrey Smalls and Mika's rhetoric and their very inconsequential videos that I honestly don't believe has actually harmed the perception of Ethan Klein and his H3 podcast show at all, due to these people's limited amount of impact? Because again, had Nicholas DiOrio not found this video and decided to speak about it on his platform, it would never have amplified Mika's Rhetoric's video. Mika's Rhetoric's subsequent growth in subscribers as well as monetarily and views was purely based on the amplification of Nicholas DiOrio and Ethan Klein. I mean, even Evangelina Skov, another content creator who has made Ethan Klein content,
If that's true, then what's the problem with responding?
Good day to you.
It's one of those videos that will be held up for quite a while as a litmus test. You know, like if you found this video convincing, like you are probably incredibly fucking stupid. Yeah. Like you don't really need to know that much else about a person. Okay.
Has been vocal
It's
more
a good
recently
heuristic.
about Ethan Klein content not really doing well for her channel at all.
Nobody watches my videos about Ethan. I think I've made like 2, maybe. They're some of my worst performing.
Fix your fucking audio then. Why are you crunching like that? That's a decent mic. It's either an SM7B or something adjacent to it.
Videos, to be perfectly honest with you. And why am I here doing it again? He annoys me.
I feel like I'm one of the few people who can make an Ethan Klein video and it'll get hit. But that's because I'm not new to this, I'm true to this. I have been on this train of disliking Ethan Klein since day dot. I disliked Ethan Klein when my ancestors were building the pyramids, bitch. I have been disliking Ethan Klein since the plantation. I have been disliking Ethan ever since the stupid little beanie hat. I've been consistent. I'm a consistent queen. But back to the topic of the video. Why did Ethan Klein focus on 2 extremely irrelevant and inconsequential individuals instead of focusing on a much bigger story that I genuinely believe that Mika and Aubrey were used to suppress? So let's talk about the H3 Snark Reddit lawsuit and why Ethan Klein will not answer Adam McIntyre.
Okay.
So, approximately a month ago, Adam McIntyre.
People who think that there's a gotcha and talk about plantations when you're British, you're all fucking idiots. What are you talking about? Well, how do you think black people got to fucking Britain, dick? Like, Britain had a fucking slave trade. We just fucked over our slaves in other parts of the world, like in Jamaica and shit. And some of those slaves were taken after the war, usually, Windrush around that period, or different parts of the 20th century, were taken from those countries where we used to have plantations, and then the descendants of those slaves came to the UK. It's okay for British black people to talk about fucking plantations. The pyramids? Different question.
McIntyre made a video called Ethan Klein Needs to Address This, in which Adam McIntyre discusses the H3 Snark Reddit being hit with numerous different copyright claims. Now, just to bring you up to speed, if you skip past some bits, the H3 Snark Reddit is basically a place where people who dislike the podcast, people who dislike Ethan Klein, can talk shit about him freely.
Yes, everyone knows. Yes, everyone knows that the pyramids were actually built by aliens. Because I'm sorry, I'm joking.
Hey there. See you later.
I thought that joke was maybe a bit too subtle. Okay. Ah! Kill spiders. Loot them for their venom sacs. What? Wait. Loose dirt. I don't like questing in this place. It's a death trap. Fucking murlocs. Oh no. This is where you do lots of AoE grinding as a mage, right?
Because as we know, the H3 podcast subreddit is moderated by the team. So disparaging and negative critiques about the H3 podcast, as well as its show hosts, tends to be wiped away. And I mean, that's their subreddit. They can do with it as they see fit. However, it's unsurprising that there has now become a space where people who do want to criticize, whether that's positively criticize or simply to just hate on these people, they made a new place to go. So last month, Adam McIntyre basically did a call-out video to Ethan Klein and stated, the H3 Snark subreddit is alleging that you are placing false copyright claims on the subreddit in order to get the subreddit terminated. It's quite clear that the content that you have selected for copyright falls within fair use. So Ethan Klein and the H3 podcast, why are you abusing the copyright system?
You cannot hide behind trying to silence a fucking snark page, specifically when you guys were fucking...
Any of these people are going to mention the fact that the Hassan Snark subreddit got nuked fucking immediately. Is anyone going to mention that? Do any of these commentators mention any of that? Or is that just like not important? Is that just superfluous information?
Sourceanite, the fucking Trishy land of last year. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. Just because the views are down, the memberships are down, whatever the fuck is going on, it doesn't mean you can silence criticism, because that is not fair. Specifically, if you're going to do it this very weird way when it comes to fair use and copyright, which you got a successful peak on YouTube for, because you fought against. Because you fought against it.
This video gained around 100,000 views and went into detail about the copyright infringements that were placed against the H3 Snark subreddit. Now, for a period of time, the H3 Snark Reddit went dark. Once lawyers and legal notices and letters and all of that kind of stuff were making its way through, the moderation team had a little bit of a regroup to see if they could continue even running the Snark Reddit. Adam McIntyre basically said in his video if Ethan Klein could prove that the allegations that the H3 Snark Reddit were levying against Ethan Klein, that he was unfairly copyright claiming videos on the subreddit, that Ethan Klein could prove that this was untrue, then Adam McIntyre would go forth and make a retraction online for the allegations that were levied against him. Adam McIntyre in this video was basically begging Ethan Klein to prove that this is not going on, begging Ethan Klein to prove him wrong. wrong.
Go on, I know you want to prove the Reddit wrong. Prove them wrong. Prove your snark wrong. Disprove it. Disprove that your copyright striking criticism of content clips against you and you're the fair. Disprove it. Come on, we are rooting for you. Come on, chat. We are rooting for them. Just do it. And if you will, we will all be on here and we'll be like, yes, it wasn't them. You know why? Because on a video yesterday, I spoke about how much I respected Ethan.
Wasn't it that they were also... Wait. What's the accent? It's Irish.
Health warning.
Oh, shit. Oh, no. I'm in trouble. Big trouble. This is a death trap. This is a big death trap. These guys are strong fuckers. I have to get 12 heads. 12 heeds. Health warning. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Has Ethan denied that he was copyright striking H3 Snark? Like, what content was it for? Was it just for regular H3 clips, or was it for fans only content? Because if it's for members content, that makes perfect sense. And if it's the other, it's just because you're just using whatever underhanded tactic to defeat another underhanded tactic, which is the fact that the Hassan Snark Reddits just get obliterated immediately. And it's like, if you're not on an even playing field, then why would you bother, right?
When it came to fighting for fair use and fighting for copyright protection. Go on, disprove it. Disprove it so I can double down on, while I may have issues with Ethan, I respect him for fighting for fair use. I respect him for fighting for YouTube copyright. You know why? Because it directly affects me with the content I make. And regardless of my opinions of him, I fucking respect him for fighting that battle back then. But if this is true, then it all crumbles. Disprove it.
Now, despite at the time Adam McIntyre's video having over 100,000 views on the topic, that is extremely condemning to the reputation of H3, which we'll discuss in a moment, Ethan Klein came back and did not give any airtime to the allegations that I really do think can have a much bigger harm to the reputation of H3H3, and focused on the little person and Mika's Rhetoric's rambling video. And again, Mika's video was extremely inconsequential because it did not have the views until people put a spotlight.
It also didn't really have anything to say. I thought 100,000 views, though. By the time Ethan was reacting to it, she had about 100,000 views, no? As did that Adam person. It's not really that much from 100,000, like whatever. Okay.
Light on it. Now, I originally wasn't going to speak on this situation because I genuinely felt that Adam McIntyre did a fantastic job of laying out the story for everybody. And if I don't have anything to add to a conversation, I'm just not going to talk. However, a couple of days ago, there were some new developments on the Snark subreddit. The moderators of the H3 Snark subreddit came through with receipts, as well as legal notices and documentation, showing that H3 Productions, under the TED Inc. umbrella, had used the same lawyer that aided Ethan Klein and Gila Klein in their monumental copyright and fair use lawsuit. They attempted to use that lawyer to sue the H3 Snark Reddit, to which I believe that the moderation team of the H3 Snark Reddit have been able to sufficiently prove to me, at least, that these are unfair copy claims with the intent to silence and dismiss criticism in a place.
Mate, I wouldn't take those H3 Snark people's opinions on how to sit properly in a fucking toilet seat seriously. Why would you take them seriously on their claims about what's legally okay and what isn't? What the fuck? Have you seen that Reddit? Those people are absolutely insane. They're lunatics. Ugh. Whatever, dude.
That the H3 podcast cannot control. But before we get into the lawsuit and we go through it piece by piece, brick by brick, yes, this is going to be a long video, girl. Whilst I was taking a look at some background information on the H3 Snark Reddit, I ended up stumbling across a post that was made that I genuinely just want to clear up and also use as an opportunity to call out in a friendly-ish way, I guess,
Call
Nicholas
out.
Diorio. Now, whilst in a live stream, Nicholas Diorio, as he stupidly does quite frequently, ended up showing his inbox on Twitter, to which people had noticed that AB, one of the members of the H3H3 podcast, was in Nicholas Diorio's DMs. Other members of the H3 Snark Reddit had also noticed that my name was there too. And that started the whole, we don't like Paige, she supports yada yada yada. Now, I have had a parasocial love-hate relationship with Nicholas Diorio for quite some time. I respect him as a content creator. I think he's fucking fantastic at what he does, even if I don't agree with him. However, as a person, I find him insufferable, as he does with me. He doesn't like me either. However, I would say that there was a morsel amount of mutual respect. I stay in my corner, you stay in yours, and we're good. However, when I found out the update of the H3H3 Snark Reddit, as well as the lawsuits and legal documents and all of that kind of stuff, I reached out to Nicholas Diorio to let him know about it. As you can see on the screen, this is exactly what I said to Nicholas Diorio. Now, I did this because whilst Nicholas Diorio will suck the literal skin off Ethan Klein's phallic object, I do believe that Nicholas Diorio is a man of his word, and he understands that fair is fair. And he is more than willing to call out friends, which I've seen numerous times over his career on YouTube, for the good of what is right. I literally saw this boy disown his very good friend, John Swan, over lies it is that he told that reflected bad on the commentary community. Nicholas Diorio went out of his way to make a stance and say, this is fucked up and I don't stand by it. Now, I did also think to myself that maybe Nicholas Diorio just simply doesn't care about copyright law and copyright infringements and false copyright claims. But no, Nicholas Diorio also has a patented history of speaking about copyright infringements within his community, and he has spoken about it frequently. For instance, he has a video from 4 years ago about the content creator Susie Liu, who is placing false copyright claims on numerous different individuals within the commentary space, because again, she didn't like their criticism. This is what Nicholas Diorio had to say in a video about Susie Liu 4 years ago.
YouTubers who abuse built-in support systems to silence creators who are critical of them are the worst of the worst. Public figures who can't take jokes and go through the same avenues to silence satire are just as bad. The idea of being able to criticize a public figure exists through nearly every form of media publication, be it TV, newspapers, and digital media like articles and blogs. Kind of ironic that we're just 1 year past when she filed a false DMCA copyright strike on a YouTuber named Mark After Dark and was left with a slap on the wrist. This woman is so thin-skinned that she will silence any form of criticism that she can abuse through her tools and her channel manager at YouTube. At the end of the day, what we have here is a woman who simply can't take any form of negativity. She dismisses any critique as a hate video. She abuses YouTube's tools to silence criticism of her brand, and this woman is trying to rally creators to take a stand on criticism so they can get away with their degenerate bullshit. If this becomes normalized, people like I'm Alex could theoretically have removed the videos that vindicated Slazo.
Why does everyone say that Nick Diorio is like a right-winger? Where does that come from? Like a Nazi or a fascist? Like, where? What? I feel like I've just had that impression from people for so long. But I don't know where it came from. That's why I never repeated it. Like, it's just. I know Hassan has mentioned it. He said that he has a Nazi podcast or whatever, but like, which he doesn't. Is it just Hassan? He's very edgy. Is he? What's he said that's so edgy? Oh shit, come back, fucker. Hey. He gives the vibe. I think honestly some people just say this because they're not far left. Like, if someone's not far left, you're just gonna think, oh, Nazi, What?
People like Tati Westbrook would be able to silence creators like James Charles. But the people this shit really hurts is the little guy. It creates an avenue for massive YouTubers to crush smaller channels who discover something worthy of being talked about.
Nicholas DiOrio, even more recently, within the past like 4 months or so, has been speaking about another content creator called Dark Viper, who also has been accused of abusing the copyright system in order to silence negative critique about him on social media. So Nicholas DiOrio has kind of always let it be known to him, his audience, and everybody around him that abusing the copyright system is bad for everybody within the community, bad for YouTube, and abusing the copyright system to silence critique or negative critiques about somebody is a shitty thing to do. However, since I explained that the false copyright claiming that was taking place on the H3 Snark Reddit was actually, I believe, in my humble opinion, completely unfounded, I did not hear back from Nicholas DiOrio. Now, let it be known that Nicholas DiOrio is not very well liked on the H3 Snark Reddit either. So the situation could be that Nicholas DiOrio may not care about this stupid little subreddit being taken down, because at the end of the day, the majority of Reddit's moderators work for free, and it really isn't hurting anybody's back. However, I believe that there should be a place for everybody to be able to say what they want at all times. For example, in a recent Nicholas DiOrio live stream video that he posted to his channel, he poses the question to the audience as to why the H3 Snark Reddit even exists. And he can't understand why this horrible negative subreddit is still up.
I think it's shocking that that subreddit is even still active. How is the H3 Snark Reddit still up and all the other subreddits like that have been banned?
Well, Nicholas DiOrio, there is an entire law that I have discussed on this channel extensively. But the main reason that the H3 Snark Reddit exists is because Ethan Klein has had a patented history of mobilizing his audience to attack other people. He has encouraged his fans to go to hate snark threads of other people that it is that he dislikes, such as Trishyland. And when the snark Reddit of Trisha Paytas went down because there was disputes between the moderation team about the direction of the snark Reddit, Ethan Klein and his team took it upon themselves to create their own called Frenemies 15. And then in a live stream, continued to ask their...
Wait, Hassan used to literally on stream brigade LSF threads that were being mean to him to get them downvoted. Like, he used to do that on stream. She missed the point. Yeah, she's missing the point of the double standard. Just mute her and we can watch you play. Listen, you guys have mixed opinions, okay? Some of you want to keep playing this video. Some of you want me to stop it. Which means my allegiance lies with the highest bidder, okay? Because you both make very compelling cases and I can't possibly decide. Okay.
Audience to come into this snark thread so that they could continue the fun.
Real quick, small, interesting little update, I think.
Oh no.
Is this a new development?
Frenemies too. Oh, you have to request to join? Did I fuck this? Did I do this?
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh man. What happened?
We talked about it on the show. He must have just gotten bum rushed by a bunch of fans.
Holy fuck.
Damn.
You heard that? Mina's the highest bidder. 25 euros a month, guys. You heard that?
The moderators have set this as private. Once approved. Shit.
Straight up.
Love the sad music.
Straight
well,
facts.
I gotta request access now. I mean, I need to know what's going on Frenemies too.
Definitely.
It's not even letting me.
Frenemies 3?
Damn, the Keep It Goings have it so far. The Keep It Goings are up strong. Thanks for the $10, Scavenger. I really appreciate that. Hello, Coast Runner. Innocent little Coast Runner. Die. Little Explorer.
Frenemies 3 is still open.
Well, Frenemies 3 is going to be Frenemies too.
Right.
Left side, he secured Frenemies 12, so we're safe.
Okay.
Wait, Frenemies 12 is us?
Yeah.
Let's go!
Wait, why
Frenemies 12
can't
is the official one.
Hang on.
Go to Frenemies 12, people, since Frenemies 2 is closed.
Frenemies 2 is like home base. You know what I mean?
Why have they done this? Also, it doesn't even let me request. Only approved members can take part.
It's so unfortunate.
Oh, fuck. I fucked up.
What happened? This Frenemies 2.
It's okay. Everybody migrate to Frenemies 12. This is the new home.
Frenemies 12 is the new home?
Yeah,
Okay, that's the one we have, right?
That's the one that Love has, yeah.
After a while of people becoming wise to Ethan Klein and noticing this behavioral pattern of throwing his audience every single time at anybody it is that he dislikes or has any criticism for him, people who had a problem with that became the birth of the H3 Snark Reddit. Now, Nicholas Diorio, do you remember in Tommy C's live stream when you called me a stupid bitch? Because I didn't understand the lore of everything that was taking place with Illuminati, and you rightfully called me out on that because I gave my opinion with limited understanding. Well, you two also don't have the full context of the lore of the H3 Snark subreddit and how it became to be. And this is why
that doesn't explain why other Snark Reddits got taken down immediately and this one stayed up. That doesn't answer the question. She completely sidestepped the question. She's dodging the interview, bro. She's fleeing. Yeah, lots of people defended the Illuminati to begin with. Fucking Lance did for a little bit. And then they scrubbed her out like fucking Stalin and that guy.
I think it's hard for Nicholas Diorio to dislike me because I can take an L and I'm morally consistent. I am not a Fallen fan. I have never liked Ethan Klein. My documented disdain for Ethan Klein and the H3 podcast as a whole has been going on long before the popularization of Israel versus Palestine, so I'm not politically motivated. I've defended Ethan Klein's rights to his beliefs, regardless of whether I believe in it too. I have openly and publicly supported Ethan Klein against Jake Doolittle and the fuck shit it is that he tried to pull. And I even defended Ethan Klein when it came to the QT Cinderella situation, where I felt like, yes, the joke was in bad taste, but I don't believe it was done intentionally and maliciously. So for somebody who vehemently dislikes Ethan Klein, I give him grace. Fairly and frequently. And I have never ever attacked Ethan Klein based on his political or cultural beliefs. Because again, he's entitled to his wrong opinion. But whilst you might dislike the ethos of the H3 Snark Reddit and what it stands for, the same way that you needed that Tommy C podcast space to be able to scream into the ether that I am a stupid bitch, these people have the right to be able to say that Ethan Klein is a see you next Tuesday. So now that we've got the whole Nicholas Diorio situation clear, let's take a look at this lawsuit. So 4 days ago, the H3 Snark subreddit and the moderation team for that subreddit posted, confirmed Ethan Klein hired...
I will say, how fucking long is this video? I don't even really hate this person. Like, compared to Mika's rhetoric, it's a, it's a breath of fresh air. But the video ends at some point, doesn't it? It's not like I'm in fucking Groundhog Day where I'm just going to be watching this person talk forever about reminding me for the 80th time that she always hated Ethan Klein. She hasn't just changed her mind last minute like everyone else did. Like, what's going on? The fuck?
An attorney to issue copyright claims against the r/H3 Snark. On the 17th of December 2024, the r/H3 Snark mods was sent evidence that an attorney acting on behalf of TED Entertainment Incorporated had been filing DMCA takedown notices against videos on the sub. An OP whose posts/clips were removed by Reddit's legal operations team submitted an intellectual property inquiry with Reddit legal support and sent us screenshots and a PDF of Reddit's response. Now, what's H3H3/Ethan said about clipping his videos in the past? On January 25th, 2023, Ethan announced on air that he was opening up the H3 IP to the world after being inspired by Hassan Piker and the Hassan Abbey industrial complex.
Hey, let's go.
He was excited that clips from his non-members and members-only content could possibly help others gain some financial stability and even give them a chance to grow on their own YouTube channels. H3 talked about how excited they were that they opened up their IP on the show more than once.
I am opening our IP to the world. This is a message with peace and love.
You can now make your own H3 podcast. That's right, everyone.
I guess you could.
That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. No, you can't make a fake H3 podcast. Although you probably could actually, because I don't think anyone would mistake it.
I mean, if it's a parody, you can do whatever you want.
Anyone would mistake.
You got a
it.
health pot.
So
yeah, but you're always admitting defeat when you take a health pot. Okay, you're supposed to know the game. You're supposed to know when it's time to health pot, and that was not time to health pot. Clearly, as I'm still alive. Okay, don't talk to me like I haven't played this game before. Right? I clearly just showed you. I'm gonna be such an asshole before I get killed. I'm just saying, okay? I know this game well enough. I know what's going on.
Our IP is open. I got inspired by Hassan. He has the Hassan Industrial Complex. But I want the.
There's a reason I have 9 health pots, okay? And there's a reason I still have leftover fucking old potions that'll do barely anything for me, okay? There's a reason I have these. Because I'm a fucking nutter, all right?
Ethan Industrial Complex. I think it's a good idea. I like it.
Yeah, I think it's really cool.
And it's actually crazy how like many people are seemingly making a decent living from having their own clips channels of him.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to cut up clips from the podcast, from our members live, from anything with me in it.
Well, these are stealthed. I'll take this then.
Go for it, man. Monetize it. I will not claim. I will not remove. I will not do anything. I mean, to be fair, it's basically been my policy. I don't claim or remove anything really at all.
But now you're making it explicit.
Yeah. Yeah, we opened up our IP to anyone who wants to make clips.
H3, H3.
Here is H3 Industry hard at work with 2 videos, 2 subscribers. Let's go. Get in there, boy.
Almost exactly a year later, Ethan Klein made another announcement on air and via Instagram stories that he was going to start DMCAing all members' content and warned creators that using members-only clips that they should remove those clips if they don't want to strike against their channel. The video chapter in the episode is even titled SYNT Highlights, referring exclusively to members-only content. Ethan said he felt it was unfair that content intended for paying members was being shared by clip channels for free, which I think we could all agree is 100% fair.
So anyway, here's what we're doing. I had said previously that you can clip our podcast, and I had even said that you can clip the members. So here's what I'm saying, finally.
There's a clip.
You can clip the members if it's reasonable length. Full re-uploads will be erased with DMCAs with peace and love.
Delete.
So no full re-uploads.
Delete.
If it's a reasonably length highlight, we will let you survive.
Ethan never publicly announced that he was closing his IP up or that he would strike clips of publicly accessible non-members H3 content. How do you know that Ethan is filing the DMCA takedown notices and not somebody else? OP's email from Reddit legal support confirms that claims against clips posted on the H3 Snark have been filed by a lawyer on behalf of TED Entertainment Inc. Ethan is the host of the H3 podcast / show and the co-founder of TEI. The lawyer acting on behalf of TEI has previously represented Ethan and Hila Klein in other lawsuits. They worked on their landmark fair use case, Hosinzadeh, I think I pronounced that correctly, versus Klein, a lawsuit that brought Klein's international recognition and respect, especially in the YouTube commentary community. They also worked on the Triller Fight Club LLC versus the H3 podcast. And they aren't lying, this was an extremely huge landmark case.
Fuck.
In fact, in 2021,
I
had a lawsuit coming my way
What if he
for
puts me in a web and kills me?
defamation as
Fuck.
well as copyright infringement. And during this dispute, my
fuck,
lawyer
I'm poisoned.
referenced the H3 podcast and their groundbreaking case as a case.
Thanks for the help, pup, but I didn't need it. Clearly.
warning.
I was fine. Guarantee you would have had him out. No problem. Guy's just cramping my style.
steady against the people who felt that their IP was infringed on. So this H3 lawsuit that took place about 8 years ago now was a case that set the standard and set the precedent of what is to be expected when we are dealing with fair use and fair dealings laws, allowing for commentary to be equally qualified as transformative content. Ethan Klein also had a lawsuit with Triller. Basically, Ethan Klein streamed a Triller PPV event, and whilst yes, he was giving commentary, it was a live event, therefore it was kind of muddying the waters a little bit in terms of what can constitute as transformative content, especially for live on-air pay-per-view content. And also, the same reason that Ethan Klein doesn't want his members-only content to be redistributed, which is a fair thing for him to want. The same also could be said for Triller not wanting their pay-per-view to be available live at the same time as their event. There are some people who are literally paying for that event. However, I will say that the lawsuit between Ethan Klein and Triller ended up having the case dismissed, with Ethan Klein having to front all of his own legal fees. So whilst they did try and fight this case against Ryan Kavanagh, it really amounted to nothing, because genuinely I didn't see any way that Ethan Klein was going to be able to get away with that. It was definitely pushing the boundaries of what fair use is. You can see a redacted copy of the PDF shared with the H3 Mods team here. So let's take a look. Okay, so this is the email from Reddit legal support directly to the original poster on behalf of TED Entertainment Incorporated. It says, I am a licensed attorney and the authority agent of the copyright holder TED Entertainment Inc. This takedown notice concerns the Reddit post titled LB says far leftists hate Israel because Israel is backed by the West, and this can lead to anti-Semitism. Ethan agrees. So they continue in detail.
Hey, that's me, LB. That's me. What a summary. I love that when you just get rid of all the substance and just summarize it to lefties hate the West and that leads to anti-Semitism. It sounds kind of stupid, doesn't it? Wow, if you miss like 7 steps in that fucking process, then it sounds kind of crazy. Crazy. Shit. Bro, what the fuck am I doing? I have to get 40 eyeballs. Why?
Tell the post it is that they are referring to, and basically saying that they feel like it can lead to anti-Semitism, which we're talking about a copyright infringement of somebody's IP. The consequence of the commentary in the title, for me, just is neither here nor there, or whether it can cause anti-Semitism. Then I feel like we're going down the roads of like defamation, slander, libel, rather than a copyright infringement. So it's kind of interesting that we're convoluting the two things in the same suit. Like, why are we discussing the impact of something if it isn't monetarily? And don't get me wrong, Ethan Klein and his attorney are completely entitled to their opinions and perspectives, but I just don't think it has any space here when it comes to copyright infringement of somebody's IP, legally speaking. As a copyright attorney, I examined the infringing post and the infringing clip together in their entirety. I've determined that...
Oh, is she mistaking the IP as in Israel-Palestine with intellectual property? Maybe? Maybe? Vanish won't save you here. That's fine. It'll reset the aggro. I'm not going to go too far out of my way.
The use of the infringing clip in the infringing post is not fair use. Below is a summary of some, but not all, of the key takeaways from my analysis. First, the use of the infringing clip...
This guy responded. No, he hasn't been on Twitter today. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Okay. Huh.
Clip in the infringing post does not serve a different purpose or have a different character than the original work. The title does not provide any commentary. LB says that far leftists hate Israel because Israel is backed by the West. I would consider that commentary, but okay. Rather, the title by the poster merely quotes parts of the infringing clip. Additionally, there is no comments to the infringing post other than automated moderator comment, and the moderators have prohibited the creation of any comments on the infringing.
The take there, by the way, just if you want to know what I was actually saying. and it's quite charitable to leftists, actually. I don't even know how true it is, like, but it's the more charitable take to them, which is that if you're a communist, your number one hatred is like the West. You hate the West because the West is the heart of imperialism. It's the side that fought against the Soviet Union, etc., etc. That's why you care more, but that's the imperialism that matters, whereas Chinese, Russian, fucking Iranian imperialism doesn't really matter to you. It's like, you get into a position where, like, because Western imperialism is what you see to be the murderer of communism, basically. Like, every time a revolution is about to happen, it gets crushed first and foremost by the West. That's your position. So basically, anything that undermines the West is a good thing. That's what Chairman Mao literally said in his like little red book, and that's how they act. So they become campists. They become, anything that undermines the West is good, and anything that supports the West is bad. And that will coincidentally lead you into the hands of hating Israel, because Israel supports and is supported by the West. And it will also lead you to supporting Israel's enemies like Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, who happen to be anti-Semitic. And since you are by proxy supporting and doing apologia for some of the biggest anti-Semites in the world, you too, yourself, by extension, will be engaging in a form of anti-Semitism. That's it. But honestly, I think quite a few of them are just Jew haters. I don't know. I just think they care about bigotry in other forms, but a lot of them just don't seem to really like Jews. I don't know. And that's why you end up, like, whether directly or not, you end up engaging in behavior that you would only ever associate with a bigot otherwise. When someone's like, oh, Ethan, come on, listen, I talk to Jews. I support Jews. I like Sam Cedar. I like Norman Finkelstein. I like Chomsky. Like, you sound like that's like a bigoted deflection. That's like, oh, I've got Jewish friends. Fuck. This is trouble. I will have to pot this one probably. Like, immediately. Ah! And I might have to fucking flee. Will I? Let's load up a sprint. Die. Fucker. Die. Die. I can maybe get this one in bandage. All right. Come on. Come on.
Health warning.
Bah! Any ticks? No ticks? All right,
Health warning.
Bah! There's the tick. Give me it. I got you. I'm fine.
Health
Strong
warning.
bandage. Huh. Let's do a little gouge. Let's run the other way. Away from the respawn point. Hey. Come on. JVP. Yeah. Or you just advocate for policies that are like completely detrimental to the interests of like half the world's Jews. Oh shit! Wait, this is this poison ticking is actually quite bad. It's actually quite strong. I can't let this thing hit me. This is dangerous. Fuck! Fuck! 155. 3 more ticks. I have to vanish. And eat. Quick. Holy shit. That would have killed me. If I stayed fighting, I'd have died. Oh god.
Health warning.
Okay. We're fine. That was 3 at once with no evasion. Alright.
Post. Not only does the infringing post fail to provide any commentary, criticism, or further insight into the work itself, it could have easily achieved its purpose to inform Redditors of the contents of the infringing clip by either embedding or linking the original work at the relevant timestamp in the infringing post. Finally, the infringing post containing the infringing clip results in a market harm to the original work. Each view of the infringing clip siphons views away from the original work. This results in ad revenue derived from the original work. Further, if the conduct were to become widespread, i.e. other Reddit posts containing clips from the work without further criticism, comment, or further insight into the original
Well, this isn't
work,
nice.
this
This is
would
not pleasant
further
at all.
exasperate my client's loss of revenue. So basically, because this Reddit poster just gave it a caption, I guess, as a title of things that were directly taken as a quote from the original video, they believe that this doesn't constitute as commentary or enough commentary to make it transformative, and therefore infringes on Ethan and the H3 podcast's copyright IP. Now, if the infringing clip was the podcast show in its entirety, I would most definitely say that that was infringing on somebody's copyright and he would have absolutely every right to take it down. However, as we're about to read, that is not the case here. So
Someone literally whispered me in game saying, time to die, little gup. Some little fuck. They thought I was done for. They had no faith. Come on. Oh, not the deadly poison. How long does it last? It lasts 2 minutes. Oh, what's this? I think spider silk is quite good, but okay. Box is the only political commentator that's both an honorary Jew and an honorary Palestinian. Yeah, true.
It continues. How did this all go down? Here's a timeline of events based on all of the information we've been able to gather so far. On the 20th of November 2024, the H3 show aired a publicly available live stream titled We Played Poker with...
Transformative is not posting a clip and then adding a caption. That's not transformative. There's no... Stop. Can you explain this terrible Lil Gut bit? Well, it's Irrelevant's answer to Lil Bro. You know Irrelevant, the black guy? Strong emphasis on the word black there. You're basically being racist. You're denying a piece of black culture. Lil Gup is literally black culture, okay? So you can take it up with him. And probably the entire community by extension. Lil Gup.
with Ninja, Impractical Jokers, and more. H3 Show 83. At the time of this post, the runtime stands at 6 hours, 0 minutes, and 25 seconds. On the 22nd of November 2024, the original poster published a post containing a 20-second long clip from the H3 Show 83 on Snark, which accounts for 0.000925% of the total runtime of the H3 83 podcast. The same day, the first DMCA takedown notice was filed by TEI Authority agent. On the 25th of November 2024, the H3 Show aired a publicly available live stream titled I Haven't Been Well. H3 Show 83.
Again, I'm pretty sure for copyright, it can literally be a few seconds. It can be less than 15 seconds. That Billie Eilish copyright's gonna fuck me in the ass right now because of those little 2-second snippets. Right. Where are my eyeballs? Here. I need to put that here. Okay. Need 3 more. And then get me out of this wretched place. Imagine if I went in the cave. You think I should go in the cave?
85. At the time of this post, the runtime stands at 3 hours, 56 minutes, and 35 seconds. That same day, the OP published a post containing a 1 minute and 50-second long clip from the H3 85 show on the H3 Snark. The second one accounts for 0.776% of the total runtime of H3 85. On the 26th of November 2024, the second DMCA takedown notice was filed by TEI's authority agent against the same OP. On the 29th of November 2024, OP's post was removed, which is the first one, was removed by Reddit's legal operations team in response to a copyright notice. OP was issued with a warning from Reddit admin on that same morning. On the 6th of December 2024, OP's second post was removed by Reddit's legal...
Is this not... Maybe I need to look more into the details of what's happening here. The way I understand this is that he's basically using what would probably be considered dirty tactics to deal with a dirty situation. It's not right that H3 Snark stays up, but all the other Snark channels go down. And there's not really a good explanation for that. So you might as well, just to level the playing field. It's what you might call using a slightly immoral mean to reach a moral end. But, they could also just link the clip. Fuck. Is this hardcore? Yeah. We're almost... I'm probably going to switch to survival mode because that was too much. I was not comfortable there. I'm not comfortable in this place either.
Legal operations team. In response to a copyright notice later that morning, the mod team published false copyright strike, mega thread, Ethan Klein is abusing the copyright system to censor criticism about himself and the H3 podcast on Reddit to the H3 Snark and announced a pause on uploading all clips to the sub. On the 7th of December 2024, the original poster submitted their intellectual property request about their first post and the second post to Reddit regarding the removals. On the 10th of December 2024, the H3 Snark mods published a post titled, "We are resuming clip posts on the H3 Snark with advice for how snarkers could further transform the clips." On the 17th of December 2024, OP received the response email from Reddit's legal support and contacted the mod team. It continues, "So why is Ethan striking clips of
I'm so sorry, Brandon. When I say the other Snark page, I'm clearly referring to the ones that are relevant to this particular interaction, but okay, well done. Oh, God. Okay.
members' content on the H3 Snark? We don't pretend to know what goes on in Ethan's mind, but if we had to guess, it's probably because he wants to silence criticism about himself and the H3 podcast show. And I think I think Ethan Klein is probably not liking the fact that people can't see the podcast in its entirety. Like, maybe he feels like there should be more encouragement to see the podcast in its entirety so that he can have, you know, context, I guess. Which I can totally understand, but also the idea of just putting the full original live stream just doesn't really work for the format of Reddit. Because should Ethan Klein decide to remove the entire live stream, then there is no archivable content for people to be able to pinpoint whenever he does, you know, make a mess up or a F up or anything that needs to be addressed. That would give Ethan Klein full control over how his content is viewed, period. Because the T is, if the OP was to have uploaded the entire H3 podcast so that those context clues were available for the audience, then the OP would most definitely be infringing on Ethan Klein's intellectual property. It continues, H3 has censored criticism from viewers for a long time, disabling and heavily filtering, deleting comments on YouTube, shadow banning paying members from participating in the members-only live chat, and banning people for even the slightest pushback. This year, he has made it a habit to seek out criticism about himself on Reddit, Twitter, TikTok, etc., even from his own fans. So he can, to quote Ethan, pop out and show 'em. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas. In his Instagram stories. Longtime watchers of H3 also know that they often go back and remove footage after a live stream that they believe might spark controversy or bring them
The Hassan Snark was named Hassan Piker, obviously it was taken down. Really? Can you explain this one, Brandon? You dishonest fucking dribbling cunt. Look, I don't know why people would try to fucking pretend that Hassan doesn't get preferential treatment from Reddit. Like, why? The fact that he can literally brigade threads live on stream and not suffer consequences for it. Meanwhile, like, shut the fuck up. Stop deflecting. All right. Okay.
A lot of criticism or backlash, because beyond the big censorship button that they can push at a 30-second delay, they have frequently in the past had to go up and trim entire sections of the podcast. This means that footage of H3's opinions, conducts during a live broadcast sometimes cannot be embedded or linked with a timestamp, making clips of publicly available non-members H3 content the only way to ensure that footage remains publicly accessible and viewable.
We didn't say. Do you see how you had to rephrase the argument there to make it sound like a ridiculous claim? Like, because you're a liar? Do you see how taking something like Hassan gets preferential treatment is a bit different from controlling it? Do you understand how you had to do that? Are you going to deny that there's preferential treatment, really, with fucking Dan Clancy towards Hassan? Are you serious?
For critical commentary. Ethan's threatened to sue Reddit over this subreddit
Here, Abby, let's just go watch this video that it's apparently Hassan pretending they can build their own snipers from scratch and glaze the fuck out of it. Based!
repeatedly. At first he said on air his lawyer said that suing Reddit would be pointless, but that didn't stop him from wondering whether the literal FBI could somehow help him shut this sub down. Despite saying that he's against snark subs, Ethan threatened to create a sub dedicated to snarking on Reddit executives if they did not permaban snark, and even made up a conspiracy theory that a specific Reddit admin is the reason we are still up and running. For over a year, Ethan has complained that he has no recourse with Reddit about getting us permabanned. He has repeatedly made false accusations with no proof about this subreddit, its community, and its people who associate with us. He admitted on air to creating a snark, presumably to discourage people from joining and participating in the r/H3 snark. He has aired uncensored screenshots of posts and comments from this sub to his reportedly tens of thousands of viewers on YouTube. This has resulted in members of our community being harassed by H3 fans and defenders on Reddit and other social media sites. Ethan also threatened to dox members of the H3 snark. He's even joked before about doxing people and having a anthrax hookup. He recently combed through the profile of a user who criticized him on a different subreddit live on air because he suspected that they were a snarker. They were not. He doxed YouTuber North Star Radio live on air, berating him in front of his tens of thousands of viewers for posting H3 snark and making critical commentary video about the end of Leftovers. His long rants about North Star Radio prompted brigaders to harass NSR on YouTube and other social media sites. Other commentary creators have even said that they have avoided talking about H3 and Ethan Klein because of the harassment that they have received from H3 fans. This behavior...
Why doesn't she mention the H3 Snark sub docs them? Well, because her source is a post on H3 Snark. Why the fuck would they say that? Why would they say that?
Isn't new from Ethan. After all, he encouraged the same type of behavior towards Trisha Paytas after Frenemies, and is now doing the same to Hassan Piker, as well as smaller creators who have criticized him. We believe that Ethan is striking publicly accessible, non-members clips on the H3 snark as part of a larger project of censoring criticism about him on platforms that he cannot control himself. We suspect that he is trying to extend the reach of his echo chamber by doing whatever he can to stop people from discussing his beliefs, statements, and conducts as a public figure online, as well as sharing evidence of it in spaces beyond his control. It's funny, Ethan actually complained that Ryan Kavanagh of Triller Fight Club LLC versus the H3 podcast fame was doing the same to him. So what now? Well, Ethan Klein has never publicly said that he's closing up the H3 IP when it comes to clips from his non-members content. We know that he hasn't done this because there are still multiple H3 clip channels operating on YouTube, and H3 clips are still shared on other sites like Instagram, TikTok, and even other subreddits, seemingly without issue. Moving forward, we strongly advise that all clip posts to the H3 snark provide criticism/commentary in the title, must include criticism/commentary in the accompanying comments to promote discourse and add transformative elements to the video posted. We are not lawyers, but we are happy to answer snarkers' questions and work with the community as a whole to find ways for us to adjust as we continue to grow. Now, as you can see from this Reddit post, there are loads.
That's a great story, Brandon. Just waiting for you to actually acknowledge any of the fucking points before just pivoting to random, like, non sequiturs. Just waiting. Just waiting.
Of sections that are in blue, these are all the accompanying receipts, threads.
Just a quick question, Brandon. I say yes or no, okay? We need to litmus test. I need to make the one guide to ban pipeline a little bit shorter, okay? It's just a self-preservation thing. Yes or no question. Does Hassan get away with violating Twitch TOS or not?
Posts, pictures, images, censored content, timestamps, receipts.
Just a yes or no question.
Proof.
Just a yes or no question.
Screenshots.
I know you want to tell us so much about your fucking neckbeard Reddit odyssey, okay? I just want to get some basics out of the way. You know, we have to just acknowledge a few basics of reality before we find out if it's worth deep diving into anything. Does Hassan get away with violating Twitch TOS constantly or not? No. Yeah, see, that's why you're not a serious person worth engaging with. Read the fucking TOS when it comes to, like, Twitch and fucking terrorism videos or terror-related stuff. And how? That's insane. Like, you're not a real person. You're fake. You're literally a cyborg. You're allowed to watch IDF videos. I'm sorry, Twitch is an American platform. Since when has the IDF been recognized as a terrorist organization? What a retarded fucking rebuttal. You're so stupid. The IDF is a fucking professional state army. Holy shit. All right, get out. What an absolute moron. Jesus. Imagine being so fucking fried. Like, really, when does the Twitch TOS talk about fucking state militaries as terrorist organizations? No, Hassan doesn't violate Twitch TOS because, in my opinion, of what the TOS should be. Come on. Oh, God. Brandon. Poor Brandon. That's a really good strategy, by the way, guys. When people talk about debate broing and all that stuff, it's like, it's the opposite. Like, don't let people suck you into this kind of like irrelevant level of detail unless they can cover a few basics with you, right? So a very simple basic in that argument there is like, do we think some people get away with violating the TOS on Twitch and so while others don't? Just start there, okay? It's the same thing if anyone wants to debate you on fucking like Israeli war conduct in Gaza. Like you might agree with them on a bunch of things like airstrikes or war crimes or like blocking of aid or whatever, but if you're going to get into that, you have to first of all ask, is like, okay, do you think Israel has any right at all to fight with Hamas? Like any at all? What about the ones who are in Israel? The fighters who were roaming around Israel on October 7th, they have a right to kill them. Yeah, okay, well, did they have a right to go in for them after Gaza? And if they say no, which they probably, most of them do, then you have to debate that before you go in further. Like, you need to cover a few fundamentals before you can get into the more serious stuff, like the more substantial disagreements. Because otherwise, like, a lot of these things, people aren't actually arguing with you on those particular issues. Like, they're coming from a much broader disconnect. It's the same way that someone debating you on January 6th might debate on the details of who did what terror attack, or did someone really hit this other person with a fire extinguisher and all that. But it's like, if they're going that far deep into it, like, just step back. Did Trump lie about having the election being stolen from him? Because if they agree with all that, then it's like, well, that means they probably think that the insurrection was based and it should have succeeded. Because if you think the election was genuinely stolen, you probably would want the process to be interrupted. So, yeah, you just need to... I don't know what you would call that tactic. It's kind of like a fundamental, but what would you call it? The zooming, it's like zooming out, but that's just not catchy. Zooming out's not catchy. Anyway. You know what I'm saying. Shut up. Sanity testing. What? Yeah. Sanity check. Yeah, maybe. Why not? Oh! Yeah, maybe establish a sanity check. Why not? Yeah. Disclosure. Like a disclosure form, you know? It's like we get that you're a good teacher, you know, but if you're gonna like teach kids. We need to establish a few fundamentals first. Like, have you... you need to show us that you weren't arrested 8 years ago for having child porn on your computer. Yeah, it's a disclosure. It's a little disclosure form. Fuck.
Like everything it is that you could possibly need to be able to validate the claims it is that they are levying against Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein, it seems, is going out of his way to censor criticism that he has completely no control over. Now, there is the question of whether the original person who posted this post to the Snark Reddit transformed the content enough in order for it to be deemed transformative. And honestly, for me personally, this is somewhat of a legal grey area. For me, I would consider a caption that accurately, and not clickbait, but accurately depicts what we're about to see is fair transformative content, especially for clips that are less than 2 minutes long and are less than 1% of the overall podcast, which at times can go on for literally 7 hours. I think that they make an extremely great point that if they don't have access to the ability to archive certain clips without embedding them in videos, that it allows Ethan Klein and the team to be able to sweep under the rug any behavior that they can catch some flack for. From this point forward, the H3 Snark Reddit have basically said if you want to post clips to the H3 Snark, you have to have a caption as well as commentary. However, I find it quite interesting that when it comes to the Snark, we went straight to litigation. Instead of attempting to speak to H3 Snark moderators and come to an agreement of how content can be posted on the platform.
Could you imagine trying to have a serious conversation about standards with the H3 Snark subreddit? Oh my god. Wow.
He's gone out of his way to like agitate the subreddit and also make casual posters or fallen fans get scared of even posting any critique.
She's giving the Lex Fridman treatment. Why don't you just talk to them? Does she have a dream that they can sit and discuss peace? What the fuck? She's giving him the Lex treatment.
About Ethan Klein because we know that this man is lawsuit happy. But for me, when it comes to Ethan Klein, like always, as I say in every single video, it's just about the hypocrisy. So let me lay out why I think it is extremely hypocritical for Ethan Klein to have done a knee-jerk reaction in this way when it comes to people having the ability to use his IP.
Da da da. Why are these spiders so fucking...
Almost 8 years ago, Ethan Klein ended up being in a landmark lawsuit against another content creator called Matt Hoss. On the H3 podcast, Ethan and Hila Klein reacted to some of this guy's content. However, Matt Hoss felt as if them just reacting to his content wasn't transformative and that was his intellectual IP that they were stealing. Ethan and Hila Klein basically swiped back and said, "You're just upset that we are criticizing you and that's why you're trying to take it down by abusing the copyright system." So on the 25th of May 2016, Ethan and Hila Klein went onto the H3 podcast channel and basically told their viewers that they are being sued. That they also would like some financial help with this lawsuit because it is way financially out of their control, but also that what they did was fair use and transformative content. Now, this lawsuit was a groundbreaking lawsuit. When it comes to copyright infringement and the use of somebody else's IP, we have seen it in media publications. These kind of lawsuits, we have seen it on television and in entertainment. But at this point in 2016, we had not really seen it on the internet and how that works for commentators or people who do React style content. The H3 podcast ended up winning this suit after spending over $100,000 on the suit, setting a precedent across YouTube that commentary is transformative content, allowing literally everybody, including myself, who work on this platform to be able to critique and commentate and use clips to illustrate our subject matter without fear of copyright infringement.
After a lengthy battle, Ethan and Keela Klein, aka H3H3 Productions, won the lawsuit filed against them for copyright infringement, and it's being called a huge victory for YouTube. YouTuber Matt Haas sued H3H3 Productions for copyright infringement and defamation back in February of last year.
Oh, no.
H3H3 used Haas's video titled Bold Guy vs. Parkour Girl as content for their usual reaction style videos. They intercutted clips of their reactions with the original video. Matt Haas alleged that they used too much of his original video and sued them for copyright infringement. He also issued a copyright takedown
God,
of
the
their
audio is so spiky. Oh god. Oh, it's so sharp. It's so difficult to hear. Oh no. We've been streaming for 8 hours, guys. Well done.
their original video. And then Ethan and Gila made a video when they got sued.
Yes, we are being sued for copyright infringement. And it's been hanging over our lives like a cloud these past months.
Yeah.
We are being sued by Bold Guy, aka Matt Haas Zone. And I think the heart and soul of this is like that he doesn't like that we made fun of him, and so he's suing us. And it's obvious to all of us, but unfortunately fair use is a legal defense. It's not anything more than that. And to determine what is actually fair use is determined in a costly and long court hearing. And because Matt Haas, that bold man who is impervious to criticism, doesn't like that we said naughty things about him, he wants to go all the way with it.
But Judge Catherine B. Forrest ruled in favor of the clients after a 1.5-year-long battle that cost them over $100,000. She said, quote, "Any review of the Klein video leaves no doubt that it constitutes critical commentary of the Haas video. There is also no doubt that the Klein video is decidedly not a market substitute for the Haas video. For these and the other reasons set forth below, defendants' use of clips from the Haas video constitutes fair use as a matter of law." They've now re-uploaded their reaction video, and Ethan tweeted, "We won the lawsuit! Video coming soon. Huge victory for fair use on YouTube."
Now, since this moment, Ethan Klein has kind of been put up there as like the god of fair use and fair dealings laws. And whenever there is a content creator who is finding themselves in a really sticky copyright infringement situation, Ethan Klein has frequently offered his help. For instance, there was a situation with another content creator called Spillsash, who had been served a copyright strike or a copyright notice from the company Superbam. We all know who Superbam is, girl. They are infamous for this. They copyright claimed some content that was in Spillsash's video that actually originated from—
This video is the perfect length. Stop. I feel like I'm watching a German opera.
Trisha Paytas video. And Ethan Klein made it very well known and public that anybody who attempts to use copyright in order to silence criticism is a piece of trash.
And Ethan obviously saw all these channels complaining about Trisha and Superbam because he tweeted, "Creators that claim other creators' videos are the biggest pieces of on the platform." And then he put the toilet paper emoji. And if you know, you know, and I'm sorry. Ethan was also replying to some tea channels, trying to help them out and walk them through the disputing process. He replied to Spillsash and said, "Superbam just does what people authorize/direct them to do."
There was also another situation with Abba and Preach. I do believe this was last year, so only a couple of months ago, where Abba and Preach were getting copyright claimed by Jubilee. And Ethan Klein, who hasn't really always had the friendliest relationship with Abba and Preach, offered his contacts, his details, and his help with the lawyer it is that he used for his own lawsuit that he won to help assist Abba and Preach against Jubilee. This came so left field for Abba that he literally was so confused and started shouting Avengers over and over again and thanking Ethan Klein for his help.
First off, gotta give a shout out. Ethan Klein, of all people, contacted me privately. I said, "Oh my God, is that H3 in my DMs? Is he about to..." Nope, he was there to say, "Hey bro, you need a lawyer for this copyright claim. I know the best in the business." I said, "Oh shit, Avengers! Avengers!" Yeah, that shit was crazy. It's like the enemy of my enemy. Oh man. So Shout out to Ethan, okay?
And it's not just the copyright of content on YouTube. Ethan Klein has been extremely vocal about when he himself has been copyrighted by music in the music industry. For instance, he ended up getting a copyright claim on a video it is that he made parodying Colleen Ballinger's Toxic Gossip Train, to which he said if it needed to go that far, he's happy to take it to court, but I'm not sure it actually went that far.
Colleen claimed our video. It happened about an hour after we posted. I said Colleen Ballinger uploaded Toxic Gossip Train to CD Baby and's claiming us, so here it is. She was generous enough to...
This is just H3's best hits. Yeah, this is, I have... To be fair, it might finish before I get my 6 Venom sacks, so, you know. Just think of it that way.
To do our sharing revenue. Yeah, right. Guys, don't worry, I'm disputing it. She's not gonna get... You guys know me, I take care of this. She's not gonna get it.
What was a fake strike? What? What was a fake strike? Holy shit. Bah! The Colleen Ballinger one, okay.
$1. It's annoying. It could take like 2 months to resolve if she really wants to be petty about it. But I know how to navigate this. It's just annoying and funny. I mean, and crazy. I hadn't heard of anyone else being claimed, and then we got claimed about an hour after the podcast. So it does lend some thought to the theory that she waited for us to go home break. It's really scummy and weird and like freakish to claim it because it's like an apology and it's supposed to be authentic and not something that she's making money from. But ultimately, it's very fair use because the song was analyzed, and also the song that we made was a parody of her original song. So I think that it's absolutely fair use.
There was also another situation with another content creator called KSI. Last year, he made a song called In the Thick of It that everybody hated. So there was numerous different content creators who were making videos reacting to the music video. Ethan Klein also did the same, but then he ended up getting a copyright claim. Ethan Klein went on to call out KSI and also critiqued him for attempting to silence negative criticism behind the YouTube copyright system. Is it clicking? Is it clicking? Are we not experiencing that hypocrisy?
It starts off when the H3 podcast tweets out, "Our new episode got blocked by KSI, just as we predicted. However, we didn't expect him to reply like this." And then they attach 2 images of DMs that they had with KSI. The first one showing them sending a message to KSI, showing that their new episode was blocked in all regions, with the caption, "Fuck this shit to be honest, at KSI." And JJ responds, "Cry more pussy, womp womp." And H3 podcast then replies back, "You typically..."
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not paying attention. I'm losing it. It's like she could be making the best argument in the world and I wouldn't notice because of how long it's taken and because of all the fucking 20-minute clippings. I don't know. She could be 100% correct and I wouldn't know. I wouldn't be convinced because I just don't know. I can't follow. What the fuck is she talking about? Why are we this far in? This is the same video, yes.
Block videos critical of you? Or is that a new thing? Since you became friends with Logan. Then he attaches an image of JJ reacting to Jake Paul's new song and continues, "Not the type of content you've ever made and benefited from, but now that you're on the other side of the fence, it turns out you're actually the giant pussy." 3 podcasts then quotes himself and adds KSI, and they write, "I have nothing but disdain for cowards like KSI that build their entire platform reacting to content, only to turn around and block others that do it to them. KSI literally made it, reacting to others' work, and now he wants to close the door behind him. Through various lawsuits, I've spent millions of dollars and hundreds of hours ensuring this type of bullshit can't happen on YouTube. And then for the offender to be one of our own, it's spitting in the face of the community that made him. I always wondered why KSI..."
This guy is one spider ahead of me. That's why I keep fucking missing them. I'm literally just following the same trail that he's on and losing out. He's gonna get a spider now. Look. Oh, I fucking missed this one. No! Alright, good. You gotta reset the goal. Okay. Start another goal. All right. Let's give it a 1 hour goal, okay? 10. Ah! Don't die while I'm doing the goal. This video will end. Go, go. Start goal. All right.
I would team up with Logan Paul for
It's a
anything,
fucking crocodile.
considering
Same
what
as
a
another
serial
spider.
scammer
Oh,
and
no.
irredeemable psychopath he is. Why have all your pets died,
No,
Logan? But now I can see why. They are both scumbags. That's only interest is fleecing their audience for as much money as possible. And thanks for the weeks of content now, bitch. Nicholas Diorio responds, "This is a great take, if you omit all the context, lol," and attaches the DM of KSI saying
No,
crime.
this video is a premiere. I have no idea how much more video there is. I'm just putting a sub goal up because I would like to believe that once the goal is met, the video will end. It's like magic, you know? Thanks for the 5 chiffs, Pinocchio's nose. Really appreciate it. I just need to get these fucking spiders, though. Apparently they're everywhere, but the map is only... Oh. I think if you kill the raptors, they spawn in the same place, so I have to kill these as well. Uh-oh. Alright.
More womp womp.
However, Ethan Klein and Gila Klein's brand, Teddy Fresh, have also been called out for infringing on other people's IP. A while back, there was a situation where people were able to find that Teddy Fresh on a few different occasions may have infringed on others' IP by recreating or replicating certain artworks. That's how I remember it briefly, but don't quote me on it. Now, I do believe that Gila Klein had apologized for this huge misstep and fired the person who cut corners in her brand. However, it ended up making Ethan Klein look somewhat hypocritical when he finally met his match in XQC. Not so long ago, XQC was getting called out for infringing on other people's copyright by creating React content that many people did not deem as transformative, and that Ethan felt was directly siphoning viewers from the original content. Now, let me make this clear. XQC is very liberal with his reactions. So I do believe that Ethan
thanks for the $4.99. Your abuse is sick.
Klein in this situation does have some relevant, fair, and valid criticism. However, this is a situation of the right message but the wrong messenger, because on the heels of the Teddy Fresh controversy, XQC was able to leverage them infringing on the copyright of another
Yeah, but didn't they resolve that one because they made a fuck up? Isn't that the whole point? They acknowledged they made a fuck up, so it's not really hypocrisy if they said, yeah, this was a bad thing, we fired the person, and then we're admitting to it. You can still think a thing is bad and then do it and then apologize for it, right? Like, okay, right, fuck.
Person in order to distract from his own transgressions. But that's what happens when you make yourself the moral authority of IP case law.
Well, Ethan, you want to talk about amount of transformation? Then if we want to move on to that topic, let's just get some of your I think your wife's old merch, right? Which is a direct
yes, I love this topic.
I saw that. I've seen it, and some of the arguments you had against it. Oh my God! I think I changed the angle by 16 degrees, and I changed a little bit of the gamma color on this one. That's very transformative. Okay, Ethan, I'm gonna watch your entire thing, not react in any way, shape, or form. And I'm gonna change the color of the gamma and opacity, and I'm gonna rotate it sideways. That's very transformative, right? Ethan, come on.
So let me ask you, before I address that, and I'm happy to, I'm going to address everything you said about Teddy Fresh.
Go ahead.
What does it matter if I'm a hypocrite? How does that affect this conversation we're having? Genuinely, because we're talking about the philosophical nature of taking people's videos, right? And I'm having this conversation with you, but instead of answering the question, you're constantly...
Does being a hypocrite make you wrong, is what he's saying. He's calling a tu quo que fallacy. That's what he's calling out right there. Bam. Hardcore Val, thanks for $2. How good is your Scottish dwarf voice? Don't know. It's more than $2 worth. That's what that is. General Grievous, thanks for the $2. Damn you, you monster, make it end. Anyway.
Deflecting to prove that, no, I'm a bad guy. And I don't see why you would do that other than the fact that you don't have a good argument to argue the substance. Like, why do you keep deflecting? What does it matter if I'm a hypocrite?
Well, dude, what does it matter that I'm a hypocrite? Well,
No,
it
I'm genuinely curious, but I'll answer the Teddy Fresh before you do your monologue.
It discredits all your points. It makes you look
No,
like
it doesn't. No, I'm genuinely curious. No, no, no.
You took the high
XQC.
road
No, I really
for
want you to
public
answer it.
protection, and you fell on your face flat.
No.
It's time to let on the facts.
No, it's an interesting
Prove me wrong.
philosophical question.
Prove me
Why?
wrong.
Okay, first of all, the Teddy Fresh thing. So Teddy
Right.
Fresh is a company with 30 employees. And by the way, I love whenever someone's losing a debate to me, they bring this up. It's literally the lowest hanging fruit. And if you knew anything about me, you know I've talked about this 1,000 times.
Yo.
But I'll address it because you brought it up.
Go ahead,
We
Ethan.
have like a whole team of designers.
How good is your
And
Scottish
sometimes
dwarf
our
voice?
Hey, Ergo, thanks so much for the $10. My Scottish dwarf voice is it's not bad, you know, but it's more than $10 worth. It's more than $12 worth as well. You want to tread lightly with this. I'm sorry.
Designers are taking stuff way too close to the
My
source.
abuse.
And I agree, and it's not okay.
Give a fuck. So does my editors, which makes us about equal on that topic. So you can still sometimes, when somebody gets confused at the company,
You want to?
when
You can
one
if
of
you
the
want.
sweatshop guys gets it wrong.
Hold on.
Oh, my bad. But when my editor gets it wrong,
Fuck.
oh no, we are thieving.
Hold on. Let me finish my point.
Yeah, bring out Hila. Hey, bring him in.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. Hold on.
Your husband is bald.
I actually wasn't planning to come in, but you brought up Teddy Fresh. Listen, then talk to me, because I'm the person running Teddy Fresh, not him.
Yes.
You want to talk about it, talk to me.
I understand, Hila.
Okay.
And the reason why I brought up that point, okay, is that sometimes some things happen where it's somebody else's fault, it's a mistake, it's a whatever.
Oh, so he
right?
knows.
And some things just gonna happen, right? It's just
Right.
kind of human nature, and just it's a
Totally.
course of time.
That's
and
such bullshit.
And the question is, what do you do about
Yeah,
it?
what are you doing about it on a daily basis?
I took action about it,
Yeah.
and it hasn't happened.
Why does he keep calling him bald, man? I
How
don't.
good is your Scottish dwarf voice?
Well, Scavenger, thanks for the $8. There's your Scottish dwarf voice worth $20. And Hardcore Val, thanks for the $20. Listen, Hardcore Val, it's okay, all right? It's just, I feel like I'd be underselling it if it were going for $32. I just 40 at this point. For a $40 dwarf voice, like, with inflation in this economy, with a war on, why is no one dropped the fucking venom sack? Listen, okay, just wait, all right? Just wait till I see a dwarf. If I see a dwarf, okay, I'll get on it. But right now, the lack of fucking venom sacks. Oh yeah, and during a genocide as well, that too. Holy shit.
This came up online. People pointed out to us. We had meetings at the office. We made guidelines. When we work with new graphic
What are you
design-
doing about it? That's the question.
What are you doing?
Okay, so the designs you stole. That's called being a thief. A thief,
Oh, yeah.
piece of shit, garbage.
Yes, that
ass
was
fuck.
not right when
Like,
that happened.
Okay.
It hasn't happened in
so-
a long time, and we actually made efforts to prevent it. You have not.
Are we done talking about
yeah,
Teddy Fresh?
Yeah, if we're done talking about Teddy
Okay.
Fresh, it'd be better because I don't want to feel like we're ganging up.
Get out, thief, before I fucking Robin Hood this shit. Before I start spreading the wealth of your company to other people. Holy shit, I'm about to come at you guys with things and designs. Jesus Christ, bro.
You're being pretty silly, but ours is defensible. Yours is not. Or at least we've made... It's not defensible, but anyway, you know what? I mean, I don't see this conversation going much.
Guys, it is defensible thievery, guys.
No,
it's stealing in the right
Yeah,
way.
No,
God.
I retracted that as soon as I said it.
Okay, so now that we have discussed everything.
Ethan's not a very good debater, is he? Mate, how did Ethan get Hassan on the ropes with those debate skills? Huh. How did he make fucking Hassan, like, top political commentator on Twitch, so uncomfortable? Just with like a... He's the drunken master. I know at the end of this he got XQC to do the worm and shit, but whatever.
Health warning.
Because he was being genuine. Yeah. The question asker.
Health warning.
Alright. Health warning. Health warning. Be good. That's one dwarf voice, okay? I hope it was worth. We'll do a couple more before the... I need to probably get some water if I need to get the growl, because my throat's pretty dry right now.
And we're all caught up and up to speed with everything related to Ethan Klein and this current situation with copyright infringements, his history of objective hypocrisy, as well as why I believe that Ethan Klein decided to focus on Mika's rhetoric as well as Aubrey Smalls to distract from the real tea that's going on and the very important question that Adam McIntyre posed to him. What are my conclusions?
Ah! Oh my god, conclusions? You That's exciting. That's hype.
The situation with Mika's rhetoric and Aubrey Smalls honestly just feels like Ethan Klein was just trying to swipe at some low-hanging fruit. As I've said a few times already, these people were extremely inconsequential to his brand, and I don't think it would have changed anything.
We just got a Venom sack. We only need 2 more. What a ridiculous quest. Ben, thanks for 25 PLN. These goals get more sadistic and I'm going to have nightmares now. True. Another hour of conclusions. Yes, let's go.
Anybody's opinions a great deal. That's just how I'm taking it. I think there's a lot of people, especially politically driven, that don't stand with Ethan Klein fundamentally, and I don't think that that's going to change. Nothing that Aubrey and Mika have said has changed anything in that regard. So I find it very strange now that the people at TED Incorporated are attempting to control the discussion and the narrative surrounding their name. And they're doing that in a way that literally directly contradicts everything it is that they stand for and everything it is that they built their brand on. Ethan Klein chose 2 small content creators to throw tomatoes at, and his audience quite quickly, as we have seen, followed suit. And I'm not one of those people who sits there and thinks that a larger content creator cannot, you know, speak out against criticism publicly, especially if that criticism was delivered to them publicly. I feel like every person has a right to speak their shit, like chat your shit. But I think it's important as content creators to be mindful of the power it is that you possess and the behaviors of your audience. Like, maybe the posts that are directly body shaming Mika's rhetoric should have been taken down immediately. Maybe we shouldn't create whole new subreddits for people to snark on people that Ethan Klein has an issue with. Maybe his audience shouldn't feel comfortable literally doxing people. I remember at the beginning when the Frenemies podcast fell apart and Trisha Paytas was in, I think it was like a WhatsApp group chat, desperately asking Ethan and Gila Klein to stop their audience from attacking her, and they did nothing. In fact, they directly told her in the text message.
The H3 viewers aren't even that bad. All the new ones who came into the Discord have been fine. They've all been quite lovely, actually. They're a lot more normal, I guess, than other people who come into Discord. Ah, God. One more. I need to get one more of these fucks. I wonder, actually, if I maybe do a stream a bit later on, I might, like, ask about the community, about where each person came from. Because I'd be curious, actually, how many fucking Ethan, like how many H3 viewers actually ended up watching the streams after. You know? Because I know a bunch of people subbed, but I don't know how many people stayed on because maybe the live stream uploads were not like their cup of tea because they're quite long and shit. It probably would have been better if I had a bunch of fucking video essays up that were recent that people could flock to. I feel like that's the kind of stuff they'd watch more. I don't know, it's hard to say. We need to go make a Q&A, little gup. Yeah, but this is a Q&A from me to the community, not from them to me. Yeah.
that they aren't going to be doing anything about it. And we saw for a period of approximately 2 years that woman get horrendously harassed.
Please. Please stop. Please say shame on you both. I was fucking molested and everyone is reminding me of that person's name and telling me to apologize. I've done a lot of fucked up shit. I have done so much shit, but no one deserves this. If someone asks you to stop talking, just stop talking. They won't stop. And it's not because...
I don't know who this person is or what she did or what happened to her or whatever. I'm just saying, if you're getting harassed online, don't do this. Don't do this. This is a very fundamental fact. It's like a fundamental understanding of interactions online. This is Trisha Paytas. What's her thing? I don't know anything about her. Don't do this. People who attack other people online and are vitriolic are like, you realize that that's their only way of having power over you, right? They don't have a voice. They're the people who are screaming at the TV, getting frustrated, and they want to give their 2 cents. And spaces like this are prime for them because they can actually get their opinions heard by someone they don't like. Imagine, like, if you went on Question Time and you're like, I fucking hate what Boris Johnson's saying right now. Imagine if Boris Johnson was streaming every night and you can go and just say something to him in chat and he would actually respond to what you were saying. Yeah, you'd fucking do that. God. Or they'd read your Reddit post or whatever. Like, Trisha is literally acting. Is she? I'm just assuming she actually is being sincere here, so, because I don't know anything about the story. I'm just saying, like, don't do this.
They believe in whatever. It's literally just because they have hatred. I'm getting it from Eli, and he's like, this is a private chat. I tried to call him. I said, record the call. I just wanting him to know the fucking distress that I'm in. And you know what they're gonna do? They'll make a whole video about this with their ads and their sponsors. For what? What is this for? I don't care if you don't even know who the fuck I am. If they didn't know me at all. I am begging for it to end. This is too fucking much. All of it getting brought up again and just...
This is exactly what you do if you want it to end, isn't it? Jeez. Is she okay? This is not a good strategy, bro. It's not good media strategy. The fuck?
His ex is getting doxxed. His immigration stuff's everything. I'm just pleading for this to all end. To begging. Because if the situation escalates and gets worse in any sense of the meaning of that, I just want people to know I asked Ethan, Hila, and everyone at HC to stop. Because it is too much. It's too much. I get it. I'll grab this all of myself, fine. But it's like, it's too much. I don't care.
Lady, just one bit of advice for you, okay? Keep your feet on the ground. I'm just... Hey! We did it. Thank fuck.
Like I'm acting or whatever. Like, it's straight up bullying and begging. And they have the power to and just... It's literally too much. You said it's too late, but it's not too late yet. It's gonna go too far. It's gonna go too fucking far. I'm fucking scared of that. I'm fucking so scared of it. This is just me being desperate. I'm fucking desperate. Just please stop. Everyone's saying it's not them. I went straight to them. This is the first time we ever talked since any of this happened. I haven't heard from Ethan and Hila for any of this. And I went to them like pleading, and their reaction was like, no, it's too little, too late. We don't get to decide anymore what we. It's like I'm just begging. I'm just asking. I'm not telling anyone to do. I'm sincerely asking at like a breaking point. I tried to call privately, I tried to text privately, and I shared those texts because Ethan was like, I'm gonna share this. I didn't know. I was...
What is the purpose of putting this in? This is like one of H3's fucking victims.
Doing frenemies was the worst mistake. Talking shit about anyone on the internet. I fucking am so sorry because it is life damaging. It's life ruining.
Someone played chestnuts.
I just wish there was like a 1 ounce of sympathy, remorse, or something. I just don't want this to escalate more. I'm not sharing this anywhere else. I can't monetize Twitter. There's no sponsor, there's no ads. I just want this out there. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing for me. I'm just so bleeding. I'm just so bleeding. Stop. It's not drama. This isn't drama. This is my real life. Moses is real life. My mom, my father. They see it. It's on the subreddit. I can screenshot all of it. It's so fucking scary.
People contacting her fertility clinic and telling them not to allow Trisha Paytas to have children. Basically, people asking to deny a human right of healthcare. People attempting to contact ICE in order to deport Moses before they had got married. People looking up...
Oh my god. Like Finkelstein. They did a Finkelstein. That was not Ethan's fans. I'm guessing this person made a lot more enemies than just Ethan Klein, right? Is that where this is coming from? But she's wanted to do the whole thing where you lump it all into Ethan, the same way that dipshit fucking... What else did I call him? A cunt? What, self-hating Arab, whatever the fuck that guy. He just tried to take all those comments on Mika's video and attribute them to Ethan's community. Fucking moron. Okay. I'm a few minutes behind, but I come from H3. I've been watching all day. Oh, shit. Cool. What about the rest of you guys? Where did you come from? Where is this community? What are we made of? What are we made of here? What are the ingredients of this shit for brains fucking chat? Mizkif. Okay. Wait, how? Is that a joke? Essays, H3, Destiny. Well, it's a bit less of a Destiny spam than I was expecting, so that's nice. Vosh, the essays. Hassan Russell Brand, Ukraine videos. Oh. Cool. Hassan. Yeah, I know that at the beginning, because obviously Hassan gave me a shout out a few times at the beginning, and hippy dippy, vouch. But I'm guessing some fans stayed. I'm guessing some fans joined us on the journey of watching him go fucking mental all year, but probably most of them left. That's what you expect usually. Ugh! Are we doing a census? Ukraine videos. Yeah, the Ukraine videos were, yeah. Talking to Vim about the Winter War. That guy. Fucking hell. All right.
All of the local schools where Malibu could potentially attend school in the local area, which is a huge worry and concern to that little girl's safety. And no matter how many times numerous different people, but most importantly my goddamn self, told Ethan Klein, just step up and tell your audience that this is not okay, he put his head in the sand and said, it's not my audience, the same way he did to Mika's rhetoric. Even though I've showed you that in the small time frame that this took place, how much can happen when you don't say anything. When Ethan Klein decided to help out ABBA and Preach with their copyright infringement situation with Jubilee, ABBA created a distinct moment in that very video to tell his audience to leave the staff at Jubilee alone and directly apologize to any of the Jubilee staff that were affected by them not speaking up sooner. And that is what being responsible with your platform is.
But folks who go around contacting these people personally, saying all kinds of foul stuff, listen, critique them. If you want to dislike a video, that's fine. But don't say foul things. Don't contact advertisers. Don't do all that stuff because it's bad. And it doesn't matter what they end up doing to us. I just would not support that. And I mean, I've said this 100 times before and I'll say it again. Please don't. If you guys respect us, I want to be able to respect you, and I want you guys to engage in behavior that's respectable.
Yeah, this is twice we've seen this. As someone attracts hate from like 10 different communities, and then they just ascribe all the hate to H3 because he's the enemy of the day. That's all that's happened here. That's what this person has taken what seems like 4 hours to say. That's it. That's where we are now. What a fucking state, man.
Do not engage in the very kind of tactics that the people who would cancel us would engage in. Don't do that, okay? So be better than that. And I'm sorry for any of the Jubilee staff who've actually been hurt by this or have been harassed or whatever. I don't wish that on you guys. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. No matter what happens to us with copyright strike.
For me personally, I have never really cared about Ethan Klein's political opinion and stance. I have been spanking Ethan Klein probably since like 2017, 2018, every chance I get, because of one thing and one thing only. The only consistent thing about Ethan Klein, his hypocrisy. Ethan Klein literally fought for our rights as commentators to be able to critique
How many times has she made this point
and
again?
give our opinion without fear. Yet now he's the person who is putting the fear in anybody who has an opinion about him. So just like we learned from the Haas versus Klein law.
Ooh, I can do an instance now. That's cool. Razor fan. Okay. Yeah. Why not? Let's do it. I've got the time. It's fucking midnight. Do I have the time? Is he DMCAing Mika? No, I don't believe he is. Right. Okay. Should I do a looking for group? I feel like I've got the time for this video. No, not create listing, group browser. Category, dungeon, razor fan, refresh. Are there any groups? I see a tank. I see no healers though. A level 38 tank. Okay. Let's invite the tank. Let's get this mage in. And let's get this hunter in. Come on. Get in. That's the mage, right? Yep, okay. Let's get the hunter in. Yep, okay. Where's the tank? Hey, want to tank RFD. Little pug. Just need tank and healer. There we go. Huh. Tank and healer. Huh. Oh, not the fucking world. Ah! Oh, I thought they were level 55, and they were about to kill me in 2 shots. Holy shit. Right. Little pug. Oh. Where's the goddamn browser? Am I even going the right way? Alright, yeah. Where's the browser? Listing browser. I was about to run into the fucking dragons by mistake.
Lawsuit of 2016. Ethan Klein, you can't litigate public opinion.
Oh, that's the end of the video, surely. That's
Anyway, that is about it
No!
from me. Thank you guys
Why is she still
so much.
talking?
Girl, I've been talking for so long. I've been here for like 4 hours almost, just talking nonstop. I had to take a break and have some juice or something because my voice was getting croaky. But before I go, I just wanted to let you guys know once again that coming up towards the end of the month / February, we will be starting a brand new podcast. I have a team, I have people, I have co-hosts. It's just going to be amazing. Just please, please, please make sure you tune in. I will leave the link to it in the description box down below so that you guys can be ready when we launch. And also, all of the relevant subject material and all of that good stuff is going to be in the description box down below. My Ethan Klein playlist will be somewhere on the screen as well. And with that being said, I believe in free speech and I believe in the ability for people to say whatever it is that they want to say, even if I don't like it. And if I don't like it, I just remove myself from those spaces. It really is truly that simple. And I hope you guys have an amazing day or evening, whatever the hell it is you're doing. And until next time, you beautiful, amazing, badass bitches, it's been Paige.
Thanks.
Why did I do it like that? That was fucking weird. Right, bye.
Holy shit. How long was that video? Well done, guys. Well done. The video has ended. That was quite mental. I have never seen someone take so long to say so little. She actually, it was more structured and researched than the Mika's rhetoric one, which is a low bar, admittedly, but it was so long. It was so fucking long. What in the fuck? I'm like a different person now. I feel like I've just been released from that fucking Sednaya prison. Like, I don't know. Is Saddam still in power? I don't know. Is he? He might be. He might have made a comeback. Is that possible? Yes. MG2G. He's a rogue. He's probably not going to want me. Fucker. Come on. How hard is it to find a group for this shithole? Oh, God. Maybe I'm going to switch. I'm going to switch to the survival guide. That was too many close calls. And I've noticed that streamers who are better players than me are also on the survival guide, especially at this higher level. So let's not fuck around and find out, shall we? Oh my God, 50 euros, Lopimina. Holy shit. You're already so kind.
For being a trooper.
Thank you so much. And Ben, thanks for 25. Can we get some research stream soon in compensation? Is that compensation? Yeah, I should do more research. I need to do the Hezbollah reading. Because as a topic, they're kind of dying out, you know? No one cares about them anymore because they're out of the way. It's a good ending though. The new president coming in is a pretty good nail in the coffin. For them, they won't be making any comebacks for a long time. Apart from the fact that they're still able to pay people who have lost their houses somehow. They've given out like almost 100 million. Thanks for the $5, Vazaraka, and Dance Pixel. Thanks for the $5. I really appreciate that. Amazing. We made the goal, you guys. Well done. Okay. If I switch to survival guide, Is it going to fuck everything up? It's 37 to 39 though, so I don't know what happens. Is it just going to figure out kill murlocs for tail fins? Salt scale. Do not attempt if you're not in a group of 3. Well, okay. Booty Bay. Do I have to hand stuff in? 33. I think switching to survival guide might mess me up. Do you still plan to research the Holodomor? Yeah, one day, when there's a drought. That's drought material, unfortunately. How do I... No, there's nothing to hand in at Booty Bay. Wait, hang on. Not this either. This would have been a... Okay, the base camp. Okay, that actually does have a hand in. What's survival about? It just, you do quests at a lower level. I've already done the follow-ups here. Snapjaw Crocolisks. What quest is that? Did I not do this? Just leave that one. Grind Booty Bay. These are also quests I've already done. It's just going to get confusing. I should probably wait till it starts at a new level. Decisions. Hey, come on! You got one more guy. This is an almost full group. Fuck's sake. Stay speed run, what can go wrong? I don't know how I feel about that proposal. I'll tell you what, I'll do it if I switch in the right place. Because right now, the speed run, the survival guide puts me into Stranglethorn. Whereas I want to be in the same place. So 39 Dustwallow Marsh for speedrun. Is it the same? It's Arathi. Uh-oh. What if I go back to the speedrun guide? Is it gonna fuck me up? No, this is fine. Razor fan. Fuck's sake. I don't know what I want to do. And if I skip this instance, I'm going to have to do a big fucking grind, am I? God damn it. How do I... EPS is ready to go here if you need. Da-da-da-da. No, thank you. Okay. Oh, fucker. He wants to hog the rogue loot. That piece of shit. Okay. Yeah, there's bad snow in the UK. It's not necessarily bad here, but it's been more than we're used to, yeah. It's worse, I think, in the center, in like England right now, for some reason. Temperature in the UK depends a lot on like valleys and shit. Like the coldest place in Scotland is usually a little bit south of where I am, just because it's in a valley, surrounded by mountains, like a fucking wind trap. Okay. Let's stop fucking beating around the bush. What if I skip all this? Where am I gonna go? I'm guessing this is at the instance. Skip. Skip. Okay. And once I've done that, I do training, Scarlet Monastery next. It's all fucking instances. Bro! Come on! Right. I'll go here and then maybe look for groups tomorrow for other shit. Ooh. Class spells. Okay. Did you ever hear back about OnlyFans? I know Lakari is doing recruitment now. Nope, I didn't hear anything. It's probably, like, buried underneath about 2,000 applications. So I'm not gonna... Aren't people doing, like, fucking... I've seen people on Twitch, like, these people are doing fucking 30-second clip videos of their applications, like doing a meme or a gimmick so they can get their attention. I can't be fucked. Peacocking like that. I just want to enjoy myself, you know? No stress. Ooh. Ah! I don't even know who Lakari is. I don't even... I think even if you try to reapply, it doesn't let you. Pretty sure it doesn't let you. It just says you've applied already. Sorry, fuck off. If I do connect Twitch... Yeah, it just says it's been submitted. So... there's not really anything else I can do after that. From my end. Ooh, next level garrote. I don't need... I need that, yeah. Poison? Okay. Mind numbing. Don't really need that. If you have view count... Yeah, but my view count's on YouTube. It's not on Twitch. And I tried to say I've got view count on YouTube. And they were like... And I could take it to Twitch. But they were just like, no, sorry. I guess they ignored it. Because it asks you to connect your Twitch account, not to connect your YouTube. So if they didn't read the extra note, then they would have just blanked it. I don't need this extra stuff. This is mount money. This is valuable mount gold.
Victory.
Stock up, sorry. Flash powder, poisons. Okay, I'll take some flash powder.
What can I help you with?
Hey!
Mukra. For the horde.
And now it's wanting me to do another dungeon. Fuck that. Why does it have to be on Twitch? I don't know if it has to be on Twitch. It's just that their application, I can show you it. It's like this, look. It's just like Twitch Connect, Discord Connect, email. That's what, and then it just says it's been, and this is from ages ago. This is from months, like 2 months ago. It probably just got buried, yeah. Unless, hang on.
Dabu.
I would honestly just have to... Probably the only way, if I really cared to, was to just ping the right person at the right time when they're in a good mood. That's it. And I can't see anyone here now whose name I recognize. Miz. I guess that's Mizkif. Conady, thanks for tier 1 sub. Are you winning box? Yeah. If you know anyone in the guild, there's a channel in the Discord for people in a guild to recommend people. Yeah, I don't know anyone though. But that's okay. We'll do that shit next time. I'm literally just standing around now. Whoa. There's no one here I recognize that I... yeah. Wouldn't I have to start a new character anyway? I bet people in the guild know you, though. How? Who would know me?
Strength and honor.
Like, there's not like there's any political overlap, it seems, with these streamers. Not that I know, apart from like Asmongold, I suppose. Only fine. If I go on Twitch. Stardust. Mooncap. That Shobek guy is streaming. Yeah, if anyone knows me, it's because of they heard Hassan bullshitting about me. Yeah. Tyler 1.
Yeah, nice.
They're doing
I
Blackrock
swear you
Spire.
love ZG, bro.
ZG's are way scarier than any of this shit. By the way.
Whatever. All right. Oh, I got the buff. Okay, I can log out. That's good. It's good to have that. Okay. 38 though. Not bad. Not bad at all. Absolutely banger. Whisper. Whisper who? Lacular. Okay, I'll do it when they're not in an instance because they're going to be focusing right now. I'll do it some other day. But now I know who to go for. Okay. Also, I'll do it when I got high viewership so they know, so they go and check. No. No, this is not Justin Baldoni's wedding video. No, this is no. Self-preservation. Thank you. Hell no. Hell no. I can't do it. Too much. Redirect. All right. Go watch Stardust. Apparently she's streaming. Take care, guys. Love you. Bye, 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 bye.